Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 23, where we'll be revisiting the film Skyfall. Oh, there's not many films, Joe, that I've seen twice in the cinema. I'm not that kind of guy. But I can confidently say that I definitely saw Skyfall twice when it came out in the pictures.
Did you?
I did.
IMAX?
Actually, no. It was like a local cinema, and then it was like a different local cinema. It probably should have been IMAX. But at that time, I don't think I was even that fussed about IMAX. It was like a new thing, but it wasn't something where... I can't remember the first time I watched in IMAX, but yeah, I wasn't quite there yet. Wasn't there.
Okay. Well, to be honest, neither was I. I think the first one I saw in IMAX was Spectre, so that went well.
You don't want to miss a frame. You want to get it all blown
I want
up.
to see every frame of Spectre, and enjoy every single one. But no, I didn't see this in IMAX. But I'm trying to think when I don't think I saw this multiple times at the cinema. I don't think so. I should have.
But is that something you would do normally, or is that rare?
For Bond, I think now I would. Like, I saw No Time to Die twice at the cinema.
Oh, nice.
But back then, I don't know. Yeah, I just wasn't on that level, I guess, which is weird to think back now since we've been doing this Bond podcast and getting into the Bond mood. And yeah, back then, I didn't care enough to go see it twice in the cinema.
No, I'm generally the same. Like, not even just going to the cinema, but just watching films in general. Once I've seen it, it would be like 10 years before I watch it again.
Yeah.
It's just how I watch films. It's just like TV, I'll watch over and over and over again until I'm sick of it. But films, because it's more of a commitment to sit down, and especially going to the cinema, like, yeah, it's a big thing. But yeah, Skyfall was one that I really enjoyed. I saw it with a mate when I was in uni, and then I saw it again with family. But that also ties into my next point here, is that Skyfall was a huge deal.
Huge.
So, like, I saw it with my family, not because I was like, right, everyone, get in the car. We're saying Skyfall.
You kidnapped them just like Bond does with them. That's what you did.
Exactly. And yeah, they were just like, well, the new Bond's out, so let's go see the new Bond. But these weren't like, this was like my mum, and she's not like, yeah, James Bond.
You will like James Bond.
Yes. There's 23 of them now. So it kind of just shows like, yeah, this was and still is the most successful Bond film of all time, even accounting for inflation. Like, it grossed $1.1 billion in the box office. And even accounting for inflation, yeah, this was still the biggest. But the biggest before this point was Thunderball when accounting for inflation. But Skyfall was bigger than that. So yeah, maybe it wasn't like everyone was going crazy for this film, because the 2012, there's a lot going on. I think the first Avengers film came out, but everyone, like, when a good Bond film is out, or at least in the UK anyway, people will go and see it and get excited about it.
Yeah. This film in particular, I don't know whether it was just a mixture, and I've spoke about this before on the podcast, but whether it was just a good general national mood at the time, 2012.
The national mood was very good.
It was good before things started to go downhill. Because I spoke about the Olympics, which Bond was at. It was very much a year of celebration. And I think this also being the 50th anniversary of the Bond franchise, it all just worked. It all melded together, and it helped with, like, Adele was just Adele was huge, she still is. And then, like, the Bond song being done by Adele, you heard it everywhere. It was all mixed together just to make this perfect storm of Bond at that time.
Yeah, which is great, because Quantum of Solace wasn't that well received, and everyone was all like, oh, that wasn't great, and everyone just kind of ignored it. And then they came back 4 years later with Skyfall, and it was just back straight away. Like, I wouldn't say it was any sort of revival. I think that's a bit too extreme. But it just kind of goes to show that when the Bond franchise fires on all cylinders, and as you say, everything clicks into place and all the stars aligned, it can really take off. Like, it was the second biggest film of the year. At the time, I'm reading this, it was the seventh highest grossing film of all time. It was huge, despite the last one being a bit naff, and this grossed like double what the last one did. So it's I always thought that was really cool. And you can kind of look at the Daniel Craig era and you can kind of see like how much it grossed kind of ties to the quality, which I actually really enjoy because it just means like, yeah, Bond's an established franchise. It's out. You know, they're always making a new one every so often, not. But it does kind of imply to me that people just kind of pay attention. Like, is this a good one? Should we go watch it? And if it's a yes, then all right, let's go watch it then. But if it's not, there's like, they'll make another one. They've been doing it since the 60s. Who cares? We'll get the next one then.
That's true. And then the day will come where there will not be another one and people will be sad. But that's just the way it is. Yeah, you're right. Like, oh, we'll give that one a miss maybe. The next one might be better. And thankfully, as you say, it was compared to Quantum of Solace.
Yeah. But I would say going into this film, though, this was before I knew who Sam Mendes was, the guy who directed this. This is before I really kind of cared that much about that side of things. I would still say, even though I was getting more back into Bond at this point, after we talked about last time, Quantum of Solace, we both kind of fell off, coincidentally. But I was getting back into it, but I still didn't know that much about it. I still wasn't watching the old ones. I think it was after I watched Skyfall and got into it, is actually then between this and Spectre, is when I was like, what's that Dr. No all about? I can't remember that film. It was kind of like this film re-energized me to get into Bond and kind of led me to be the fan I am today, because after this one was so good, it made me look back, get super into the franchise, and then go all in, ready for Spectre.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking back to the things I did back then, and I think it also helps that this film is the one, and we'll talk about this as we review it, but this is the film which, since Daniel Craig's start, where they sort of did that reboot and they stripped it back and they got rid of the things that people knew and loved. They got rid of Q, they got rid of Moneypenny, they got rid of the gadgets, all those sort of cliches and cheesy stuff. This is the film where they start to sprinkle that back in, and that kind of lends itself very nicely to then start looking back throughout the franchise's history and seeing where it all kind of came from and how they've kind of come full circle back to some of those tropes.
Yeah, which is so exciting to see. It's just great that the franchise could do this. It's done it before, and it's kind of done it again. I'm pretty sure it was Skyfall. I don't think it was Bloodstone that got me back into Bond. I'm going to give the credit to Skyfall.
Do you know what? Funny about Bloodstone, actually, because I was thinking about that the other day. I don't know why I ended up watching a video about it on YouTube, but I was looking at the comments of it, and this is completely unrelated to Skyfall, so I'll be brief. But one of the comments was saying how Spectre kind of retroactively made that game work because it ends on a cliffhanger, and I remember being really annoyed by it at the time. But now you realise actually, that could link quite nicely into the films, even though they didn't mean it with the whole Spectre stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they were going for, but
not at all. Not at all. They were winging it completely.
Definitely. So shall we get into it?
Yeah.
So once again, very brief. More ads on the Blu-ray. Boo. But we did get the Bond theme properly play on the Blu-ray menu.
That's true.
Which was really exciting. I was like, oh yes, it's nice to actually hear the Bond theme when I'm about to watch a Bond film. What a weird novelty that is. Isn't that crazy?
Madness, I tells you.
Yeah, so you hit play and you start watching the film and no bloody circles. Now, it feels weird to start on a negative when it comes to Skyfall, but give me circles, for goodness sake.
No circles for you, Tom.
Just give me the circles, though. Oh, I find it so strange because the beginning shot of this film is pretty good. And I'll talk about that in a bit. But I feel like once again, they tease circles. They laid the foundation to get the circles and a more traditional opening to a Bond film where we hear the Bond film and Daniel Craig come across and shoot it because that's how Quantum of Solace ended. And now we've finished up that storyline. That is done. And they've established like, I'm Bond, James Bond, like they've done all that. So just give me the circles. But no circles again. And it's not a big deal, really. But I feel it's very strange how this franchise during the Craig era feels like it's like pulling and pushing forward and pulling back here's all the Bond elements. No. Here's all the Bond. Like it. That's something I've not noticed before, but I'm noticing on the rewatch that they're very they're big teases when it comes to this stuff. By this point, we should have the circles because we did the origin story. So just give me the circles, for goodness sake.
Yeah. It's like they're trying to now be different for the sake of being different, and it's where they reached by the end of Quantum of Solace. This should now be it. Well, you could argue like this is actually the end of Skyfall was now where you're like getting traditional Bond back, but I feel like we could have had it now. We're 2 films in. That's enough.
Yeah, I don't know what happens in this film to make me think, oh, well, now it makes sense to have the circles. It's like, just give me the circles now. But anyway, we'll move on from the circles. So we fade from black and we see a long kind of corridor and a man at the end of the corridor who's out of focus, and he kind of steps from the corner at the end of this corridor. And there's like a Bond horn music sting where it's like, bah, as he kind of steps out, and the man then walks towards the camera. He's still all out of focus. He's like black as well. You can't really see him. It's quite dark. And eventually he does reach the camera, quite slowly walking up, and a light reveals his eyes and you can see it's Bond.
You can't ignore those blue eyes.
No, it's so strange. They knew. It happens so often in this franchise or in the Craig films that they focus on the blue eyes. Like they're almost making the blue eyes like his most distinctive feature, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So that's Bond, and he gets a gun out, he gets his pistol, and you see him walk towards a door aiming his gun, and he enters into this, I think, a hotel room, and he sees 2 dead bodies on the floor. And he also sees somebody in a chair who has been shot, who has been injured, and Bond says it's Ronson. Ronson is down, and he needs medical evac. And we hear M over the comms in Bond's ear, asking, like, is it there? Is it there? And Bond sees a smashed laptop, and he says the hard drive is gone. And the man that we saw, Ronson, is dying in the chair, and Bond is talking to M, and M saying, you gotta go, and Bond says, I need a minute to stabilize the bleeding to save Ronson. So he's like putting pressure on Ronson's side where he's bleeding, trying to save him, but M's like, you don't have time, leave him, go. So Bond takes a second to think about this and eventually does walk off, but he kind of continues to check the room a little bit while Ronson is just there in the chair dying and bleeding. So he's looking around, and then he goes to leave, and we get a little second of him looking back before he leaves. So Bond heads down the stairs into the street, and he quite casually puts his gun away just as he hits the street. So I don't think this gets confirmed here, but we are in Turkey. So this is Turkey. I'm not sure if it is Istanbul or not. I think this was shot in Istanbul, but I'm not too sure if they confirm that. So it's a very kind of, quite deserty, but it's a city, so it's all very busy, hustle and bustle, that sort of thing. So Bond walks outside, and a Jeep parks up, and he jumps into the Jeep, and there's a woman driving the car, and they start following a black Audi, who they believe is the person who has what they're looking for. And the woman in the car, who I guess I'll call like woman agent. I don't really have a good name for her, because they don't tell you her name until the very end of the film. But now we have to talk about this character for like hours.
Can we get away with calling her just by her first name, do you think?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it's not as if it's like a spoiler thing, but like, yeah. You know what I mean? It does make, woman agent is...
Yeah. So her name, yes. So her name is Eve. So this is Eve, who is a fellow MI6 agent working with Bond. So yeah, she asks you about Ronson, and they say how MI6 is sending an evac, because we do cut to MI6 a little bit with Tanner and M kind of in an office with a lot of people working there, but Tanner says they're sending an evac, but Bond shouts they'll be too bloody late. So yeah, the woman is like driving down the street. She doesn't seem to be a very good driver. She accidentally like smashes off one of the car side mirrors, and then smashes the other one off as well as a joke, I think. And it's a very busy street, and we see some policemen nearby on bikes who look like they're about to move or start chasing them. But yeah, lots of struggling at the wheel for this woman. Like, she's driving this Jeep, but Eve is clearly like a qualified agent, but she's having a bad time. So she starts like smashing into the Audi, but not very hard. So Bond then just grabs the wheel, pulls it, and then smashes into the Audi for her. So this causes the Audi to go on its side, and it like slides through on the ground and then goes into like this market. And then kind of when it stops, it then lands back on its four wheels again. So the man gets out, Bond gets out, the man who they're chasing just starts shooting at Bond, so he takes cover behind a car, and all the police bikes we saw before, they arrive, and the man who Bond is chasing just shoots them and kills them both. And he grabs one of the police bikes and drives off, so Bond just kind of looks around and grabs somebody else's bike and follows them as well. So Eve then starts driving the Jeep again to follow, and she asks directions from Tanner over the radio, and M is saying, we can't afford to lose the list. We need that list. So Bond is chasing this guy, this terrorist, we'll assume, chasing him through the streets, and he gets blocked. So on the bike, he sees some stairs going into like a building, so he goes up that, and that puts them onto the roofs. Which this all looks very Quantum of Solace, by the way. Like, this is Turkey and not Italy, but it was very odd to have an opening sequence like this where Bond is chasing somebody on a roof in a hot country, and I was like, this just looks like Quantum of Solace. Like, I'm not opposed to that, but odd.
I can follow it better, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know what's happening.
Yeah.
So Tanner is saying, oh, they're on the rooftops of the Great Bazaar. So there's lots of Bond and the man driving on these roofs, and they're kind of doing these like small jumps. They're like being launched up, so they're kind of like bouncing on these roofs, and eventually the man that Bond is chasing like jumps through a window and lands into like an indoor market, and Bond follows, and they're both driving through the market. There are lots of people, and they're all jumping out of the way as they're driving through, and we go back to Eve, who is driving the Jeep, and she's through traffic, and Tanner tells her on the radio, go to the bridge, like go around, go to the bridge and cut him off there. So the man and Bond are now back onto the main road, and yeah, like Eve causes a truck to flip at some point, because again, she just apparently can't drive very well. It's strange.
Does she? I forget that bit. Oh. No, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Never mind.
Yeah, like I know what they're trying to do here. They're trying to set it up that she's like not suited for the field, but having like a woman agent just suck at driving, I'm just like, that's probably not the way to do that, maybe.
Yeah, kind of a woman vibes there.
Yes. So she parks up on the bridge, and the man that they're chasing sees her, so they're now all on this bridge, so he just jumps off, and she starts shooting at the man, but he has landed on top of a train. So below them are some tracks and a train going underneath, so he has landed on them. And Bond sees this, so he just, rather than just jumping off himself, he like full speed with the bike smashes into the side of the bridge, and that like launches him forward onto the train. And he lands on the roof, but he rolls off and then hangs on the side, but is able to climb up. So Eve reports to M that they're both on top of the train, and M's like, well, go after them. So Bond is kind of walking near some diggers. So it's like, it is a passenger train, but there's like two kind of carriages which are just like construction equipment, which are like these diggers. So Bond has ended up hiding behind some of the diggers while the man is further up ahead on top of a carriage. So they're kind of shooting at each other, and Eve is chasing on the Jeep. Tanner says, you've gone out of range, so we now can't see you on the maps, but they can still talk to each other. So Bond and this man is shooting at each other. Bond runs out of ammo, so he looks at one of the diggers and climbs into it while the other man is reloading. So the digger is actually like facing the opposite direction of where this man is. So if you can imagine where like you've got the cockpit and then you've got like the big scoopy bit. I don't know what the technical term is for that. But that's like out in front, pointed in the opposite direction to this guy. So Bond starts spinning it around. And just as it kind of he's going to use it to like block the bullets. But just before he can do that, the man like shoots at Bond, and Bond gets hit. He gets hit in the shoulder. He does like this shudder shake, and he gets hit in the shoulder. But he seems to shake that off quite quick, because Bond then like knocks a load of cars off, because there's like a load of cars in front of him. A load of those get knocked off by the front of the digger. And on the side, we have Eve in the Jeep, who has to avoid all these cars because she's right there next to the train. And Bond starts like going forward in the digger and is crushing all the cars below. So the man on top of the train then just shoots out the link between the two carriages, like uncouples the cars. So Bond's carriage, or the one that he's on, is now going backwards. So he launches the digger forward, kind of brings the hook bit down and hooks into the top of the next carriage. And then Bond gets up and climbs over the digger. The digger is like starting to give. It's starting to like pull backwards. So Bond jumps and he lands just in time. And as soon as he lands, he then goes from like, whoa, to just like very posed and poised and like checking his sleeves, looking all very cool. So the man they're chasing is still on top of the train and they enter a tunnel. So Eve is in the Jeep still, so she has to go around because they're now in a tunnel. Bond manages to climb to the top of the train. They start like fist fighting each other. The man gets a metal chain and is just like flinging that at Bond, but Bond is able to wrestle him down and tries to choke him. But there's another tunnel, so they're on top of them, so they both just instantly like collapse downwards to avoid the top of the tunnel. But this tunnel is very small, so they're still trying to fight each other, but they've not got much room at all to actually fight, so they can't go up. So they're kind of like pushing each other and trying to hit each other. And Eve then stops the Jeep on a road and sets up her weapon with a scope on it. It's like an assault rifle or some sort of sniper rifle, perhaps with a scope. And she's waiting for the train to appear. So Bond and the man are still wrestling. They come out of the tunnel, and then they're like fighting each other on the top of the train, which is now going over this like giant bridge, extremely high bridge, and they're fighting each other. So Eve is saying like, I might have a shot because she's looking at them through the scope, but it's not clean. And we see M and Tanner looking a bit nervous at MI6, and she says like, there's no time for me to move. Another tunnel is coming up. So M just says, take the shot. And Eve is a bit worried about this. She's like, take the shot. So M eventually is just like, take the bloody shot. I was like, hooray, she said it. She said the line. Hey, I can go now. I'm good. That's all I came for. So yeah, it's all very tense and M shouts, take the bloody shot. So Eve fires and it just hits Bond. And all the music cuts out. There's very little sound and Bond just drops off the bridge. So it's a massive drop and he just lands into the water. Everything is very quiet. They go back to MI6 and over the radio we hear Eve say, agent down. So M goes up to the window, is facing away from the camera, stares out the window. It's raining outside and we hear the sound of the rain. It gets louder and louder and louder as she's staring outside, and that sound of rain then becomes sound of like rushing water. And we see Bond being carried by the river, and this leads to Bond then sinking down into the water. And that's your opening sequence.
Whew. Yeah.
I know, right? I should have stopped at some point for that, but it's all very tied into one. It's all very complete.
Yes. Yeah, it's it just constantly moves, and I think it's really good. There's some issues I have with this pre-title sequence, but on the whole, I really like it. Let me get the things I don't like out of the way quickly, though.
All right.
Because one of the things I need a bit of clarification on, because I'm unsure if I just missed an obvious joke or if it's just a bit of bad dialogue. But when Eve is in the Jeep alongside the train and Bond knocks off all the cars, at that point, I think M over the radio is saying, like, what happened? Or what is it? And Eve just says, VW Beetles, I think. And that's the line?
Yeah.
What? Why?
I think it's just like the lazy joke or quip writing, which is someone states something that's true, but that can't be true because that's so absurd.
Yeah.
I think it's just that.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I honestly thought there was a joke there I just wasn't getting. But and the other thing that I really not a big deal, but the whole like rushing water and then you see Bond's body flow down. It's such a bad dummy.
No, come on. That's Daniel. That's him.
No. Listen, I know Daniel might have had some work done, as a Hollywood actor, but he was looking very rubbery.
Well, it's the thing where they try to sell the idea that Bond's almost been like knocked out by being shot. Because when he's falling, that's a really awesome shot because it's so far.
Yeah.
And that is a dummy, but it almost works because it's just static. And so it's like a corpse falling down. but then to see him in the water act the same,
like bobbing. I don't know. It's
like,
just...
how did he survive that? Like, he's not even like, you would expect him to be somewhat conscious in terms of like like his arm moving or something.
Yes.
But yeah,
yes.
it's just that a fake dummy that's just being pushed down the river.
I never noticed that before, but I think because watching it on the Blu-rays that I've got, like that really stood out to me, and I just thought it was really funny. But I say all this, most of the rest of this pre-title sequence I thought was great. I think like the sort of the whole movement of it going from the bike or the car to the bikes to the train. I love trains. I love anything. Bond and trains go together so well. We've said it before. And I know this isn't quite the same thing, but Few Eyes Only, similarities there, and fighting on top of a train, always going to be a winner in my book. And one thing I really liked, and one thing that is going to be a reoccurring kind of visual theme in this film, is, as you said at the beginning, this is in Turkey. It's a very warm environment, lots of orange tones, very hot temperature, color grading, and whenever it cuts back to MI6. It's the opposite. It's very desaturated. It's very grey. It's always like London in this film until pretty much the end is always raining. It always looks miserable, London, or MI6 in general. And you kind of see this from the get-go. And I love that they kind of set up this thematic division straight off the bat. And I mean, the color grading in this film in general is a very strong element of it. But I just kind of like to see that, like when M's looking out the window in the rain, it's just, like really hammers home that this is just not a good time. And it's very obvious stuff to do in movies. It's raining. That means it's sad, but like it really works. Yeah, I think it was a great start to the film.
Yeah, I agree. Like if I get my patented checklist for opening sequences that I now have.
Oh, yeah.
It's something where it starts off slow and then it builds up and gets really exciting. So I like that. It's not just one pace. It kind of develops as it goes. So tick that box. It stands alone as its own exciting, good action sequence. Like it's quite memorable and it's quite solid. It's not the most craziest one we've seen, but it is a very enjoyable one. So tick that box. It has very relevant story in there. Like this is setting up the story and setting up some characters, especially with Eve and Bond. And as you say, like M and MI6 is like how that functions in its relationship. So that gets a big old tick, and it gets me excited to see a Bond film. And what I generally like about this is that a lot of it is very typical. And it's more just the way it's kind of shot with what Sam Mendes brings in terms of his style. It feels a little bit more stylish and slick. And as you say, the colors of this film are really, really good. Like it's a very visually appealing film. So you get that all up front. But a lot of what we're seeing is pretty standard. Like there's nothing all that different here. And that's why I really, really love the opening moment, because we go from somewhat standard Bond, good standard Bond, but still standard Bond, to in a second, Bond gets hit, everything cuts, it's quiet, and then he hits the water, and then it just changes tone, and that's the end of it. And I'm like, that's awesome. Like this might be like, if not my favorite, one of my favorites moments in the entire franchise, because it hits you so hard. And I watched this on quite a small screen this time, so it didn't hit me quite as hard as it normally does. But when I watched this in the cinema, when I watched this at home on my big TV, that moment is just so like, like it's just so well done to make you feel Bond being hit off the train, and to just put your like heart in your throat. And it like gets you excited for the film, but in a very different way. It's like, I don't buy that Bond's been killed, really, but the fact that Bond has been hit and they show this happening to Bond and make you feel the weight of it, awesome. Like I'm just like, yes, like that's so good. It's just so well done, that last moment. That I don't know if I would say Skyfall is like my favorite opening sequence. I think maybe something like a GoldenEye has a little bit more going on. But this one is still just very well put together, sets up so much of the film well, and it just ticks every single box that I have on my checklist.
Yeah. Yeah, and one other thing I forgot to mention is I think the whole thing with the, like in a lot of Bond pre-title sequences previously, there's always kind of one standout vehicle or mode of transport or something that is the main draw of it. And I know I mentioned there's like bikes and whatever, there's loads in this one, cars, but I feel like the digger is like it's kind of silly. It's like a silly visual of Bond spinning around the digger. I mean, it's not played for silly in the film per se, but it kind of is still. And that kind of just gave me vibes of like, that's kind of quite old fashioned Bond. I don't know if I would have seen that necessarily in the other Craig films, but yeah, I like how they're even from here they're bringing back maybe some more of these elements that we would have seen in the past. So yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's nice that we get that in. That's what I guess I kind of feel like with it being not standard Bond, but yeah, it does feel like a reinvention of classic Bond, where it's not all super serious. There's a lot of serious stuff, but as you say, some of this stuff feels a little bit silly in the best possible way.
Yeah.
And you get those cool Bond moments that we kind of saw in GoldenEye did it with the tie in the tank. Bond landing on that train and going from like kind of all over the place to then like bringing in the jacket and looking very suave straight away. Like there's a reason why every single trailer of this film had that shot in.
Yeah.
It's because it's such a Bond moment and he pulls it off so well. And to go from the city digger to him jumping on, and it injects all those elements quite well as well, which is what kind of helps it from being like generic, which is great.
And he looks great in the suit. So,
oh yeah, definitely.
Of course,
love a grey suit.
Of course he is.
Love a grey suit.
Yeah. Right, so after that, we're on to the title sequence, and I feel like I've got quite a job now explaining what was in this one, because this is like one of the most chock-a-block thematic ones I think we've seen so far. We're back to Daniel Kleinman. We had the one-off Quantum of Solace one last time by the other agency, MK12, but we're back to Kleinman. And it kind of starts with Bond, as we saw in the pre-title sequence, Bond being sucked down into the water and down into a big black hole within the seabed. And from there, it's basically, well, a lot of this is kind of like a moving shot, like a constantly moving forward shot throughout lots of different sceneries and visuals. And I mean, I'm going to miss some, but just some of the ones that were in there is like, you kind of like pan through or dolly through graveyards, and then it like color, like we're going to mention, or at least I'm going to mention color so much in this episode because color is such a strong part of it. But like you go through like really deep reds, kind of like blood red scenes, and you see this mysterious house, and in this kind of crack in the house you see a face. And this is something I only got, like this is kind of crazy. What this film is now nearly 11 years old. I completely missed that when you go through this crack in the house and you see a face and it looks like Bond or it looks like Daniel Craig, I completely missed that that's actually like, it's meant to be a young Bond. It's a younger face.
Oh, I never saw that, no.
I never saw that before either. But the point is that you see it again later on and it's actually Daniel Craig. You know, it's more haggard and old and bags around the eyes. But I'm assuming... and this is jumping way ahead, but I'm assuming this is meant to be a young Bond.
Yeah, when with you learn the events revealed before that's what it talks about.
Yeah, so like you go through the eyes of this, what I presume is a young James Bond, blue eyes, and then you start seeing like all sorts of stuff. Really, you see Bond kind of being surrounded by shadows, like his own shadow shooting them, and shadows on the wall, and blood trails in water, lots of red still, and turns into a big skull. You get flaming, falling targets from the sky. Looks like debris falling from the sky, and then it turns into Chinese dragons dancing across the screen. Then you go into like a sort of X-ray effect, like a black and white look, and more skulls and more graves, and oh man, like a horde of mirrors at one point. And even more shadows. Shadows is another big thing, and silhouettes is just constant throughout this film. And then eventually it does go back to this kind of mysterious house, this big manor house mansion. Lots of red once again, lots of falling smoke or whatever from the sky. And finally you see back through the crack in the house another face. But like I say, I think it's meant to be like Bond now, and it's the Craig that we all recognize. So there is a lot to kind of go through if you're actually wanting to go through scene by scene of this, which we won't because we haven't got all day. But it really does match up to so many of the plot. It's like one of the most kind of like, this bit connects to this part of the film. This bit connects to this bit of the film. There's so many elements that it draws from that we're going to see later on. And it's just so incredibly, I put rich. I think that's something you could describe for the rest of this film, is it's just so rich. Like there's just, it just seems so sort of like thick with visuals and the way it's shown and the colors and everything. It's bursting with stuff from the screen. And it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. I think maybe at times it maybe goes a bit too much with some of the stuff. Part of me thinks actually I would have liked it to maybe be a little bit more focused on maybe just a couple of thematic ideas. But you can't knock them for trying to add as much as possible to this, because there is just so much on screen to digest.
Yeah, like I think something that's really great about this one is that they've really figured out how to take the CGI and make something that's really visually striking, that you're not just thinking like, look how fake that looks. Like you could probably argue Quantum of Solace was like that, and Casino Royale had CGI, but that was like 2D animated, so that was a little bit different. But it's nice that we're now in the era where technology can simply do what they want to do and it will look good.
Yeah.
Because we did not have that for a little bit, for better or for worse, depending on how you feel about the Cyberwoman.
Oh, no knocking her.
No, of course not. No. But they're finally caught up, and it means that they can really go all in with this stuff. And I think, as you say about color, there is a real focus on color, and that is a massive like strength of this one, where each kind of scene that you go through have very distinct and bold colors that really makes it stand out and very striking and interesting to look at. And when it kind of jumps around between the different colors, something that's also quite nice is that it goes along to the music. And that really kind of helps in terms of telling this story and kind of conveying this and getting these kind of emotions and feelings across. So that all that stuff is very good. I would also agree with you, though, it probably is a little bit too much. Like, it probably is a little bit too ambitious, because this is all about... It just directly ties into so much of this film that if you've never seen this film before, it means nothing. Yeah. It's like, what was that dragon about? Why was that like a Chinese dragon breathing fire at the screen?
There's a really strange bit after that dragon. I went back and tried to pause, but there's like a scene where you're like seeing like a man tied up or something.
Yeah.
It's very strange. I never really got what that was.
Yeah, like somebody's in a torture chair, I believe, at that bit. But I think that stuff kind of... They get a little bit confused here about trying to tell the story of Skyfall, of this film, and trying to tie in all those elements, and simply going with this thematic stuff, which is, again, quite interesting idea of, you know, Skyfall the film touches upon the ideas of what makes Bond, and you're going to look into a little bit of his history, although I would argue the film is actually about M and not really about this stuff, but that's for like 4 hours from now, I suppose. But they kind of like the idea of this is like, by moving forward, we are going through Bond's like psyche and past to kind of explain who Bond is. And as you say, you kind of end on Bond again, because you've kind of gone through that journey and seen all these visuals that explain that. So some of that is a lot of women, of course. And you see a lot of guns and knives falling, and you see this mysterious house, and you see red sometimes, and you see like raining fire on the house, and you see a load of graves, and there's like skulls, and you have a skull and the teeth are like graves. So it's like women, guns, knives, this stag, and it goes black and white torture. But then they just throw in like Chinese dragons. Like, I know why it's here, because Chinese dragons are in the film for like one scene, and it is quite visually distinctive. But I feel like they get confused between, let's have an opening sequence which is all about kind of taking you through Bond's psyche and past to explain who Bond is, which is a really cool idea, and then let's just throw in random stuff that looks cool. And maybe if they just stuck to the first idea about Bond and who he is, and because that ties into the idea of the camera moving forward, that you're always going through these different layers, which is cool. That's awesome. I love a moving camera in these, and I love the idea of all of this. But yeah, let's just strip out some of that other stuff that just didn't need to be here, because Chinese dragons have absolutely nothing to do with Bond.
It just
went
good
to China. So
yeah,
it wasn't really a forming experience, I don't think.
Yeah. And I guess we haven't really even mentioned about the song. there's not really much to say about the song from my part. I mean, it was a humongous hit. It was, sung by Adele. You just heard it everywhere. This was like, I think this was where everyone talked, like when we talked about like A View to a Kill being a popular song back in the 80s or whatever. Obviously that's before our time, but like this is that sort of similar thing where it's a huge artist or band in that case, and you just hear it everywhere. Like on the radios, it was just constantly being played. And I like it. I like Adele. I think her music's good. She's got a good voice. I think it's a good Bond song. So like for me, great. Like check, sounds great. But I think it could have been quite easily something that would have gone the other way for me if I hadn't have liked it and then just heard it everywhere and then been like, oh my God, this song, because you really couldn't avoid it. I remember that.
Yeah, well, you couldn't avoid Adele in general around that time.
Yeah, exactly.
But I really like the song as well. It's an interesting one because we kind of had, with the Pierce Brosnan era, it was, well, the first three was all about, let's take that old Bond sound and modernize it for the 90s to make it sound modern. And then Madonna just did whatever hell she wanted. I don't know what that was. I like it, but I don't know what it was.
Sigmund Freud,
he was involved. It was a whole thing. So she went super experimental and weird, which kind of suits Die Another Day. And then it was kind of like, well, Craig's a new Bond, so let's go a little bit more rock with Casino Royale, You Know My Name. And then even Another Way to Die was trying to be like rocky while also like implementing some maybe more stylish Bond kind of sounds with piano and stuff. But this one really just sounds like, Adele, can you just write us a Bond song, please?
Yeah, it's leaning more on Adele than Bond, for sure.
Yeah, this isn't like her adapting her style for Bond. This feels like just her doing her thing. And yeah, there's some adaptation here. It still somewhat connects to Bond, and I think it works well as a Bond theme. But this is not like a traditional Bond theme. This is an Adele song, which is about James Bond. And that's fine. I think that's okay. I think my biggest problem with this song is that it kind of then changed the entire direction for these songs, and the next two are just like using this template, which I don't like. Using that template.
Yes, that's true.
But I think this still stands out as a really good one, a really kind of standout Bond song. Adele, as you say, has an incredible voice. Those pianos are really good, and I think the sound of the song fits the song very well. I'm always surprised how not big this song is. I really expect Adele to go like full Tina Turner or Shirley Bassey and just go a bit mental with it. But even though it kind of tries to go big, it kind of still sounds quite restrained, which I quite like. It makes it feel a little bit more nuanced because it is slow, and then it does have the bigger chorus, but it's not like a huge chorus. It's still like she's still just kind of dragging out notes. It's not that in your face, which kind of creates this quite good feel to it. So yeah, very good Bond song. It's a very different direction for it. It is, I think the Duran Duran thing is very apt because it is a very different style. We have not heard a Bond song like this before. Maybe Moonraker is the closest we've heard, but even then, this is quite different. So, but for something that's different, it works. And I think in retrospect, in a lot of ways, it works better because Adele is not as big as she is now, so you can just enjoy the song for what it is. And yeah, it did form the template I don't like, but it formed the template because it's a really good song. So yeah, overall, a big thumbs up from me.
Oh, you are right about the template thing, though. We'll get to that, but that is a shame. You just reminded me of the next song. Anyway, we're not there yet. So back to Skyfall. After the title sequence, we see MI6. We see the MI6 building. It's back. It's nighttime. It's raining. It's always raining in London, apparently, in this film. And it's M. M is in her office. It's kind of almost in the dark. There's like one lamp light on her desk, and she's at her laptop or at a computer, and she's writing Bond's obituary. You see her screen, and there's Bond from, I think that's like Casino Royale Bond, photo of Daniel Craig, and she's kind of writing up, and you can see on the text that according to MI6, Bond is missing and believed killed. And that's kind of it. I found it quite interesting, though, that he is described as a senior officer as well. Yeah. So there is that element of there has been some sort of time jump here. It's never really outright said, but definitely is a major part of this film. But yeah, Bond's dead, everyone. So sorry.
Oh,
That's how this film goes. But yeah, after that, we're in the daytime. The next
you're
day.
not going to mention a certain thing on her desk?
Oh, do we see the bulldog as well?
Yeah.
Of course we do. Yeah, we see a little porcelain bulldog thing on her desk as well. You have one of those, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Damn. Did you?
I got the Spectre one, which is interesting because like the Sky. This is such a tangent, but so they released one for Skyfall, Spectre, and No Time to Die. The Skyfall one is the one before it gets destroyed a little bit. The Spectre one is the one that gets destroyed a bit, and then No Time to Die, I think it's just that again. But Skyfall, for the most part, it has been cracked and stuff. So even though I bought the Spectre one, it looks like the Skyfall one because this is like the only time you see it clean like this.
Yeah. Damn, I need to get one of those.
They're pretty good.
I really do. So yeah, the next day we're seeing, or presumably the next day, we're seeing M in her car being driven, and she's looking very sad, as you would do if your favorite agent is presumed dead, and she's being driven with Tanner, and we kind of hear that she's being driven to see a new chairman. Tanner says been taken to this building, which M is obviously not very happy about. She's saying it's a bloody waste of time. We don't really know who this person is that she's seeing, but she's obviously not happy. But it's standard procedure. Tanner is there once again to be the one to help explain to the audience what's going on, mainly his role in the film. And we then cut to sort of this, in the middle of this meeting with this new chairman, whoever this guy is. And it's played by Ralph Fiennes, I want to say is how you say his name. Voldemort to a lot of people. And he's there in this office with M sitting down, pouring her a drink, of course.
Straight away with the bourbon.
She's got to have the bourbon. But
she gets the shakes otherwise.
Oh no, I feel quite sad for her now. But yeah, you can immediately tell that there's a bit of a kind of tension to this. And she asks why she's been summoned there, and we get a little bit of background to what we just saw in the pre-title sequence. And he explains the reason why. And that's because 3 months ago, so we've moved on 3 months, MI6 lost a hard drive containing the identities of nearly all the NATO agents that were embedded in terrorist groups across the world. So, you know, they're trying to infiltrate terrorist groups, has been leaked. And that's a pretty big deal. And M is kind of standing her ground and asking what's the point of this? Civilian oversight, she asks, to which this chairman says, retirement planning. So, yes, we're kind of seeing M here start to be pressured to leave, pressured to retire. And he says that, you know, when she does retire, she'll be given full honours, but she is effectively just being fired with the state of MI6 and the mistakes they've made. And his role in all of this is to oversee this transitionary period to her voluntary retirement. And we do learn his name. I think she says, like, I'm not an idiot, Mallory. This is Mallory, this chairman, who was in the film quite a lot. But, you know, yeah, as I say, she's standing her ground. She says she doesn't want to leave MI6 in a worse shape than when she found it. And Mallory is trying to kind of persuade her still that she should leave with dignity. And you get a nice M line, to hell with dignity. I'll leave when the job is done, she says. And yeah, so it's kind of setting up, as Tom said, this is very much, as much of it is a film about Bond, it's probably more so a film about M. And this is kind of setting the path in motion for what is happening. This is M's storyline in the film, is that old versus new. That's a huge part of this thematically, is kind of the knowing when your time is up and or the kind of, yeah, being replaced, being, well, I guess not up to scratch in your job for her and for Bond, as we'll see. So there's one thing as well I really like is, I can't remember who did the music for this film. You might know with your...
It's Thomas
Wikipedia.
Newman.
Yeah, and I have issues with Thomas Newman, mainly related to Spectre, not so much
Newman?
This film.
He's coming for you.
Don't
Watch
come
out.
for me, no, I'm sorry.
Joe's got beef.
No, in this film, I like it. I like him. And you hear kind of as all this is playing out and you hear what's happening to M, and addressing her age, I suppose, is one of the big things. You hear these horns in the background, and very much a recurring motif is these very soft horns that start to kind of rise, and that's almost MI6's theme in this film. And it does come back a few times, one very important time later on, and it kind of has this weight to it. And yeah, like this is like quite a big start to the film where you're realizing that all these characters. I mean, this Judi Dench has been in the film since 1995. Like this is her on her way out, and you're seeing this other character, Mallory, who's being played for quite a nasty guy at the beginning. Yeah, it's quite an interesting start to the film.
I mean, this whole opening is fantastic. It's I don't want to go too overboard, but the more I think about this part of the film, the more I like it. The more I think it's so good. So straight away, like, Bond, we don't know what's happened to Bond. We know he's not probably dead, but it makes sense that we would spend some time with M, and because of M being a big part of this film, it totally makes sense that we just get this sequence of just spending time with M. And they just do so many small things to make it feel a little bit more personal. Like, yeah, like it's at night, it's raining, M is inside her office, and the lighting goes back to what we saw with Campbell whenever he did like M in the office, which is more like kind of warm yellow lighting. But in this one, it almost looks like the blacks are blacker almost. It's not one-to-one the same, but you do kind of get that real great sense of like warmth, but not warmth almost.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just continue on M. It's not just M doing this, we continue following her and what she's doing. We never cut away. So we are really just seeing this all from M's perspective. And this whole kind of division that we see is done through what we see on screen. So when M is sitting down with Mallory, initially the camera starts on their side and they're sitting in chairs opposite each other, and we're just cutting between M and Mallory. But again, it just stays on the side. So it is naturally more combative between the two. But we're getting a lot of story explanation. We're getting Mallory be set up because he's talking to M, while also still being M's story. But they kind of do that visually between the two. But then what I love is that as soon as he says retirement planning, for the first time in the scene, it then cuts to a shot directly at M's face. And she doesn't really react to the line, but the fact that we are then seeing it makes it feel more personal, and that we are kind of going along for the ride with M. And even though, again, she doesn't really react all that much, but it kind of signifies that this is something different and this is something a little bit more personal, because we are seeing a direct shot of her because she hears about retirement. And as you say, the horns then play as well. And it's just all of these little things that build into the scene. And it then kind of ends with a nice moment, as you say, where it's like, to hell. Mallory's like, you've had a hell of a run. You should leave with dignity, and say, oh, to hell with dignity. It's like, oh, it's perfect. It's just perfect. Like, there's just a real smart sense. Like, this is something I praise GoldenEye for, where there was just so much thought put into it, and trying to be multi-purpose in terms of just like good filmmaking, in terms of making you feel certain things and reinforcing the themes and the idea of a scene, which then tie into the film, to make it all come together in a satisfying and interesting way. And straight off the bat, we get that. A more personal sense with M, that's done through lighting, that's done through music, that's done through like the composition and the shots and the way it's framed and the way it jumps between it. And it's just like, oh, it's just such a breath of fresh air compared to Quantum of Solace once again. It's just great. Like, no matter what you think of Sam Mendes, he puts a lot into his films and he thinks about it a lot. And straight away getting this type of scene, you're just like, okay, this is someone who can make a good film. Just like we saw with GoldenEye in Martin Campbell. So as basic as this all kind of is, it's extremely exciting to me, because it's just so much care has been put into what is ultimately quite simple.
Yeah, it's setting up M's own battle so early on, which you kind of need when it is such a character and it's going to play out throughout the whole film. This can't be something that's rushed. So I'm glad they do it here. And I think credit has to be given to, I actually had to look up the cinematographer, because as I was watching this film, I was like, good Lord, there is just so many kind of indulgent shots in this film. And you're right, like, composition wise, some things are just so simple but so well done. So Roger Deakins was the cinematographer on this film, and I think there's like clearly he knows what he's doing, because there really is just some great shots in this film. But yeah, after that meeting with Mallory, we see Em in the car looking quite pensive, kind of, I guess, digesting what she just heard. She's been driven with Tanner once again, and Tanner gets a phone call next to her in the back seat, and it's a Q branch alert. So there's our first mention of Q branch as well, is back, and apparently someone is trying to decrypt the stolen hard drive that we've just heard about. So they've been able to trace that. And so he gets on his laptop, Tanner, and starts to kind of focus in on it and track it down, and realizes that where it's being decrypted is in London. And then it kind of goes a bit, zooms in further, and it's actually the MI6 building. And then it goes even closer, and it's actually M's own computer at her desk is the one that's decrypting this somehow. And by this point, they've realized that whoever's doing this is behind their security, behind their firewall. And at which point M says, shut it down, stop this. And when he tries to do that, on the screen of the laptop, you get this almost like hacking, where the screen takes over and it's this creepy video of like the UK flag and this seemingly like older photo of M in the middle laughing, and then it all burns away. This creepy version of like Rule Britannia or something as well. And yeah, as this all burns away, there's a message on the screen, and it just says, think on your sins, is all it says. So yeah, that's something to think about, what is going on. And as they reach MI6, because they are driving, well, I think they say like get back to office. So they're driving towards the MI6 building, but eventually the car is forced to slow down and stop, as there's like all these police cars and policemen blocking the way. And Em gets out, she's all grumpy. I was like, for God's sake, just get out the way. Don't you recognize the car? And as she goes up to a policeman, presumably to start moaning some more, as they're on the bridge, you can see the MI6 building in the background, and it just explodes. Like a part of it just explodes. Like at the top is a huge explosion. Big fireball, and it's kind of comes from nowhere. There's no build up to it. There's no tension. It's just played very, very straight. They look up, M looks up, and she sees the building explode. And yeah, MI6 has been compromised. So, and once again, I should add, London still looking very grey and very miserable.
Yeah, which sounds like London to me.
It does.
I like the idea of like you could totally edit, we talked about it with the World Is Not Enough episode where so much of that is in this film. But the idea of Pierce Brosnan just running through MI6, like, get out the way, get out the way. Like that's happening while M is on the bridge. Because that scene was so good.
Oh, I'd have loved that. Although people did die, Tom. People did die.
Well, yeah, that one rich guy did. But it does make you think about how much more seriously this takes that, which makes it kind of hit a little bit more. As you say, it's a lot more subdued. It's not this big moment where Bond is running through trying to stop the explosion. It's just something's going on and something's not quite right, and then it just explodes, and M just kind of has to deal with it. It's done almost in this very mundane way. But did you notice when that picture of M in the Union Jack, she was wearing a crown? And the crown is the MI6 building.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's a very small thing because it just looks like a crown on first floor. So I think I always saw it as like, oh, she's meant to look like the Queen or something. But no, it's actually just the MI6 building that they've just curved. So it like fits on her head like a hat.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, I thought that was quite neat. But once again, this is like the same with the other one. We're following M the whole time. And I love the final shot of this where M is looking up at the building.
Yeah.
Because it's like, again, she's right in the middle and she's looking up. And I think somebody like standing there looking up like that, there is a like natural sense of powerlessness that you get from that. Like they don't have to show they don't have to do too much with it. They just frame the camera in a way where it's zoomed in right on her face. Her reaction is actually quite muted, but because she's looking up, it just reinforces the theme of she is losing control here and is more kind of like looking up at something, like a child would to an adult. It's a little bit like that. So again, they're still kind of injecting this stuff in there. And also I really like the idea of, because we find out later that this was all kind of set up to be very specific. And it's something that I didn't really think about until just now, that obviously whoever did this has people in the police, so would have set up the police, like the police to stop M specifically, because you never find out why the police are actually there.
Oh my, yeah, that is, wow. I don't know why I assumed the police were there. That's a really good point.
Yeah, because just as they go to explain it, they get cut off. But then we find out later that this was all very deliberate, and whoever did this controls the police. So it all clicks. It all makes sense, which is so... Oh, I love when films do that. It's so satisfying.
That is very satisfying. That's like a movie details thing there.
Yeah.
So yeah, MI6 is not looking too hot. Well, actually, it's looking very hot at that moment. But anyway. Yeah, thank you. So we go from that very dramatic moment to we cut to this like very tropical looking hut, and it's Bond. We see Bond, although he's very silhouetted, and he is there making love to a beautiful woman against the wall. So he's not dead, everyone. Don't worry. Right. We have got the rest of the film with Daniel Craig.
But I thought he got dragged into the thing, and then there was a dragon, and
that was Bond's mind.
Oh, right.
That was all his mind. Don't worry. So yeah, first look is like, oh, Bond is back with a beautiful woman. He's fine. And as I say, it's like it looks fairly tropical. It looks quite warm and nice. Back to normal old Bond, you might think. And then no, it pulls the rug from beneath you. You cut once again to afterwards, and Bond and this woman are in bed together, and it just looks so depressing. Bond is laying in bed. He's got a bottle of Heineken in his hand.
So depressing.
I know.
God.
Come on, Bond. So yeah, like he's having a swig of that, and this woman is like kissing him on the shoulder. He doesn't care. He's not even paying any attention to her. It's just gone from being quite warm to incredibly blue and cold and sad. And he also looks terrible. He looks like Daniel Craig Bond looks really gaunt. He looks almost like ill in a way, and he's just sort of staring off 1,000-yard stare into the distance. It's like, this is definitely not the Bond that we are used to seeing. Stubble as well. It's quite the cut.
Yeah, and also like this then leads into Bond taking some pills.
Yeah,
we assume for some pain. But a very cool detail here is that Bond stands in front of a mirror to take the pills, like you would in like a bathroom or something, but he never looks in the mirror the entire time.
Oh,
he just never makes eye contact with himself in the mirror. So you just see the mirror and the camera's looking at the mirror, and you just see Bond the whole time just taking these pills and stuff and looking terrible, never looks at himself and then walks away. And that's so
Can't
good.
bear to look at himself.
That's so smart, especially because later on we do see a mirror and he does look at himself once he's, back being 007 again. But now that he isn't that, he's just depressed, and we get that through those small things. It's just like, I love this film.
The devil's in the detail, right? Like, that's the stuff that doesn't seem like... to be fair, I didn't pick up on that. But it's one of those things where like your brain notices it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like it's trying to sell something, and it sells it to you in 5 different ways. And even if you only pick up on 2 of them, like the rest subconsciously go in. Like you don't need to pick up on all of them, and that's just good filmmaking.
Yeah. So as Tom says, he goes and pops some pills, presumably some painkillers, and after that we cut to nighttime. And Bond's walking along a beach, heading towards a very kind of lively, warm bar, very busy bar, very loud music's playing. And then we see him at the bar, and he's surrounded by a big crowd of people. He's smack bang in the middle, and he's at the bar playing a kind of drinking game, I presume, or some sort of challenge, some sort of bet. I think people are probably betting around him, where he's got his glass, and he's also got a scorpion perched on his hand, and he has to kind of bring the glass to his mouth and drink with the scorpion right there. And at one point it sort of moves and looks like it's about to attack, and he downs his drink and throws it down and covers the scorpion with his glass. And so you're kind of getting this idea that Bond is very, very distant from his usual life, his is doing this for the thrill, I suppose. He needs some sort of thrill in his life, so he's playing these games and maybe just doesn't really care about the consequences necessarily, because you have to presume this is a very dangerous scorpion on his hand.
He's got a knife. That's why it's so dangerous.
He's a terrorist.
He's part of Spectre. Stingy.
But yeah, I will say I do like that idea, and as I said, I like the ideas behind that of like, oh, you know, he's just looking for something to fill his time with whatever he's doing here, because we don't really know what's happened. However, the CGI scorpion really does get to me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't like the CGI scorpion. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, but there's another CGI animal later in this film, and the same thing. I think, I don't know. I feel like it's really not that bad, but when there's everything else in this film looks so beautiful, and the shots and the vistas and everything, those things to me just really stick out, and just take me away a little bit.
I know what you mean. I didn't get that this time, but I was watching it on a somewhat smaller screen. But I do remember having the same thoughts in the cinema. Because I said how the opening sequence, they're using CGI and finally technology has caught up. But during this era in the early 10s is when like people were like, we should stop using animals for films. It's kind of messed up. It's not okay. So they then started using CGI for all of this stuff, which personally I think that's a great move. But of course, using CGI for these animals hasn't quite caught up yet. Arguably in the year 2023, we're still not quite there because it's so difficult. I think nowadays I just kind of expect animals in films to look like this due to the last 10 years. So for me, I don't mind it because I expect an animal in a film to look a little bit off in CGI-y. But I do know what you mean. It's not quite there. You don't buy it's a scorpion. Really.
No, not at all. I was thinking about this and like, well, could they not have done this idea in a different way? I'm not. I mean, my mind immediately went to like Russian roulette. That's a bit much. That's a bit strong. But you know, that idea of something that Bond is doing as a big risk, or I don't know, like a thing, you know, the knife finger thing, or something that doesn't involve CGI to still put across that point. But you know what? It's fine. It's a small moment, so we'll move on past it.
Yeah. So because I also see this scene as because you know they're kind of displaying Bond as being depressed and not happy despite being in his element, like with the women and drinking and stuff. So I kind of see this as that as well, that he is the center of the tension around a bar and everyone is like cheering and super happy, but he still seems really not okay. So I feel like part of this is also the crowd and everything they're doing to kind of create this stark contrast that despite him being in this really bar with a lot of great people and just like smiling and happiness and stuff, that's not where he is at. So I kind of see this scene as that as well. I think you're right. It is about him trying to taking risk and not really caring anymore. But I think it's also to create the contrast of like, here's a man who is not happy, but he is surrounded by it, which makes him being depressed even more stand out because he is surrounded by everyone being incredibly happy, which I think gets reinforced when the scene ends because it's like a hard cut into the scene and then it's a hard cut out of the scene.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, everyone's cheering. He's done it. The music's still playing. Cut. We're in the morning now. Everyone's gone. It's gone from being bright, warm colours to, again, cold blue. There's a sea behind him. Music stopped. Bond is alone, sat at the bar. He's been there all night. And it just looks pathetic. He looks sad. He's like a fallen man. He throws some money behind the bar and grabs a bottle, pours himself a drink, and it's you're right. Like he's clearly, he's basically just trying to, he's in denial. Like he's kind of pushed back, like just try and fill that void of anything. And now he's back on his own again. And as he sat at the bar, there's a TV in the background and kind of being reflected in the mirror, and he sees that it's a news report, and it's I think it's actually a real like Wolf Blitzer from like CNN or something.
Yeah, CNN News. I think they say CNN.
Do they? Yeah, and it's a news report on a major terrorist attack in London, he's saying, and they suspect it's a cyber terrorist assault on the Secret Service, and start saying that there's like 6 dead, more injured, And that obviously causes Bond to turn around, and you just see him kind of deeply stare, kind of similar to what we just saw with M when she was looking at MI6. Bond's doing the same, a big close-up of Bond looking at the TV screen. So there's like very obvious parallels there.
Yeah, I think there's so much you could talk about this idea with Bond being kind of depressed here. So he won't. That's maybe a whole other thing. Bye. But no, I find this idea extremely interesting about who is Bond if he's not an agent. Because normally, even when he leaves the service, he does it for a reason, to get his man. He's a man on a mission. He's on the edge. He can't be stopped. And he never really left anyway. JK, guys. Like, it's usually that. But this is like, no, he actually has left. And it's like, who is Bond without his job? And the answer is nobody.
Yeah, or a woman. Or a woman he might leave for, like, you know.
Yes, yeah,
Vesper.
I guess with Vesper, there was a reason. Yeah, you're right. With Vesper, there was a reason for that. And he was kind of reinventing himself to be with her. And on the Majesty Secret Service as well, there's a little bit of that. But this one, like, he doesn't have anyone and he's left and he's just nothing. And that's incredibly interesting. Like, lots of things you could kind of think about that. But I will say in this film's credit, where it's like it drops all these kind of ideas, it does enough to sell it, because again, this is very multi-purpose, smart filmmaking. But we kind of move on from this afterwards. Like, it has a direct effect on the rest of the film and the theming of the film, yes. But we do not spend a whole, like, 2 hours of Bond just being depressed and sad. Yeah, like this is like him being reborn almost. Like, he loses complete sense of who he is and what it means to be him, and he kind of has to build that back up, but he's not being depressed and sad about it. Like, he does it in his own Bond way. So it's like, we talked a lot about balance with the character over a lot of these episodes, because yes, you can do new ideas with Bond, but if you don't balance it out correctly, then it's not Bond anymore. And if you go it the other way, then it's not an interesting idea and it's bland. So I like the idea that they're putting this stuff in there, building it kind of back up. You know, you see Bond get re-energized almost when he hears about an MI6 attack. It's like almost like, oh, I'm back. Oh, what's going on there? And I like that it's kind of putting these ideas out there, building it into the theming of the film, but it's not ultimately a heavy-handed, like, answering those questions. It's just kind of part of what this film is, if that makes sense.
It's a bit of a tease of literary Bond, I suppose. I mean, that is one of the things that everyone talks about, is that as depressing and bleak as some of the Craig films are, that's nothing compared to what Fleming actually wrote. But that's the thing, is like, you can get away with that sort of stuff in a book. You can have the time to go through all that stuff. A film, you just can't. Like, you can't have a whole film of Bond moping around depressed. And as you say, they give you just enough to then make the journey worth it. But I'm glad they didn't dwell on it too much. I think less is more in this case.
Yeah, and I think, I guess I don't want to go into a big discussion about Craig's Bond as a whole, but I like that they are reinventing some of this stuff, bringing some elements from the book, doing something different, while still trying to feel like Bond. Like, it's very difficult balance to have, and overall they've done it kind of extremely well, even if all the films have not been stellar. But I really appreciate them, like, injecting these ideas, but still clearly having respect for the character. This is just a new version of it that is focusing on different parts of the character.
Yeah.
So with that, we cut to London, and we cut inside this building where we see, I think it's actually more than 6 coffins. I didn't count them, but the CNN news report said 6 people are dead from the MI6 attack, but I want to say actually there was more than 6 coffins in this room.
I guess more died. Oh dear.
Yeah. So so we have a row of coffins, and we have those more horns again, the MI6 horns, the somber horns. And we see that M is at the end of these coffins and kind of looking at them and looking quite sad. And Tanner enters from the other side of the room and says, "It's time to go, Mum." And M says, "I'm going to find whoever did this." Looking very mournful, which again, another very smart detail, that Tanner is on the opposite side of the room of M. There's just this like implied distance between them because of the weight that she shares and the responsibility she feels from it. It's like giving her this like emotional and physical distance. It's Good stuff. So we then cut to a car somewhere in London. It pulls up to the street outside of a house, and it's raining, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
So Em is then let out of the car, given an umbrella. She enters inside alone. You assume this is her house, and she turns on the light and goes straight for the bourbon, straight to the drink. Not even a second thought. I'm surprised it's not by the door.
She needs one of those hats with like the cans in it, like, and then the straws coming down. So she's always got bourbon to sip on when she needs it.
Yeah, definitely. So she goes for the bourbon, and then she kind of sees there's a shadowy figure by the window, and for a split second she's surprised, and then instantly becomes calm, and is like, "Where the hell have you been?" And the shadowy figure says, "Enjoying death. 007 reporting for duty." So Em turns on the light, and we see Bond holding a bottle of spirit, looking quite terrible still. And Em says, "Oh, did you run out of drink where you was?" And then Bond starts talking about the day Bond got shot, and he's all like, "What did you say? Take the bloody shot?" And then they kind of go back and forth on this. So Em says, "I made a judgment call." Bond says, "You should have trusted me to finish the job." And Em says, "It was the possibility of losing you or losing all the other agents that were on that drive." And Bond says, "You lost your nerve." So Em talks about, "Well, you know the rules of the game. You've been playing it long enough." Of which Bond says, "Well, maybe too long." Of which Em replies, "Speak for yourself." So Bond asks about Ronson. Did he make it? Em says he didn't, confirms that. A little bit of a stare, and Bond talks about them both being played out. Of which leads to Em saying, "Well, if you're played out, why did you come back?" And Bond says it's because we're under attack. And yeah, we're under attack. So Em talks about, well, if you want to come back, you're going to need to be debriefed. We have the tests, and you need to pass the tests or take them seriously because you need to pass those to come back into service. And Bond says, "That's fine, I'll go and change." And Em then says, "Oh, we've sold your flat. Put your things into storage." And Bond looks visibly a bit shocked and upset. And Em says, "Well, it's standard procedure for someone who's unmarried and has no next of kin. It's like, "Oh, you should have called." And then Bond says, "I'll go get a hotel." And she's like, "Well, you're bloody well not staying here." And that's the end of that scene.
That's M's word of the film is bloody. In fact, loads of people, that's the word of the whole film is just bloody.
It's great. Love that word.
So many times, yeah.
So this is when, like, first of all, Em and Bond chatting again, always great. I think there's always there's like an implied weight to how important this is because Bond broke into M's house again.
Yeah, again.
Again, which I know it's only been, like, this is only the third film in the Craig era, but I do feel like that in itself does have a little bit of weight behind it, that this is something special because Bond is in her house. And you just get some good back and forth here, like Judi Dench and Bond, like Craig and Judi Dench, great chemistry. Em and Bond, always entertaining to go back and forth, and Bond being annoyed about what happened there and them kind of going through it, but doing it in their, like, stilted way where they just go back and forth and then move on. This is when they talk a lot about them kind of being older and them being past it potentially. I really like that Bond in his head at this point of the time says, I'm trying to see it in my notes to make sure I get it right, where Bond says about playing the game for too long, and M says speaks for yourself, which I think is just so smart in terms of where these characters are at, where we have M who's being forced out with a retirement, but is still very much passionately clinging on to do her job, which we saw in the last scene, because she's like, "I'm going to find whoever did this." And she talks about to hell with dignity with Mallory. And then Bond, who we saw in the last scene, which is all just depressed and lost himself a little bit and feels like he has been doing this for too long and has lost his place in the world. So that gets injected here. The age thing is a little bit off, but still very entertaining stuff. I like that it ends with a little bit of comedy. So it's something that Bond films always juggle very well. We get the serious stuff, the back and forth, the character moments, and then we also get some comedy as well. So overall, very good, entertaining scene, which is what we kind of have come to expect when it comes to Bond and M in the franchise.
I would be lying if I said that. Basically the whole the whole age thing and the time thing is something that people like to bring up a lot with this film, and how. And I remember I'm guilty of this as well. I've done the same thing. I've said, "Oh, it's stupid how they went from Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, which is a sequel, then straight to Bond being old and past it," and that frustrated me. And I still think it is a bit frustrating. I would have loved if there was maybe one film in between this and Quantum of Solace where it was just Bond being Bond. But you have to, that's all well and good. But the themes that this film then can do by having this element and acknowledging M's age, Judi Dench's age, and tying it to Bond is very clever. Before I was very much against it, and I still am a tiny bit, but I think I'm in a position now where I can see more of the benefits of it. And yeah, like you say, where they're kind of tying these two characters together. Because M's fighting her own battle, and she's very adamant to carry on fighting it. And yeah, we did see Bond is willing to somewhat drop off the face of the earth and realize that it's awful, and he actually hates it. And so he comes back, and just by him coming back is him also fighting his own battle as well, and coming back from it. So yeah, it kind of puts them as like the partners of the film, especially as we come to see. And I think it's really good. We talked a little bit about M being involved in The World Is Not Enough, and how the Elektra stuff and the history she had. This film just does it, and does it better, and you kind of like it's there's more reasoning to it, and there's just more thought put into it. It's great. I love it, and I'm so glad that we got this film with Judi Dench before she left. So I'm a happy man.
Yeah, I'm glad you said about coming around with this kind of older stuff because I think everyone goes through that. I remember going through that when I first saw this film in the cinema. I was like, that was a really good film. What the bloody hell was all that age stuff about?
Yeah.
It's not that old. Have you seen A View to a Kill? He's all right. He's still got like 10 films in him. Don't worry about it. Which I shouldn't compare it to that. I think I've said this before. That's not a fair comparison. But I do think, I think there's so much other stuff to kind of focus on here where like ultimately it's fine. And I mostly see it now at this point as not really about age. I see it more as in just Bond getting out of the game and trying to go back into the game. And I think there's like a few things that you can kind of help justify some of this stuff. I think the first one is that, as you say, they put the senior commander thing in there. And this has been 6 years since the events of Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace. Like, yes, it was 2006 when Casino Royale came out, and then 2 years later, 2008, Quantum of Solace, then 4 years till this one. But those two films take place at the same time. So that would have been 2006. So it's actually been 6 years. And they talk a lot, or they mentioned in Casino Royale about 00 agents have a very short lifespan. So relative to this job and this role, he is old. Like, he is old for an agent, especially because he would have been doing a lot of agent work before he made a 00, because clearly he had some sort of relationship with M before that point. So obviously he was doing a ton of work before that point, and then he just became a 00, and now we've had 6 years of him being a 00. And yes, with some of the older Bond films, that doesn't feel like that long, but I feel like with this version of Bond, that probably is quite a long time. So I am twisting things a bit to make this fit a little bit, but I think there's enough there to sell this kind of idea, and it's not supposed to be that he's super old, he's just more like, compared to what the world is becoming, he's more out of date and has lost his place in the world, is how I see it. Which is something that we got a little bit in GoldenEye. It's that same sort of theming of him being like a dinosaur and out of place and maybe not really being so relevant anymore. And does he have a place in this? Where GoldenEye kind of had that idea and didn't go as all in with it with this one. I feel like that's more what it's supposed to be about. Him coming out of the game, coming back into a game, and suddenly he doesn't fit into it anymore, and trying to find that place, which we see a lot in the film. So for me, yes, my initial reaction was this old stuff is stupid, but the more I think about it, and as you say, the ideas of the films are really strong, it does all kind of work. I wish a line here or two was tweaked to make this fit a little bit better, but I still think it's an incredibly strong idea. And as you say, I think a lot of this is more M's film, so that ties quite well into her storyline, and that storyline totally makes sense for M. So it's all great stuff, and it kind of, yeah, again, I wish a few things were tweaked, but I'm at peace with it, and I can really enjoy the theming of this film as is.
Yeah, and not even just Bond being out of the game and antiquated, it widens that to MI6 with M. That is M's storyline, because as we're going to see, MI6 makes a lot of mistakes, and so you are kind of given that, well, you're shown the idea that maybe they aren't needed. Maybe the way they are acting is not adequate anymore. So yeah, it would have worked if it was just Bond. I think, like what you were saying just then, I think that would have been absolutely fine. But the way that they do tie it into sort of a slightly wider story of Bond and M and MI6, very good, ambitious. But I think they put it off.
Yes, which also ties into the villain for where we get there, which is always just, again, satisfying filmmaking when everything ties into each other, and kind of has a point.
Yeah.
So we cut to Bond in the back of a car being driven around London, and they go through a gate with some armed guards either side, and they go into a tunnel, and we see Tanner is at the front of the car, and he kind of explains what happened with the explosion. He said someone kind of hacked into our system, turned on the gas, and then it was only a matter of time until it exploded. And he also explains how, well, they hacked into M's files, so they knew all her schedule. So Bond then concludes, well, whoever did this wanted M to see it. So this was a very personal attack here. They weren't trying to kill M. They were trying to give M some sort of warning, or wanted her to see this go down. And they then kind of go through all these tunnels, and I can't remember what exactly gets said here. I think Bond might be saying, like, where are we going? Something like that. And then we get one of the best lines in the film for me. Tanner's just like, new digs.
New digs, yeah.
New digs. It's like Tanner is not a cool character in the slightest. But,
no.
Which is why I'm surprised that it sounds actually pretty good coming out of his mouth.
He gets a little bit of a redemption there for all of his mistakes and silly lines. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is always one of the lines, like one of the most memorable lines to me in the film. Similar to what we got in Casino Royale with Felix, where it's just like, I'm bleeding chips. I remember this new digs line in the exact same way.
I see.
But that's what I want from these films. It's what I got from GoldenEye as well. Like, yeah, I want the memorable, great moment, but having all these like little bit of dialogue that I was like, not bad, of course, but just a little bit different, a little bit unique, delivered in like an odd way. That's also going to make me appreciate your film, because I'm going to be thinking about that for years.
Yeah.
So eventually they kind of go through the tunnels and they arrive at this big metal door underground, and Tanner explains how, well, the old building we were in, it was deemed too vulnerable, so we're on war footing now. So they enter and they say these are like old tunnels from World War II. These are tunnels that Churchill would have used back during that one to kind of hide from bombings and things like that. And Tanner then kind of mentions Mallory to Bond, because Bond doesn't know who Mallory is. So he explains like, yeah, there's a new person, Gareth Mallory. And then Tanner also says, welcome to the new MI6. And Bond overlooks on this like little balcony over a busy floor of people working in this big kind of underground area, a lot of arches. It's again, a very wartime British bunker type of vibe. So we then cut to Bond on a treadmill, and we have Tanner explaining about there was a computer message sent to M, but we couldn't track it. And then we cut to Bond doing crunches, and then Tanner is still speaking, and he's saying, well, we think it might be someone from M's past who did this, because it seemed personal. So maybe it was someone from when she was working in Hong Kong. Which,
okay.
It's one of those where it's like, well, that's weird you mention it, so I guess that's true then.
Yeah. Yes.
But I wanted to ask you this. Didn't they mention in the past that M used to work in Hong Kong before taking this role?
Oh, I can't remember that.
Oh, I want to say it was, maybe not, But when I heard that line about M working in Hong Kong, I want to say there was something like in GoldenEye or something, or maybe it was in The World Is Not Enough, where this was already mentioned that Judi Dench's M at some point did work in Hong Kong.
Oh, I really would like if that is true. I as I say, I can't remember, but that would be a nice little callback.
I don't remember either. These films are too bloody long, too bloody too many
Bloody
of
hell.
them.
Take the bloody shot.
Take the bloody shot. Oh, how the hell does he know these things? But I feel like it was, but I probably should have looked that up. I was hoping you would know. But
No, sorry.
if it was a throwaway line. But yeah, so, and then we cut again. Tanner's still talking to Bond, but this time he's doing pull-ups, and Tanner is saying, like, we have no idea who took the list and what they plan to do with it. And Tanner then says, I can do this later if you want. And Bond stops and he's like, you know what? Let's. So everybody leaves, and then Bond just kind of like falls to the floor and just sits underneath the bar all alone. I guess hammering the theme of Bond being a little bit weak and a little bit alone and isolated still. So very small, quick shot there. So then we cut to Bond shooting at a target in a target range. As in when we cut to it, it's cut and then instant fire. So it instantly is the gunshot. And we see that he is missed. He's gone slightly to the side of the target's head. And he kind of like looks around, sees a man not reacting to that, just kind of like watching. And he kind of rubs his shoulder, he re-aims his right arm, and his arm is shaking. And he misses again. So he gets annoyed and just starts walking forward and firing and shooting. And the two men who are there just have no reaction. But yeah, then he stops. So then we cut again. And so this is Bond doing all the tests. So I mentioned before, like, you'll need to pass the test to get back into active service. So this is Bond doing those tests. So we did the physical, now he's doing the shooting, and now we're going to go to the interview. So we cut to Bond entering an interview room. There's a big, like very classic interview room. There's a man on there cleaning his glasses, quite like a professor, that sort of looks psychologist. And we see there's a big pane of glass, and we see M, Tanner, and Mallory behind those glass, and Bond sits down. So the psychologist says, I want to do some word association. So he's like, as an example, I'll say day, and Bond says wasted. Quite a nice line.
I know that feeling. Yeah. Because I'm an agent. No.
Because you kill people. It's the thing. So we then go through this quite quick. So the psychologist says gun, Bond says shoot. The guy says agent, Bond says provocateur. The guy says woman, he says provocatrix.
Which is a word, apparently.
Apparently. Very creative, Bond.
Yeah.
Got a bit clever there, Bond.
Yeah.
So the psychologist says heart, Bond says target. The guy says bird, Bond just stops and is like sky. And then the psychologist says M, and Bond says bitch.
Well, yeah, no, I love that it does cut to her. It's like, Mallory just looking over across at her, like, oh, did you see that?
Yeah, and just no reaction from M. Tanner behind M was like, oh, got him, got her. Sick. I do always love those little moments though, because there's always like, they depict Bond and M as almost like this son and mother sort of thing. They don't go too far with it, thankfully, because they don't want them to, but there is this built-in trust between the two, and sometimes it kind of means like a family. They just lash out at each other, but there's almost like this understanding from M. It's like, yeah, Bond's just had a bad day.
Yeah,
he just needs a nap. He's just a bit tired.
He's just cranky.
Yeah, so Bond is just kind of lashing out because again there is this trust. So it's. I really appreciate that there's no reaction from M. That she's not there like, oh, goodness, after all I've done for him. Like, no. She's like, fine, like no reaction. Yep, of course he would. It's Bond.
No, she's a professional.
Yeah, and she's just to hell with dignity. She says.
Yeah.
So then we go back to the word association. So it's sunlight, Bond says swim, moonlight, Bond says dance, he says murder, he says employment, and then he says Skyfall. And Bond just doesn't respond, just kind of looks at him. So the psychologist says Skyfall again. And Bond just says done. And then he gets up and leaves. He looks at the mirror because he knows they're behind them and just walks out the door. And then Mallory turns to M, is like, well, this is going well. So yeah, like that's Bond's doing the tests. It's once again like they really want to get more into Bond's like state of mind and who the character is. And I always really appreciate the ways they find to do that without it being too labored. So once again, we get very direct, let's look into the mind of Bond with this word association, but we're going to kind of put in some ideas that we already kind of know, like about murder, employment, like, yeah, he's a bit of a psycho, as we know. But then they put in some humor as well, with insulting M and stuff like that. It's like, it does a lot with a little, and that's exactly what like a good Bond scene needs to do when it comes to let's kind of dive into this character a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, it's such an obvious thing to use as a little set piece is this, because you have to imagine these agents have these tests, and it's something that we never really have seen before, is Bond going through these tests like that, and it's an easy way to get some of Bond's psyche on screen very visually. As you say, I don't think it's done terribly detailed, but that's not what this film is about. Like, you're not going to go terribly complex. I'm actually evaluating Bond's, like, we're not laying him down on a on a chaise and start like, how do you really feel? But it's just enough. It's like just enough Hollywood stuff to get a little bit of an insight into it. And yeah, it kind of, when I was watching it, I was like, oh yeah, this is like, it's surprising that they never really touched this angle before of how they like his mental state in as an agent like this in such a test manner. But it was well done, and more of that kind of combative shots, kind of very side on, just like we saw with M and Mallory as well.
I do think this potentially, because they say Skyfall at the end, like this is the big deal, and Bond isn't happy about it, so he just leaves. And it does tie into the evaluation we get later, which is that he's like repressing some sort of childhood trauma, which is tied to this. And I don't think we get a great payoff to that, but I usually do overlook it because I've said it before. So again, I think this is more M's film. So I'm not really here for Bond's like emotional journey with his childhood trauma, because I don't think it really gets addressed all that well. But also at the same time, I think the theming of the film is about the old versus new, and finding your place and kind of transitioning like this and stuff. So I focus more on that stuff. I think this stuff with Skyfall is actually a little bit weak, but it's just quite a small part of the film. It's kind of a small part of the film, I should say, really, because the actual thing itself isn't. But this idea of what they're potentially setting up here is about, what's Skyfall and why is Bond so upset about it? That I don't think gets resolved in a very interesting way. But I think this is more done for the sake of like, that's the name of the film. What does it mean? Like, I think it's more for just like a Hollywood interesting moment. But because it doesn't really interrupt any of the other themes of the film, I'll give it a pass. But I think actually the way that's done isn't that great.
Yeah, it helps that we're seeing, like, they do this a lot where there is so much attention put to M that even in this scene where Bond is getting this evaluation and you are getting these glimpses into his answers and what he thinks and blah, 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 Skyfall, what's that? You are even then still getting, it's Mallory there overwatching M as this happens. It's still M in her own little bubble of a storyline. So, like, it's such clever stuff here. But it would have been so easy to have them feel or maybe to kind of forget one of them. And I would agree with you that I think in terms of like who wins out, M wins out big time with this film. Bond does have his own things, but it's weaker for sure. But they just find a way to meld them so nicely together. And by having that Mallory character here, who we've already seen and is at the moment set up to be a kind of antagonistic, nasty character, it's good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So this all ends, this sequence, with Bond is getting changed and he's shouting in pain as he's taking off his shirt. So he's still very much in pain with this. And he looks in the mirror and he gets a knife. And then he stabs himself in the shoulder where he was shot. And we see some blood come out. And then we quickly cut away. and we see Bond kind of with some bullet shards in his hand and just washing them. And then we cut to him handing them over to Tanner, saying, "Get these analysed for her eyes only."
Now, there's a film I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, and then they just play that film for the next 2 hours.
I was so happy with that.
You were like, hooray!
Yay, Chrissy!
See, these are the references I can get behind. Like, it's such a famous phrase, and it makes sense for this film. That made me quite happy, because yes, there's the film, but generally speaking, it is like a classic Bond saying. So it's nice that they got it in here.
Yeah.
But I do now want to talk about the bullet in his shoulder, because this was really, really confusing when I first watched this film, and I didn't understand what was happening here. So I'm going to explain it in black and white. Most people who know this film probably know what I'm on about, but when I first watched this film, I did not get this. So, in the opening sequence, he got shot twice. He got shot by the mysterious man who stole the list when he was in the digger. That went into his shoulder. And then he got shot again off the bridge. But all the thematic stuff about him being shot has absolutely nothing to do with him being shot off the bridge, because that just hit his body armor, and it was more the force of the bullet knocked him off the bridge rather than him actually being shot. So they had him being shot twice in the opening sequence, but only one of them matters, and that's the first one when he was in the digger, and that's the one's causing him the shoulder pain, and that's the one that he just got the bullet shards out of.
Yes, and I'm not very happy about that either, because I think it's quite easy just to assume he's just getting hit by shards of glass and not actually getting shot when he's in the digger. So, yeah, for the longest time, I thought it was that scar on his shoulder, or like just below his shoulder, was from the gunshot that's just healed badly. Like the Eve gunshot, but no.
Yeah, and I don't know why they did that, because it feels like that, thematically, that shot off the bridge that took him out of being a 00 agent and out of MI6, that, in a more poetic and thematic fashion, should be the one that he's still struggling with. Yeah. As he's trying to come back into the organization and do these tests and prove he's still the same Bond. That should be the one he's struggling with. But no, he would still be struggling with this even if he wasn't shot off the bridge, because he just got shot normally. And that wasn't him messing up. He just got shot during a mission. So even if the mission was a great success, he would still be like, my shoulder really, really hurts. Ow. Because he still got shot either way.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that.
No, and maybe they kind of had to make this all fit, because this does tie into the story and get us into the next place. But it's just kind of unfortunate. For all the smart things this film does, I think if they could have found a better way so Bond only gets shot once and it still serves this purpose, that would have been better. Maybe there wasn't a good way of doing that. I'm assuming that's what happened here. But yeah, unfortunately, it makes it a little bit sloppy, a little bit confusing. Now that, once you've seen the film more than once, you do get it and put it all together. But the first time, it's so confusing that Bond got shot twice and only one of them actually really matters. So yeah, it's a little bit strange, but something you just have to get over. I do kind of equate that to what we've said before about some Bond films just have confusing plots, and you just have to kind of go with it. So I still associate with that, but it's something that on the first viewing, just a bit confusing.
Yeah. So after that, after he's given the shrapnel to Tanner, we pan across the MI6 bunker, and we see Bond in a room waiting, kind of pacing, and Eve enters and says that M is ready to see him. So he's been waiting for the meeting with M, and there is some. I just put there's a bit of banter between these two. For the life of me, I can't remember what they say apart from kind of joking about the fact that she shot him and how it only hit 4 ribs and less vital organs, so nothing major. I don't think there's much else apart from as they start walking, he asks about, have you not been, are you not out in the field sort of thing? Because obviously we saw her there at the beginning on a mission, and she says that she's been temporarily reassigned for killing 007, which is, that's fair play. And he kind of asks, it's not for everyone being in the field. but she's very adamant that she wants to go back. And then this scene, as they're walking towards M's office, it kind of ends with something about. Well, I wrote down here. Bond says, "Well, a moving target is much harder to hit." And as he walks off, she stops and says, "Well, you better keep moving then." Oh, I hope I didn't miss anything that kind of led up to that a bit more.
No, I think that was about it.
This is one of the issues I have with this. For a lot of this film, I do not like Eve's dialogue. I think it's just kind of bad. I know what they're trying to do here and who we eventually see this character to be, but I think some of it just falls flat completely. Like even that silly VW line in the I know that's just a throwaway line, but still. And then this, you better keep moving. Then I just think, it's just so cheesy. I don't like it. I don't know.
It didn't stand out to me. That's interesting. To me, I just thought this was all fine. It was just them going back and forth, making some jokes, and that was that. But
there's there's meant to be this
fine.
Sexual tension between them somewhat, but especially not maybe so much now, but especially later on. And I don't know. I think they hit and miss, which is quite a funny choice of words with her. But anyway.
Fair enough.
I
can
wish
see that. I just thought it was a chance for Bond and an MI6 character to have some banter, as you say, some back and forth. And I liked the back and forth, but if the lines didn't work, then fair enough.
It didn't work for me. Anyway, so Bond goes into the office with Em. She's at her desk, and he goes to sit, and we see the bulldog.
Hey.
The bulldog is there. As Tom said, it's slightly cracked, not looking too good, but still there in one piece. And Bond says, "The whole office goes up, and that bloody thing survives." So, As Bond is sitting there, Mallory comes in as well. So he's there. So it's him, Bond, and M. And there's also Tanner in the corner, but you don't see it until later on. But Tanner is there.
He's always there.
He's always there. He's basically M's carer. But it's fine. And they're there to review Bond's test scores. And M says that he passed. He passed by the skin of his teeth, and that he's back on duty. So that's kind of all Bond needed to know. So he goes up to start to leave, and Mallory kind of chimes in and says, "Why did you come back? Why didn't you just stay dead, stay off the radar?" And not many agents get that chance to leave in that way. To which Bond kind of snaps back about, "Well, how much experience have you had in the field?" asking Mallory, which she kind of ignores and just kind of goes on in about how being an agent, being a 00 is a young man's game. More of that age aspect coming into play here. And M's got Bond's back. She says, if he says he can do it, he can do it. And Mallory is accusing her of being sentimental about him. And Mallory goes to leave and tells Bond not to cock it up as he goes past. And then that's where we see Tanner. So Tanner has been in the corner. He's at his computer.
Hello,
I'm here, by the way. Sorry, that was a bit awkward.
Just dub in like Mr. Mendel's hello over that bit. Hello.
Hello. And he's been analysing the bullet fragments, the shrapnel that Bond gave him, and it's apparently some sort of uranium shell, and somehow they know this is only used by a select few hitmen or terrorists, and this one has been tracked down very handily, to exactly the one man, someone called Patrice, which they don't know much about, but thankfully the CIA are also tracking this guy. So they shared some data, some intel, and they know that he's going to be in Shanghai in 2 days' time for a job there. So M sets out Bond to go and find out who he works for, who has the list, the hard drive, and then kill him, basically. So that's kind of that. Bond, just at the end, says, "Is there anything else you want to say, Em?" Kind of probing her a little bit for a little bit more information. She says, No, I'm fine. I'm good. All good. And ends off by saying, "Go and report to the new quartermaster." Oh, the new quartermaster?
That's what Bond replies with, yeah.
Oh,
quartermaster.
okay. Yeah, to go get his tickets and stuff as well. And I just put in my notes here that it's quite interesting that we're now kind of in this moment where Bond is back, and although not fully back, Like he's still not the Bond we know, and he's still bearded. He's still got a bit of like scruffy beard going on.
Yeah.
Like we saw a bit of bearded Bond, a lot more bearded, Die Another Day, but he very quickly, shaved it all off, and that's that. He's back to normal. But they're keeping it for a bit longer here. You see him for a lot longer in this sort of state, which I just thought was quite interesting. And I guess they save that moment for a more poignant time to have like the thematic shaving as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah,
sure.
just to end off the scene, Bond leaves, and Tanner says to M, "Oh, I didn't know Bond passed his test," and she says he didn't. So yeah, Bond actually didn't. I mean, we kind of could have guessed that from what we saw. He wasn't doing too well, but no, M lied. M just got him through because she wants him.
Yeah. This was a really great scene here because it's always difficult with Bond where they're introducing this character of Mallory who you still don't quite get who this is. And it's always difficult with Bond where you're kind of introducing an authority figure. Like they've messed that up so many times, but Mallory clearly is some sort of authority figure who kind of has some sort of jurisdiction over M to a certain extent, but he's kind of getting involved with this quite a bit. And it's just interesting to see him kind of quiz Bond about this. And it's what you want to see with this sort of thing. He's making good points.
Yeah.
He is saying like, look, well, he says there's no shame in admitting you've lost a step. Like, hey, it's like, you've been injured. It's been pretty rough what you've gone through. You haven't done this for a while. It's like, I think he says something like the only shame is, admitting it too late, which it's just all good points. I just think Mallory's a very straight shooter, very kind of to the point. But it's interesting to see his kind of contrast towards Bond to M, where I don't really see Mallory as just being like really rude and awful towards Bond. He is just being like, I just want to make sure we got the best people on this and this is being handled correctly. And then seeing Judi Dench or M being like, well, if he says he's ready, which he does very quickly because you get Mallory talking about losing your stare. Bond says, hire me or fire me. It's up to you. And this is when M just very quickly says, well, if he says he's ready. And you see Mallory not impressed. So you do see those dynamics. And it is interesting that, I think they balance Mallory very well. It helps that you have Ralph Fiennes here doing this, who's a great actor. Very great on screen and pulls this off very well. And even though he is a very famous actor, he just pulls off this authority figure to Bond really well. So it's just a very interesting conversation between these three with this dynamic, and it's just interesting to see it play out.
Yeah, they didn't make him nasty for the sake of... Well, they didn't make him nasty, but they could have just made him like, oh, he hates Bond, or he's jealous of Bond, or maybe he's like a double agent or something. No, he's just being very logical, and that's enough to have a thing for M to push back against. And you're right. Like you're getting someone who doesn't know Bond versus someone who knows Bond too well, and I think it being Ralph Fiennes as well, as you say, he does the balance incredibly well of being a little bit smarmy and a little bit, well, not smarmy, but like pushing buttons, but also being very grounded. And you're not annoyed by him. You kind of he is there as that role at the moment, but you can respect him, which I like.
Yeah, the respect is the huge part of this, and it has to be for where this character goes. So I'm glad they're kind of putting that in there. But you are kind of in Bond's shoes for this, where you're a little bit unsure about the guy, but it's not that he's not making sense. He kind of is. It's just, go Bond, shoot, get him. Yay. Yeah. So they get that balance really well, which is something they could have got it very wrong. So I appreciate they've been able to interject this character and have him kind of work, because that is not easy to do.
Mm. So Bond has been set to go see Quartermaster, so we see him head into the National Gallery at Trafalgar Square. More London, seeing a lot of London in this film. And he goes inside and we see him sitting on a bench in front of a painting. Just so happens to be a painting by one of my favourite artists, which is Turner, J.W. Turner. And he's there looking at it, kind of waiting for someone. And this man comes and sits down next to him. This very young, bushy-haired man comes and sits down and sees that Bond is looking at this painting and starts to discuss what he sees in this, and it's basically this painting of a grand old warship. He says being like unceremoniously hauled away for scrap, and he says, "What do you see?" to Bond, to which Bond says, "A bloody big ship." And yeah, I mean, there's lots of themes there in terms of a old boat being hauled away for scrap, but Bond takes his cue to go. To leave at that point, or starts to leave, and the man next to him says 007, and yeah, this is the new quartermaster, the new Q, played by Ben Whishaw, a much younger Q. And upon seeing this, Bond just, I guess this is a callback to Goldfinger, where he says, "You must be joking," and the two start to then sort of have this little back and forth about the respective ages and things like that, and like you got spots, Bond says, and stuff like that. And Q says that, kind of defending his age, that he would be able to do more damage on his laptop in his pajamas compared to what Bond could do in the field a whole year. And that Bond is only needed to really pull a trigger when a gun needs to be shot. To which Bond says, or not be shot. Tricky to know that in your pajamas. And that was sort of them, getting their guard down a little bit. They shake hands and they properly address each other, Q, 007. And then we actually get the reason for this meeting. So Bond gets his tickets to Shanghai, a passport, and he gets a small black box as well. And he opens it, and inside is a Walther PPK. And Q is saying that it's got a sensor in the grip, so only he can fire it, which is something we've seen before. Not a crazy gadget by any means, but it's mapped to his palm. And also there's this little empty spot which Bond asks about, and that is for a radio, just a radio transmitter, just a little distress signal, tiny little square metal thing. And upon seeing that, Bond says a gun and a radio, not exactly Christmas. And we get Q saying, "What were you expecting? An exploding pen? We don't really go in for that anymore," which is obviously a very big callback to some of the more ludicrous gadgets, little wackier gadgets that we've seen from the old Q, from Desmond Llewellyn. And this Q then goes to leave, and just before he does have one last little line saying, basically, "Please return the equipment in one piece." So yeah, that is the new Q, and a nice little introduction to him and his relationship with Bond here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. So I guess overall, I'll start with, I really appreciate that they just went in a very different direction with the new Q. Like, the mistake they kind of made with John Cleese, one was probably hiring John Cleese, but the second one was that they just had this famous actor just try and imitate Desmond, which was just never going to work. So this time they've just gone in a completely different direction, and I think that was a really smart way to go. Like, don't try and copy Desmond. Instead, try and do something a little bit different with someone a bit younger and kind of re-establish that relationship between Q and Bond. Like, if you're going to do a reboot, like, now's the time to do it. So I think that's really good. I will say with Ben Whishaw playing the character, I do kind of just hear Paddington Bear during the scene.
Just close your eyes and you get the marmalade sandwiches out.
Yeah, like he doesn't quite, like he does do Paddington different to this, but I saw this first and then Paddington came out. I'm like, oh, that's Q playing Paddington. That's oddly delightful. Didn't expect that.
Yeah.
But I think, so I think that stuff's really good. I think that approach is really smart. Mix it up and do something different. And that was a good approach. But yeah, I think the dialogue's a little bit hit and miss here. Like, some of this makes me laugh because this is mostly like a fun scene. Like, which is what Q scenes usually are. Like, it's more in humor and they're back and forth and bouncing off each other. It's not supposed to be serious. It's not pure comedy, but there's clearly a lot of humorous dialogue in there. And some of it makes me laugh. Like when Bond, as you said, Bond's like, a gun and a radio. It's not exactly Christmas, is it? That made me laugh. But the stuff where he's all like, I don't know, like Bond's like, you must be joking because you've still got spots. That feels a little bit like boomer humor to me, like a little bit too like generational divide stuff. Like, oh, the young versus the old, the different generations. Oh, you're young, you're old, you're past it. Oh, like that sort of nonsense. That stuff doesn't make me laugh. So that stuff I don't really like. But even so, I like the new Q, and some of this stuff does make me laugh, and I do enjoy it overall. It's just some of the stuff I just feel is a little bit off, and I think they just go too all in on the young versus old stuff, and sometimes it just doesn't work.
I like the old versus new stuff, and as you say, it's the most logical thing for them to do something different. I think what you're saying, and I would agree with, is that just some of the dialogue in this film is just not great. I've already mentioned some of the dialogue with Eve I'm not a big fan of, and you're right, some of it here isn't great. I do like how they have a switch of the roles, kind of, though, where Q is like the slightly cockier one to begin with, quite big-headed, and Bond is the grumpier one. But then they kind of dress each other down a bit and then start to respect each other a bit more, even after such a quick meeting. What I don't like, and I've been going back and forth on this since I've watched it, is how much I like the whole thing of exploding pens. We don't really go in for that anymore. And it's something that I'm going to say a couple times in this film, where they bring back these tropes, and they are bringing back Bond, but they're kind of, I think we might have said this in a previous podcast, but they kind of want to do it, but also point out that it's bad. You know what I mean? Like, look at these silly things we used to do. And I just don't really think it works. I think, especially with this new Q character, it just seems so forced to have him say, "Oh, bring it back in one piece, please, Bond." It's just so unnecessary to me, I think. I mean, I have to remember that this is like the 50th anniversary, and they're going to have these little nods and winks, not to the same extent as Die Another Day, thank God, but they are going to have these things. And maybe when I saw this in 2012 and it was the Bond anniversary, I was like, yeah, he just hit the line. It's like the old Q. Maybe I would have liked it then, but we're 10 years later now, over 10 years later, and I think actually they aren't necessary. I kind of think this Q could have just stood on his own ground without having those callbacks, personally.
I like the line well enough, and I think it's because if they were going all in on those references, they would have had him say, "Now pay attention, 007," and I would have been really upset if they did that. So it's almost like getting in one of those Q lines, but not getting in the main iconic ones. So for me, it kind of felt like a good compromise, because he cannot pull off "Now pay attention, 007." He's just too sweet. But yeah, I agree about the exploding pen line. It's like, that's GoldenEye, dude. How dare you?
Don't touch that. Yeah.
Have a little bit of bloody respect. You're young. Oh, God. I think I'm the same age as what this character is. That's where we're at. I don't know how that's happened. But I don't know why they went exploding pen. There's probably more ludicrous stuff. And I agree. They probably should have just left that alone. I like the idea of, like, let's reintroduce gadgets, but kind of strip it back to such basic stuff and then integrate that into the film. I think that's quite a fun idea. So I kind of do like how the gadgets are handled in this film with reintroducing them. But I could have done without the exploding pen line and we don't go in for that anymore. It's like you didn't need to, as you said, you didn't need to take that extra step. No. Just strip it back and have that be that. Don't be like, remember the exploding pen? Remember the two? Like, we don't need to do that. It's fine. So with Q meeting up with Bond, Q has given Bond his tickets to Shanghai. So we cut to aerial shots of Shanghai at night. And usually with Bond films, you get like one shot, right? Like you get the one shot, here's this place. And then like the text would come on screen. And then you just cut to like Bond arriving somewhere. But we actually get a lot of different shots here. And it's showing all these different areas of Shanghai, all these cars and all these, like, it's a lot of skyscrapers, and then it's like a lot of highways and cars, and it's a lot of shots and panning all over, which I massively appreciate. I've said, like, in a few episodes that whenever they kind of take the time to do this establishing shots and just give you a really good sense of the place and frame it really well, like I liked with You Only Live Twice, I really appreciate that. And I'll say this now about Shanghai. This place just looks incredible.
Yeah,
I love these shots of Shanghai at night. It just looks so beautiful. Like it's some of the best shots in the film.
It looks kind of, I mean, we later see that it's wet as well. Like it's been raining, so you get all those reflections in the puddles, and it's very kind of cyberpunky. And I just think that it's such, and the way that these things are filmed in this film in particular, so beautifully not choreographed, composed, that it just really is such a lovely sight to see all these big, stunning, lit up buildings.
Yeah, like how much you're into this is going to depend to, as you say, the cyberpunk aesthetic and just cities at night. But I've always thought cities at night, and especially someone who's like a filmmaker who can capture that in a really kind of striking way is, I love seeing that stuff. So these are like, this looks amazing. So I appreciate them taking that effort. So we go to like the bottom of a skyscraper, and like the camera kind of zooms to the top of the top of a very specific skyscraper. Sorry. And we see that there's a pool on top. So we then cut inside and we see a man swimming in the pool. And then we cut to, it was Bond who was swimming and is sitting outside the pool and is like breathing quite heavily. So still a little bit out of shape, but he's clearly like working his way back into shape. And then we again cut inside like I put rich man's bar because it's just like a very fancy like city bar in one of these skyscrapers. And he's sitting at the bar looking very dapper, very fly. And he has a message on his phone. He checks it, and it's got a flight number and a time on it. So it's just a quick shot of him looking down and then him looking up. And then we cut again, and he is at the airport at arrivals. So we have a big group of people waiting at arrivals and a load of people like coming off planes. And we see Patrice in the crowd. And then we cut to Bond in his best disguise yet, I think.
Yeah.
He's wearing like a driver's cap and sunglasses, and that's it.
I think Q's disguise in Fear Eyes Only was better with the beard. Come on,
I think so. Yeah, I didn't notice that, but yeah. And it's also funny because Bond is still like not shaven yet. He still looks quite gruff. So it's just like the most half-hearted, unimpressed he has ever looked. Just like, I found this hat and sunglasses, whatever.
This will do. Yeah, I don't buy that. I think Patrice probably would have spotted him, but hey, the film's got to move on.
I do buy it enough just because he is lost in a crowd and stuff, and Patrice probably doesn't really remember Bond all that well because it was just a job, because 3 months have passed. I don't think we said that, but actually they do specifically say that it's been 3 months since the opening sequence that this then all starts off again, which, as someone who complained about the time stuff with Quantum of Solace and stuff, thank you very much. Thank you for just saying it has been this amount of time. Very kind. I also like to think that Bond killed a driver to get this disguise.
Oh no! Oh,
followed someone into the toilet, did his old trick, came out with the sunglasses and hat just so he could do this.
Any means necessary. Yeah,
exactly. Well, all he had was a radio and a gun. What was he meant to do?
I guess go down to the local fancy dress shop. I don't know.
Oh, maybe
as a clown. I don't know. Wrong film.
Okay, let's move on now. Whenever the clown comes up, we got to go.
That's enough.
So we cut to seeing the cars driving down a road. So Patrice is in a taxi and being driven, and we have Bond behind him, or somewhat behind him, tailing. And we get more aerial shots of the highways, which is again looks amazing. Just so many lights, similar shots to before, but it looks awesome. And we then cut to a shot of the camera on the ground looking up at a skyscraper. So it's kind of like if you were standing in front of a skyscraper and looking up, the camera's kind of pointing that way, and then it slowly pans down. And as it reaches ground level, the taxi that Patrice was in, and he gets out, and it doesn't really serve any purpose, but I just love the little style choice there, just to make it feel a little bit different. That was cool.
Yeah, they do. There's another shot coming up later as well where they really want to impose that height, that sense of height here. And,
because you're about to go up to the top of the skyscraper.
Yeah,
right? So I guess they need to sell that as much as they can.
Yeah.
Patrice gets out and he goes into the building, and Bond arrives and parks up and he watches him, and we see Bond get his gun out, the one that the PPK that Q gave him, and he holds it in his hand. And the lights, there's 3 lights on the top of the handle. Those goes green, which means he can fire it because it's tied to his palm. And he smiles to himself. And then we see Patrice shooting the guard at the entrance of the building. And then we kind of cut back to Bond watching and looking serious. And that always makes me chuckle a little bit, because they cut to Bond smiling to himself, to then Patrice killing someone, and then back to Bond, but now he's all serious face because he saw Patrice kill a man.
It's like he got a little bit lost in his thoughts. Oh, this gun's really cool. Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh yeah, oh god.
I'm on a
Stuff
job.
to do. Yeah. He's been away from the game for a little bit. He got distracted.
He has to get his head back into this sort of stuff.
Exactly. So Patrice walks further into the building. Bond just enters and follows, and we see him kind of going up some stairs, holding his gun. That's Bond, and Bond finds another dead guard, so he kind of follows or goes round to where he is. And we see in the distance Patrice getting into a lift to head to the top of the building. And Bond is watching him get into the lift, and as soon as the lift starts going up, Bond sprints and he leaps and he grabs onto the bottom of the lift. So Patrice is in this lift going up, and Bond is hanging onto the bottom on this pole. So we get some like panning shots showing it go up, and we see Bond getting very sweaty as he's holding on because he's struggling a bit, and Patrice is like loading up his gun, and we then see Bond, like his right arm slips because that's the one that it got shot. So he then like re-grabs it at the bottom underneath the lift and is like still hanging on but kind of struggling. But eventually the lift does get to the top, Patrice gets out, and then Bond climbs up to follow. So he like forces the lift door opens and walks off. So yeah, this is kind of that idea that we already kind of saw about his shoulder. Like he's still not quite right. And he's kind of like physically struggling to do this, which is completely understandable. That looks extremely difficult. I think most people would struggle to hang on like that. But
I could do that.
Could you? Yeah.
Oh, I'll give it a go.
Well, you've never... He's tried to do it and only barely done it. You've never failed at doing it.
Exactly. So far, I'm all good. I've never failed so far.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
I've done it like 6 times. I always fall off.
Oh, yeah. That's why you just don't do it.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this was always like... And I think this scene makes more sense when you think of it as he's injured and trying to get back into the game rather than he's too old. I mean, we've already talked about the old angle already in this episode, but I think it's worth reinforcing because I think when you first watch this scene, you're just like, oh, he's just an old man hanging on, but he still manages to do it. But I don't think that's what you're meant to take from this here, is he is injured, getting back into things, something he would normally do, he's now struggling, but he is still able to get it done.
It doesn't help that the beard does make him look a lot older as well.
Yes, for sure. So Bond climbs up and kind of walks onto this floor. So it's like this office floor, but everything's like empty. But it's all like lit one color. So it's all lit blue, and Bond enters and he's just slowly walking through. And then we kind of hear like this piano music start coming in. And the floor kind of, it's lit one color, but it kind of keeps changing. And we see Patrice setting up his gear on the opposite side of the floor. But the way it's set up is that all the lights are off inside the building, and then there's like a ton of glass with a load of that kind of reflecting, like it's kind of split up by these panels of glass. And because there's no lights inside, it means all the lights outside in the city are being reflected in. So you kind of at some point see a large jellyfish on the screen. So everything inside is being lit up by that. But because there's so many glass panels in the way, it's like all being reflected somewhat as well. And there's like a lot of shadows. So what this scene is Patrice is setting up his stuff by the window, and Bond is like slowly walking through trying to get to him without him noticing. So Bond walks through one of the doors and then stops. We see Patrice has like a device which is like saws a hole open in the window. So he sets that up, and then he goes to like set up his weapon. He has some sort of sniper rifle. And we see across the way in the opposite building from this one, there's like a woman setting up a table. There's like an apartment, and a man gets let into the apartment, and there's some quite fancy looking woman kind of setting things up. So Bond keeps walking quite slowly, and Patrice then pops a glass circle. So where he was using that laser device, he then pops that out, and we hear a load of the wind because we're quite high up. So a lot of wind sound comes through, and we see across the way in the apartment like an elderly man enters. And then he sits down on a chair, like in front of a painting that's been covered, and Patrice sets up his gun and aims it. The painting is then revealed, and Patrice shoots the man in the head, and he dies. And Patrice then at that moment sees Bond in the reflection of one of the glass. So he spins and he shoots at Bond. So Bond charges out Patrice and they start fighting. And then we kind of cut to a single shot where it's like a little bit further back, and it stays on this for a while, where it's those two, like where it's them fighting hand to hand, and both figures are kind of blacked out. So they're fighting next to each other because I think Patrice might have shot out the window entirely, or it's about to be shot out during this anyway. So they're kind of fighting in front of the window, back and forwards. You can't really see fully what's happening because you're at a distance and they're both blacked out. But we see that one of the figures get flipped out the window and one of them is carrying the other one. So the camera slowly pans forward and then kind of goes over, and it reveals that Bond is holding Patrice out the window. And Bond shouts, "Who has the list? Who are you working for?" Offers Patrice. I guess he didn't hear. It's very windy. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So what?
Say that again?
So Patrice deciding to slip because Bond is holding him with his right arm, his dodgy arm. So Patrice kind of slips and then he just falls. And we see him bounce off the building a little bit and just disappear. And Bond slaps the side because he's a bit annoyed. But he looks up and he sees the woman in the apartment looking at him. And they both look at each other. And Bond is sitting there. But then the lights in Bond's place like fade. So it kind of goes dark. And then when it comes back, Bond has disappeared. So we cut to Bond looking through Patrice's things, his equipment, and he finds like an old dragon coin or a chip of some sort. And then he takes a look at the writing on the rim, which says something about, I want to say Dragon Casino. It's something like that. So yeah, like I feel like this is like potentially the most iconic, almost like, at least for me anyway, the most like memorable standout scene in the entire film. Like, I remember when I first watched this in the cinema, it was such a awesome experience because this is shot in a very stylish way, like extremely stylish. It's very style over substance, where it's Bond, like they've set this all up to all be lit in a specific way and to go through these colors and be lit by the city, and the music starts off with this piano thing and then it kind of like is building quite slowly up and up, but it's not like any type of music that we've seen before in a Bond film. It's like doesn't really even sound like it comes from a Bond film, but I kind of mean that as a compliment. And it's just like a very like visual and audio experience that they're trying to convey here. And it's so awesome that they like put in the effort to make what is ultimately quite simple idea, really. It's just Bond versus some bad guy. We see this in like half the Bond films, that he has to go over some like too big goon to get some information. But Sam Mendes and the team just put the effort to make this something more stylish, something more different, something more bold, something more memorable. And this is when in the cinema I was like, this film's amazing. Like, this is when I really was like, oh, okay, this is awesome. Like, this is when it all clicked for me the first time seeing it.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about it being like why it's good, because I think the reason why it's good is just what you're seeing on the screen. There's honestly not much more to it. It just looks great. It looks great anyway. But if you're a fan of this aesthetic, it's extra good. Blade Runner vibes from this. The big jellyfish, like the adverts in the background, and as you say, causing all those reflections and everything, and the blue contrast of the black silhouettes, and it's honestly, it just looks nice on the eyes. And like the fight is really nothing major. It's kind of just it's a very stylized fight and it's over quite quickly, but you just go with it because it looks great. I mean, the whole stuff with the art thing, I don't really think is important, to be honest with you, because I can't actually think about where that really leads to per se. But just seeing it on screen is more than enough. As you say, this is a very typical thing for a Bond film, but they've really just dressed it up, and that works.
Yeah, it's just, you just get lost in it. And I think this is a really interesting thing, though, where we talked about originally in the Bond films, it was all about these like one-on-one fights, but almost like how amateur and basic they were was almost like part of what made them work. It was just like, right, throw Sean Connery in a room, throw a big guy in a room, we'll have them slap around a bit, and that's like, there's like this raw enjoyment to some of that. And then they like got away from that and it became like more movie star Bond, where he's just like a few punches and stuff and then he's knocked out, and it stopped having any weight behind it. And I think now this has almost like evolved that idea where it's like, okay, we're not going to try and do this really physical proper fight. Like, we're not going to do like a John Wick style one-on-one fight here where it's quite bloody and gritty and raw and in your face. Instead, we're kind of going to evolve it to be more stylish and more memorable that way. And I massively appreciate that. This is not about the fight between these two men. This is about the atmosphere. This is about Bond approaching it. This is about like setting Shanghai in this setting and just having you kind of get lost in it a bit. And I think that's awesome. So it's kind of like, if you're going to do something like this, either have a really good one-on-one fight, really interesting set piece, or you can do what this is, which is just go for style points. Make it something slow, make it something interesting, because again, most of this is just Bond walking forward and Patrice just doing a job. So it's like, I'm glad they've found this kind of new angle in terms of making something like this interesting, because something like Bond is never going to again be on the same level as something like The Raid, and I don't think it really kind of needs to try to do that. So instead they do this approach and it's extremely successful, and I think Sam Mendes knew exactly what he wanted to do with the scene and just pulls it off really well.
Yeah, and I guess they're also limited by the type of films that Bond films are, where they can't get gory or they can't be too violent. Really, like there is a line that they are definitely they have to adhere to age rating wise. So, like you say, you're never going to get these really over the top or not necessarily gory, but just like going all in with the fight and the action. So that's why then do it this way. Because then you don't need to have all these really intense things. You can have it from a little bit further back and you just appreciate the fight visually like that way. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, and it's like the reason to see this film in the cinema if you can. If anyone ever gets that chance, this is a real treat in the cinema. So we cut to an aerial shot of London at night. Can't remember if it's raining. I guess I would guess that it is, but I don't remember.
If it's not raining, it's at least very grey, I'd have to imagine.
It's mist, a little bit of a mist.
Yeah.
Outside. It's about to rain.
Yeah.
So we go into M's house, and she's at her desk on a laptop, and she's looking at the image that she got sent before, which was the British flag, the Union Jack, and then her in the middle with the crown of MI6 on her. She's looking at that image, and she's actually comparing where that image came from, which is from her Hong Kong days, because it comes from an image of her next to someone who we assume is Chinese. I'm not too sure. So yeah, another little drop there, that the thing that Tanner said before about her days from Hong Kong, that's correct, because that's where this image came from. So on her screen, it then pops up with like a roulette wheel, and it says, click here to reveal your prize. Like, it's very much like a fake ad, like one of those annoying ads you can get, but like something's very off about it. And she then does click to reveal her prize, the head of MI6, everybody.
Terrible practice there. Did no one teach her how to use the internet?
No, like she needs some IT training for sure.
She does.
Yeah, so she does just click it, and straight away it sends her to a YouTube video. But like actually a YouTube video. Like she actually goes to YouTube.
Yeah.
And then it's a video showing the details on 5 undercover agents. So it has the images of them before and them undercover, and it just says who they are. And she calls Tanner straight away, and the video ends saying, new names every week. Like, comment, and subscribe. So I had to do that joke.
Silva just wants to get up there. He wants to become an influencer, all right?
He saw Mr. Beast and he was like, why not me? I can do that. She calls Tanner because she's worried, and yes, so we now know that whoever has this is going to reveal every week new names. I think it might say "Think on your sins" again, in line with the other one. So we then go back to Shanghai, and we see Bond is in a very he's in a hotel, but it's like a very traditional Asian hotel. Like, it has that aesthetic, but it's also like quite fancy and clearly somewhere that's very expensive to go to. And he's just about to shave. Finally, and somebody knocks on the door, and he gets his gun out and approaches it because he's like, who would be here? And someone says room service, of which Bond smiles and opens the door, and it's Eve, the MI6 agent who shot Bond that one time. And Bond kind of smiles and is like, I didn't order anything. And she says, well, I've got some new information. And she's like, it's all part of the learning curve. Because I think Bond might say something about like, why did they send you? And she's like, it's all part of the learning curve. And Q is afraid of flying. And poor Bond mutters, well, of course he is.
I like that. That's a good little detail there.
Yeah, again, it's leaning into the old versus new stuff again, but yeah, quite funny. I mean, I'm pretty sure he gets over that because Q has to fly in the next films, but It's a funny line. So Eve explains that whoever has the list has decrypted it and has started posting names online, and it's part of some sort of sadistic game. So Bond goes to shave, so he goes back to what he was doing, and she's all like, oh, a cutthroat razor, it's very traditional. Which Bond says, sometimes I like to do things the old-fashioned way, and then kind of looks at her and just hands her the razor. She says something about like, oh, are you putting your life in my hands again? And we cut to Bond sitting in a chair and Eve shaving Bond using this cutthroat razor. So Bond starts saying about, well, M has briefed me on the list. I already know all this, so why are you actually here? And Bond says that you're spying for Mallory. Because we did hear that earlier. I think we covered it. I'm not too sure about how Eve is actually working for Mallory. So when she took a desk job or stopped working in the field, she actually was to assist Mallory. So she actually works for him. So Bond says, oh, Mallory's a bureaucrat. And Eve's like, well, you should do your homework because Mallory was actually a lieutenant colonel in Northern Ireland and was captured by the IRA. But Bond kind of like interrupts her and finishes her sentence, saying that Bond kind of knows all this. And then Bond just goes for a blouse. Takes this opportunity to have a go. And she's just like, keep still, because this is the tricky part. And pushes his head back and then kind of shaves underneath his chin by his neck. And then finishes off by saying, now that's all better. You look the part now. Bond's like, well, what part's that? She replies, old dog, new tricks. So, yeah, all pretty decent stuff. I'm assuming that, I don't know how you feel about the dialogue this time around.
I think the dialogue, I mean, you just saying it there kind of does remind me of just how much they are hammering the old new. I mean, it's like, I get that they want to put that as a thematic element, but it's like, wow, they do say traditional, old-fashioned way, old dog, new tricks, and this is just in one scene, and like there's so many other scenes that say that sort of stuff. Maybe they do push it a bit too hard, but no, I think dialogue-wise, I really want to like this actress who plays Eve, Naomi Harris. I really want to like her more because I feel like she is very good, but the dialogue that she's given and the way that she delivers it in this scene, which is obviously, it's a very sexualized scene. They're very close together as she's shaving his neck. And as you say, he goes for a blouse at one point. It just comes across, the way she speaks comes across more like childlike to me than actually equal people, like matched people. And that just kind of like loses it for me completely because I just don't get any of that chemistry between the two. I think later in the next scene, it works a bit better. In this scene, I didn't love it, to be honest with you.
I'm not surprised by that. I'm kind of on the fence with it. I do think their like relationship and back and forth, because it's all just quips, like it is very superficial. I think that's kind of fun in its own way. And yeah, I think it's fine. Like, I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's all that great. I guess it's nice that we are seeing Eve and Bond bounce off each other quite a bit in this film. That's probably quite smart. So, yeah, I don't really have any real passion about this scene either
fair.
way. I think it's interesting about the Mallory stuff, though. Bond calling Mallory a bureaucrat, and Eve's like, well, no. But Bond's all like, well, I know that already. So it's like, okay, well, I don't quite know what the point of that was. I guess it's nice that we're getting some background of Mallory, but then isn't Bond just a liar? Like,
that just makes Bond look stupid because it's like, well, you know the answer then. Yeah. Why are you saying that stuff? Yeah.
But it's more background on Mallory, which is nice. So it makes Bond look a bit silly, but it's nice that we know that. So it fits in with something that happens later, and it's all about building Mallory's character, which we find out is quite important to do. So I like that bit as well.
Wait a minute. There's a character that's saying something that looks stupid for information for the audience. Where's Tanner?
Tanner should have. This is Tanner's role.
This is Tanner's territory here.
He should have poked around the window and been like, but actually, I thought he was in Northern Ireland. Oh, Tanner.
Oh, Tanner, go away.
Why are you here? I do like that idea that, like, because, you know, Eve has been sent here to spy for Mannery, but if M wanted to do that, would have just sent, like, Tanner.
Yeah.
And then we just get Tanner shaving Bond in the hotel room.
This is the tricky part.
Old dog.
And then
new digs.
And Bond goes to unbutton his shirt.
No.
No, that would then line up with what we get later on in the film as well. There you go. It all works.
Yeah, should have been Tanner.
Works.
Come on, guys.
Oh, that's good. Okay. God, where were we? All right. So after the shaving scene, actually, I think that scene was in Macau, by the way, not Shanghai. I think it had already gone to Macau by this point.
Oh, really? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. We get Bond because he'd found that casino chip from Patrice's little briefcase. So we see Bond heading to a casino, and you get these opening shots of this where it's nighttime, he's all tucked up, he's looking the part, he looks great, he's now clean shaven, he looks like Bond, the Bond we know. And he is on this boat that's putting into this casino that's kind of in the middle of the water. And I mean, this is more of those shots that I think are very iconic to this film. I mean, a lot of people would visualize this when they think of Skyfall, because it's just, honestly, there's lanterns on the water. He's going through, on this boat, he's going through these giant lit up dragons, which is where the dragons come in from the title sequence. There's fireworks going on in the background. It's so warm and orange, and it's almost too pretty. You know what I mean? It almost looks too like, it's just such an overload of rich, lush visuals, and it just looks great. Like Bond pulling up, standing there, going through these dragons is, honestly, I think this definitely solidified that this is like the best looking Bond film by far.
Yeah, and it is pure, look how good this looks.
Yeah, it is.
I think there is some like symbolism going on here about how this is kind of, I've said before about how I think this film is about Bond coming back and being reborn. And we just had, here he has now shaved, and now he's heading to a casino in a full tux, and he's like standing quite proudly. And it almost feels like this is kind of symbolizing him returning fully. And now this is Bond, because he is in the full tux, because he does look the part, and he is standing on this bridge, which kind of signifies, symbolizes like a journey, and going through Mouse, I think, like helps symbolize that as well. But it's like all in on that kind of idea, and it's purely about look how good this looks. But yeah, I think it somewhat symbolizes Bond is actually coming back, and they don't say it, they just show it.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree with all that. Yeah.
And we get the remix of Skyfall as well. I think this is the first time we hear the Skyfall being added into the score.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm surprised you missed. It's really like distinctive.
No, I heard it here, but I thought it would have been earlier on as well.
I see.
Oh,
I can't think where it would have been. This is the first time I wrote it down anyway.
See, the Bond theme only plays when Bond is back. Not the Bond theme. The film theme plays. There's more to it there. I like this.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, Bond heads into the casino. Nice casino. I'm gonna say it's nice. Yeah, it's just the same as it is on the inside. To be honest, lots of nice like warm colours, lanterns, very inviting. And it's all very, very fancy. Obviously, he walks in. It starts off. He walks over, like before you actually get to the casino area with all the tables. He walks over this bridge, this small bridge inside, and it's over the top of a pit. And we see what's in the pit. It's a Komodo dragon is down there. Not a great looking one, similar to what I said about the scorpion, but it's there. I mean, maybe that's unfair. Maybe it looks fine, but I just, as I say, once I notice the CGI stuff, it just gets to me. But there is a Komodo dragon down there, which will come back later on.
I think it looks fine, but as we said with the scorpion, it's just blatantly CGI. So if you're just like, ew, CGI, then yeah, not great. But like I said before, like animals in films are just CGI. So for me, I don't mind it. But yeah, you look at it and you're like, yep, that's CGI. That's not real.
I guess, yeah, the alternative is that they have these actual animals on set that probably aren't I mean, I'm sure that like laws have got better in terms of animal treatment, and it's not like in the older Bond films where sharks are actually getting shot. But I think it's just for them, it's just so much easier just to stick a CGI thing in there rather than, I don't know, a real thing, or like the snake in Moonraker or the anaconda in Moonraker where they try and do like a rubber one or whatever that was, and it also just looks terrible.
Yeah,
so
I think
fine.
that looks way worse. Maybe they should have done it like the old Godzilla films where it's just like a man in a costume. Just a little Godzilla down there stomping around. That would have been cool.
So we see Bond. It goes over this little bridge on this pit, and this whole shot now is kind of we're behind Bond as he's walking through this casino, and it kind of turns into this very long one take shot sort of thing because we start to hear he starts to talk, and he's actually talking to Eve through an earpiece. And as she responds, you see in front of him that she is also there. She's kind of leaning up against a pillar, so she's involved in this this part of the mission alongside Bond. And I like how when she's talking back to him, Bond says, "Don't touch your ear." So he knows how important that is.
Carter.
Yeah. And he says about there's these exits and there's these blind spots which she's unsure about, and Eve says she's got that covered. So she's putting her weight in this situation, and there's a little bit more bit of banter between them as they're walking. So you see Bond still walking through, still this shot, and as he's talking, you see Eve walk in the background as well. And they're talking about whether they like to gamble, and they both scrub up quite nicely. And I like how at one point you hear Eve is on the earpiece, and then she's actually walking past Bond, so you hear her actual voice, and then it goes back to earpiece. It's just nice little. Oh yeah, there she is, and off she goes again. And anyway, Bond walks up to, and you see the whole casino by doing this shot as well, which is quite nice.
Yeah, that shot really is like low key, really impressive. Because normally with the single shots, I feel like most of the time when people do it, it's more just to kind of technically show off. Like, oh, we did this all in one shot. But I feel like this is actually really, really purposeful. Like, you get to follow Bond around, walking around a casino, which is cool in itself. You get to see Eve walking around, and you see her moving in the background, but not always in focus, and sometimes in focus. It just gives you a really unique and awesome perspective in terms of like two agents scoping out a place and pretending they don't know each other while also talking. It's like, it's one of the more purposeful single shots I've ever seen. And it's for such a small nothing part of the film at the end of the day. It's just it just really helps the film and elevates it a lot.
Yeah. Bond walks up to the kind of chip desk, the casino desk.
The chip desk. You've been to casinos. You know about the chip desk.
I think I've been to a casino once in my life. And he gives the woman behind the desk the chip from Patrice, which gets a bit of a reaction from her. She sees it and looks, and there's like a sort of moment there, and she says, "Oh, just one moment." And as she goes away, Bond looks around, and up on kind of balcony stairway section, he sees a woman, the back of a woman at first, smoking, and she turns around, and it's the same woman that he saw in the skyscraper on the opposite side, the one that was involved with the assassination and the art stuff. So he clocks her, and she clocks him. And after that, some men have come to give Bond his winnings from this chip, which is a briefcase full of money. I think it's like 4 million euros, he says later on. So absolutely stacked. And also a few extra chips from the house as well. So with those, he goes towards one of the tables and starts to play. And this is where the woman from the stairs, she comes over, and they kind of start to talk to each other, and they're kind of teasing about what happened in Shanghai, not outright kind of saying it, but just kind of vaguely about, Bond got in the way, and kind of, I can't remember what they say now, but like twist, no, not twist. What do they say? I can't remember. But after that, Bond, I think they then like properly introduce each other, and she says, "What's your name?" And Bond, James Bond. And her name is Severine. And now that Bond is loaded for all this money, she's like, "Why don't you buy me a drink and we can talk there?" So it's at this point where Bond mentions, will your friends be joining us? Because he's spotted that actually there's all these men that are associated to her, bodyguards, at first maybe he thinks, that have been watching him as she's been talking to him. And I think, I can't remember what she says here, but like that is unavoidable, maybe she says, or something like that.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's something like that. Like they have to come.
So they walk to the bar, and Bond walks past Eve and says something and drops his earpiece in to her drink. So he's done talking to Eve at this point, into this glass of champagne. And they head to the bar, and you see a bartender making a perfect martini for Bond. He's just watching her. He pours it out. It does look very nice. And he says, perfect.
Boo.
We didn't say shaken, not stirred, at least, but it was being shaken.
I just I just want to say, though, because a recurring thing for me with these Craig films is that actually I get a little bit more annoyed than I used to about them being like, tee hee hee, it's like the old thing, but we changed it. And I don't find it as cute anymore. And I kind of get that here. But the thing that kind of annoys me about this is that when he's like talking to Severine, he says, I'm, Bond, James Bond. And I'm like, yay! He just did the thing. That's really cool. They put that in there. And then just like 30 seconds later, they then do another Bond trope or Bond staple, but they just change it. It's just like, if you were going to do Bond, James Bond, why not just do the shaken, not stirred? Like, I don't hate it all that much, really. And I think the first time I saw this film, I thought that was quite fun. But it's like, why do one and not the other? Why do Bond, James Bond, but not shaken, not stirred? I don't get why some are okay and some are not okay. I feel that line is just extremely arbitrary. And it's just like, if you're going to do one, just do the other.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't even, like, by this point, even the Bond, James Bond thing doesn't really get me anymore, though, to be honest. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just because we've seen so many of these, but yeah. So he sat at the bar with Severine, and she asks him about death, or a question about death, and kind of probes him about, I assume that you killed Patrice, which is yes, and then she asks why, which Bond, I don't think, really answers. He asks, or he kind of puts it back on her about how he wants to.
Well, he says, I want to meet your employer. That's why he did it.
Yeah. He wants to meet her employer. And this starts to affect Severine, this lady. You can tell she's trying to hide some fear because her hands start to tremble. She takes a puff of her cigarette and looking very nervous at that sort of question. She says, be careful what you wish for. And she goes to leave, but Bond grabs her by the wrist, not forcefully, but just, stops her from leaving and says, those men, they're not protecting her, they're controlling her. And we see a tattoo on her wrist, which Bond points out is from the Macau sex trade, and that he is deeming that she was probably there when she was younger, like 12 or 13, and taken by her employer, or her employer was a way out of that situation when she was young, and maybe she thought she was in love with him at that time, and obviously that's kind of not how it ended up. But she asks him, how much do you know about fear? Which he says, all there is. And she's still trembling, and she's like, not like this. So it's another one of those things with the Bond villain where it's like, oh, they're the effect they have around people, like they're everywhere sort of thing. Maybe not the are everywhere in this sort of sense, but like, yeah, the power that this person has over her in this situation. And Bond offers help for her and says that if she takes him to her employer, she says, well, can you kill him? Yes. And will you kill him? Someone usually dies, he says. And she thinks about it briefly. You tell her, I think she might have another puff, and she thinks, and she goes to leave. And when she does, she says that her bodyguards will try to kill Bond. If he survives, she'll be in a boat in the harbour nearby, and it's leaving in an hour. So yeah, off she goes. And I think for me, this whole scene is it's obviously giving some details of who is going to be the big villain of this film, and setting them up a little bit with the fear that they're instilling on this woman. It's nothing like groundbreaking, really. The thing that I really liked about this scene is not necessarily the dialogue, but just the actress that plays Severine. Something about the way that she speaks, something about the way she is able to have that fear and that she kind of like nervous laughter she has at some points, and she just does some weird things with her, with like the way she says lines and her face, and I think she's really good. She really elevates this character, which is ultimately not a huge character in the film, but to me she makes it really quite a memorable one, Severine. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, I don't think it's just her. I agree with that, but I think it's also Daniel Craig and Bond is doing. Like, I think both of them are just acting really well, and it just makes it a really kind of great scene to go along with this dialogue. The dialogue's pretty solid. As you say, she does a great job, and I think Craig does a good job as well. It's just interesting to see these two people kind of talk. Yes, it's very movie dialogue. You know, it's still quite heavy dialogue, and it's all kind of very... how would I describe it? You know, like it's very slick for what they're saying about, like it's that type of thing. But it's entertaining. Like it's entertaining to see them go back and forth, see how the conversation develops. And I mean, it helps that the setting is great because you've got another scene that looks great, and this kind of moody casino in some ways. That's like that kind of looks great. So yeah, this was just really entertaining. Outside of that, though, it's like, you know, we've got one of these villains. So there's kind of generally two ways that you can approach these villains that we've seen. It's not the only two ways, but you've got the Dr. No approach and you've got the Goldfinger approach. So Goldfinger approach is you see the villain straight away. There's a real connection between Bond and the villain, and that continues throughout the film. So see A View to a Kill, Moonraker, that sort of thing. And then the Dr. No approach, which is like somebody in the shadows that you see his effect on, or their effect in the world, but you don't see them. So you're like building the character by their actions, but not directly. And that's what we have here. And personally, I'm not a massive fan of that approach because I think it always comes across as a little corny. Like it never justifies it. It's like what The World Is Not Enough had at the beginning, where it's like, not from him, and then she blows herself up in a bloody hot air balloon. Like, and this is like a lot better than that for sure. But I always think that these type of setups and this sort of approach is a little bit corny. And I'm kind of glad when we get past this phase and we do actually get to see the villain, because, as you say, she acts this well. She puts on a good show, as Bond says. But I don't think this approach works as well as they probably think it does. So that doesn't really ruin the scene or ruin the villain. But yeah, I'm not super into that approach because I think it's extremely difficult to do.
What about... They've kind of done this already in this film, but just not in this way. Like with the whole M stuff, that is also this, but I think it's doing it in a way that's not that line, like, oh, not, you don't know, not like this sort of thing. So maybe that's what kind of saves it a bit, is that it's actually done by the actions rather than just people saying that they're scared and to be fearful.
Yeah, agreed. People just like telling Bond, oh my god, I'm afraid. It's like, all right. Goodness, that sounds actually, like a lot.
Yeah, go ahead and blow up MI6. That says a bit more, really, and control the police, as we discussed. Like that says a bit more than just someone acting fearful.
Yeah, agreed. You don't need somebody spelling that out. If she's afraid, she's afraid. So that works on itself. But again, it doesn't really no real negative effect here overall, I don't think. But I think it's something kind of like I wish they avoided that a little bit more. But it's fine.
So once Severine leaves, Bond, with his perfect martini, gives a little toast to the men that were watching all of this up on the balcony. And that's a nice shot in itself, just as a screen grab. It looks great. And he starts to walk back outside the casino with his briefcase. He walks across the bridge above the Komodo dragon. And as he does, he gets surrounded by these bodyguards. I think there's 3 of them. And yeah, they start to kind of edge in closer to him. And you get this thick moment where he sort of looks a bit like, oh, all right, let's do this then. And very quickly takes a lot of them out. He swings up the briefcase to knock one out and swings it around to knock another one out. And one of the bigger men charges into him, and they fall over the edge of this bridge into the pit. And you see down there, because it is quite a lot lower, you see from like the darkness at the edge of this pit where it just kind of goes into rocks, one of the Komodo dragons comes out. Oh no. And the two of them start to fight. Not the dragon and Bond, but the two.
Yeah, the guy's up on, he gives him a 1-2.
The two men start to fight, so Bond is there, and this other guy is bigger, so he throws Bond down, and actually he picks him up, doesn't he? And this is where Bond spots the dragon is coming out, and he throws him down to the floor, and he goes in and grabs his gun from his pocket, the palm reading gun, and he has his back to this dragon that's coming out, the Komodo dragon, as he's doing this, and so he points the gun, he tries to shoot it, obviously doesn't work, has the little red lights on it, it's not going to work. Bond is saying, good luck with that. And as he does that, the guy gets yanked by the leg by the Komodo dragon behind him and just like pulled into the darkness. Now, I did know that Komodo dragons were dangerous, but like this one does look particularly sinister. They do make it look very evil.
I don't know if Komodo dragons are even this big, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not sure if they even grow to this size.
I don't know either. I guess they just... Yeah, they needed this. But this guy like is clawing as he's getting pulled away by this Komodo dragon. And as that happens and Bond is like just grimacing looking at it, another one comes out and just doesn't actually necessarily go for Bond. It just runs past him, which gives Bond a chance to hop up, using it as a little stepping stone up to the bridge. And he pops his head over the bridge and oh no, there's a guy still there. Another bodyguard, another henchman with his gun squarely on Bond's head. But very quickly a foot comes down and stamps on the arm and knocks the guy out. And it's Eve. Eve is here. She's got Bond's back, just about. And as Bond gets up, she gives him back the briefcase. And he says, no, it's fine. Put it all on red. And starts to walk out and then says, circle of life, as he does.
And a little bit of the Bond theme plays as well. Like I think the guitar or something. You get that sound.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this scene. Because obvious reasons why, the Komodo dragon stuff. But also, well, this isn't actually a reason why I dislike it, but I think it's quite funny. Have you heard of like the stuff to do with the CGI and the gloves in this scene?
Nope.
Okay, I think it's quite interesting, so I really quickly want to mention it. So if you watch this film again and you pause it at any kind of moment in this fight where you can see Bond's hands, you'll see that he's got, I don't know, in some shots it looks all right. Other shots, his hands look quite chunky. They just look like he's got quite puffy hands. And the reason for that is because
he's an alcoholic.
Yeah, that is also a factor. But also, Daniel Craig, at one point, whilst they weren't shooting, went and bought some nice leather gloves somewhere. And then he came back to shooting and was talking to Sam Mendes, the director, and was like, hey, I think Bond should wear gloves in this scene. I think, it just looks good. And I was like, yeah, go on in. You're Bond. Fine, that sounds good. So in this actual scene, when they shot it, Bond is wearing leather gloves. But then in the editing, someone pointed out, well, hang on, if he's meant to have this gun that reads his palm, why would he be wearing gloves? So what they had to do, because it was too far gone in terms of going back and reshooting, they had to CGI hands over the gloves, which is why they just look a little bit off sometimes. I just love that, though. Like, one little shopping trip by Daniel Craig probably led into like God knows how much money.
I don't even think that would have looked that good. I'm not saying Bond looks bad in gloves, but Bond in the classic suit wearing gloves, I think that actually probably would have looked kind of bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I love that. I just think it's such a funny story.
I didn't notice though. Like I was watching on a smaller screen, but I've seen this film many times, and to be honest, never noticed that. So I guess somebody did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it does look good. It's only when you know that and then you do actually try and see it, you might spot it. But no, to be fair, it's not like the mustache removal for Superman. It worked. It worked.
Yeah. So overall, this casino stuff, I love it. I think, I guess I'm not focusing on the Komodo dragon stuff straight away because I kind of grouped this all as one scene, the casino scene, and it's such classic Bond, and just like with other scenes we see in this film and have already seen it, it's classic Bond. It's a quite standard setup, but it's just Sam Mendes coming in and just giving this real rich sense of style and atmosphere to it. And it's just such a joy to watch and experience this. Like, again, it feels classic, but it's updated. Like, on paper, this is all pretty standard stuff. I guess the argument is Komodo dragons quite standard stuff? Probably no, because I was thinking about it. It's like, yes, there's a decent amount of animals in Bond. And I remember watching this film thinking like, oh, the reason why they're doing Komodo dragons because that's a classic Bond trope, that there's some sort of dangerous animal. But now that we've watched them all, I don't think that really is that much of a trope at all. It happens. But I wouldn't say it's an iconic Bond trope that he fights off some animals.
No, very much a Roger Moore thing.
Yeah.
There's a spider in Doctor No, but like Octopussy took up a large percentage of all these bloody animals in that terrible safari scene. No, I don't think you need to have some. I mean, sharks are in it quite a lot, to be fair, I guess, with Sean Connery. But sharks are different though, because I think you can film them a lot more cleverly. Komodo dragon is a lot harder.
Yeah. So nowadays, I think I feel like this whole scene and this whole section is like classic Bond. That's what it's all about. It's almost like what we saw in GoldenEye with the casino scene. A real effort to kind of ground it to the original films, while also kind of like updating it and making it feel a little bit more modern. And that's exactly what this is to me. So overall, I really enjoy it. Again, the Komodo dragon stuff, I don't really dislike it. I guess I just don't. Maybe I just have like some rose-tinted glasses on at this point. I think it's all right. I think it's a bit of fun. It's quite a short scene. It's Bond going up against someone who's very clearly like a Bond-style goon. I feel like he looks a little bit like Oddjob with his kind of look.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the hat or anything, but yeah, he looks a little bit like Oddjob, so that's nice. Bond fighting a big goon, and then the gadget coming to help him out, and a goon being dragged away by a Komodo dragon. Like, that's all pretty entertaining, and yeah, I love that it ends on a quip and we get the Bond theme and it's Bond being all cocky. It's like, this is, again, such a real effort to make it feel like classic Bond, which makes sense because he's now shaved and is like, this is him kind of being reborn and is as himself again, which is great. I think the quip isn't very good. It's the circle of life, but I don't know what else you could have done here with Komodo dragons. That seems pretty tricky. I wish it was a better quip. And that's something that's been a little bit unfortunate in the Craig era, where it's like, where they've put quips I've liked, it's just the quip themselves have been pretty bad. Apart from when he says, that wasn't very nice in the last film. That was gold. But outside of that, they've been a little weak.
I was racking my head there trying to think of a good quip, but that's tough. Komodo dragon. No need to drag on. No, I don't know. One thing I did like as well is that...
maybe. I don't know. I don't hate it.
Okay, good. One thing I did like as well is that we are seeing more of Eve. Although I have complained, about Eve a little bit with the dialogue, but I think that opening shot just really excels, and I really like that mingling choreograph of them together. And yeah, she comes back, and it's a nice little end to this scene together. And I think where these characters go, it's good to have these scenes of them together in the film. It all kind of makes it a little bit more satisfying when it comes to the end of the film.
Yes, really great scene overall.
Yeah.
So we then cut to a boat on the harbour, and we go inside and we see 2 champagne glasses next to a bottle of champagne. I'm assuming Bollinger. I don't think I checked, but it must be.
Oh, it's got to be.
Like, you don't even have to check, do you? It's Bollinger.
No. You know. Yeah, probably Bollinger. What did we say? It was always like 10 years behind or something like that, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, it'll be like Bollinger 1999 or something.
So we see Severine is waiting. So she's in like a dressing gown or a robe, and she's waiting for Bond. And somebody knocks on the door, and she looks a little bit eager, and he's just like some random guy. And he's like, it's time to cast off. So she kind of like, oh, right. And then he leaves, and she looks a little bit disappointed. So we then cut to her in the shower, and we see a hand kind of appear nearby, and someone enters the shower, and it's Bond. So she's naked in the shower showering, and Bond goes up behind her, and she kind of like shudders, I want to say, a little bit. I think it's meant to be like a sexy shudder, but I don't really know.
Sexy shudder.
Yeah, I think that's it. But she reacts a bit oddly, so Bond then whispers in her ear, I like you better without your Beretta. And she replies, I feel naked without it. And then they start kissing in the shower. And I mean, this is so short, I don't mind, but it's just, terrible. Like, oh my God. Like, who wrote this dialogue? Like, him just creeping into the room and she shuddering, and then these awful, like, this is horrible. But it's so short, I don't mind, but it's like, something went wrong here.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're like, right, well, we need them to sleep together. And so let's just get it in here quick in the shower scene. I don't know. I guess like maybe it's the point is like Bond. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just bad.
Yeah, it's just bad, but again, it's so short, it's fine.
I was trying to justify it, but I don't think I can. Something about Bond and getting over Vesper and then just back to women, and there's something there. I just can't be bothered to think about it.
No, and the film doesn't linger on it. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
I think it more goes into like, classic Bond sleeping with a woman. And that's all it really is. It's just so strange that it was, I like you better without your Beretta. It's like, good one, it rhymes, kind of.
It's like a slogan or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible. So we then cut to London again. We're back in London, more aerial shots of London at night, probably raining. And we see M, Tanner, and Mallory all in a room watching BBC News. Like, actually BBC News. And they're reporting about how an agent has been executed after 5 agents have been exposed online. So they're describing what has happened that we saw before with M, where, yes, whoever has stolen the list is now leaking it, so there's like footage of someone being executed. And the news reporter is saying how the PM is giving their support to MI6. So then the news reporter says, but the opposition is saying, and then Mallory turns off the TV and finishes the sentence by saying, we're a bunch of bloody idiots who are fighting a war that we don't understand and can't possibly win. So M, I think, kind of pushes back and saying, 3 agents are already dead. Don't bring her into the particulars, I think she says. I don't know how to spell that word, so what I've written down is very strange, but I think it's particulars.
Okay, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's not... It's a very strange word I've written. I don't think it exists. Mallory explains that the PM, the Prime Minister, has called an inquiry about all this. They always say PM in these films. I wonder if anyone who doesn't really know anything about UK politics knows what the hell they're talking about.
Well, because you have M and then you have PM.
Yeah.
That's M's boss.
Prime M. But no, I'm assuming most people do get it, but it is Prime Minister. But they always do that in these films. I don't think they say Prime Minister. It's always PM. But maybe they did say it. I don't know. But anyway, so the Prime Minister has called an inquiry, and that M is going to have to appear, of which she kind of like doesn't want to. So Mallory's just like, well, we're a democracy and we're accountable to the people we're trying to defend. You have to appear. And then he says, well, you can't keep hiding in the shadows. There are no more shadows. And M says that, yeah, like he doesn't get it. He doesn't get what's going on. But whoever is behind this knows us, knows all about us, is one of us, and comes from the same place as Bond. The shadows.
Oh, that's why we've been seeing so many silhouettes.
Yes.
Ah.
It all comes together, so.
I see.
Yeah, another decent scene there. Like, I say decent, it is really good, but it's just very brief. It's what we've seen before with Mallory and M kind of defending herself, but like Mallory making some good points, like, we're a democracy. M, what are you doing? You can't just do whatever you want. But M being like, well, actually, there's so much more going on. So it's a more back and forth here, but it's basically to set up that later there's going to be an inquiry of which M will be there. But yeah, again, some more entertaining back and forth between M and Mallory.
Yeah.
So we then cut back to the yacht, which does have a name. I think it's called like the Chimera, something like that. So we cut back to the yacht, but this time it's in the morning. Bond steps out from the room, like the inside area, and sees Savine standing at the top of the boat. And Bond then walks over, but gets the radio transmitter that Q gave him, the Q radio, if you will, from his pocket, and like holds it. And I wasn't too sure if he presses a button. I know he does, but it wasn't too clear to me. But yeah, he does press something on it and then puts it back into his pocket. And then Bond joins Savine at the front, and she says it's not too late. And a load of goons kind of appear behind them and just stand there with guns. And Bond says, I wouldn't be so sure. And then we cut to like aerial shots seeing the yacht heading towards this island that has this like big rundown abandoned, I put city, but it's probably not big enough to be a city, but all these like huge big buildings that are just completely run down and somewhat partially destroyed and like decayed a little bit. So lots of shots showing all these different buildings. And we then cut to Bond and Savine in hog ties, kind of being escorted through the city with the guys with guns. So more shots of all these ruined buildings. And Savine then starts explaining how the people abandoned it overnight. The man, her employer, made them think there was a chemical leak. So they all just fled. And she says, it's amazing what you can do with a computer. And the guy wanted the island, so he took it. So Bond asks, does he always get what he wants? She says, more than you know. And at this point, they then kind of get separated. The woman gets kind of taken away and Bond gets put into a building. And she's all like, I'm sorry, as she gets taken away.
Yeah, I really like this location. I was actually unsure if this was even a real place. And it is, which is kind of cool.
That's good.
Yeah, I just assumed that some of it was just CGI and then, I don't know, clever sets or whatever. But no, like it's a really interesting location to be in, this completely abandoned, I'll just say city, even though whatever it is. But yeah, like it's a completely abandoned city, and it's got that eerie, it's almost like when you see those images of Chernobyl, where it's like they just dropped everything and left, kind of giving those sort of vibes. But yeah. It's a shame that we don't actually spend that much time in this location, because it's like, in terms of it being a villain lair, I think it's quite a good one.
Yeah, really interesting lair. But as you say, like with abandoned lairs, like even like I want to say like the Timothy Dalton era abandoned lairs, like we haven't done that. Oh, actually, I guess License to Kill kind of had it towards the end, but yeah, lairs is definitely something they're not ready to do. But we do get this quite striking, interesting island here, so that's something.
Yeah.
So Bond gets taken into a building. And then we cut to Bond being tied down onto a chair in this quite big room. And there's there's some tables, and there's like a load of computer screens on those tables. And it's like a row, like lots of rows of like servers, like open servers. So it's like all very like wires and stuff like that. So a ton of rows of this. And we see at the opposite end of the room, which is quite far, a lift comes down and then stops, and the doors open and a man comes out, and we hear him say, "Hello, James." And the camera at this point kind of is behind Bond's shoulder. So we're seeing things somewhat from Bond's perspective, and this man is all the way on the other side. So he starts talking. He says, "Hello, James. Welcome. Do you like the island?" And he is slowly walking forward towards both Bond and the camera. But again, the camera kind of stays where it is. There's no cuts during this scene. So as he's walking forward and coming more into focus, he starts explaining, saying, "My grandma had an island like this, and they visited it once, but it became infested with rats who got onto the island and started eating coconut." And he says, "Well, how do you get rats off an island?" His grandmother showed him. They trapped all the rats using a coconut. And after a month, they had trapped all the rats on the island. And he says, "Well, do you drown them, burn them?" He says, "No." He says, "You just leave it." So they're all trapped, and eventually the rats get hungry and they start eating each other. And eventually you only have 2 left. And then he says, "What do you do then?" He says, "You release them into the trees. But now you don't have rats who eat coconut. They instead eat rats." And by this point, he has reached the camera. The camera has moved up a little bit to kind of look up, but he has now reached where Bond is. And he says, "The 2 survivors is what she made us." So this is our introduction to Silva, Raoul Silva. And, should we talk about this now? Or should I keep going?
No, let's talk about this shot. Let's talk about the shot. Just, I very quickly just want to say that, like, this, was it? Yeah, it was the last film. It was Quantum of Solace, where we were talking about green and trying to give a creepy story, and just it completely failing because it just didn't give any attention to it, and it was kind of half-assed in a way. Whereas this is how it's done. Like set it up properly, give it the space, give it the time, give it the atmosphere it deserves. If you really want to make this villain seem like a threat and a creep and a weirdo, and I mean, it helps that. Compared to whoever played Green, we got Javier Bardem playing this character Silva, who is just kind of on another league. It feels like as he walks down, and just the way that, like, his accent and the way he says things and the little sounds he makes, and everything is just so captivating. How he does this little speech about the rats. And one thing that I found quite interesting, actually, I was actually listening to a podcast with Javier Bardem.
Another
the other day.
podcast? What?
I know, I'm sorry.
Traitor.
It was the Conan O'Brien one, so it's a pretty good one.
All right,
but he had him on, and he was talking about shooting the scene and how they kept on doing it and kept on doing it, and it just wasn't working in terms of the timing. Because like getting that speech out and finishing just when he reaches Daniel Craig, and like what you actually see in the film is the last attempt when they like, I think it was like hours later, they're like, let's just try it one more time, let's just do it, and that was the one that worked. And so thank God they tried one last time, because it really just like, it just works. It's such a great introduction to a villain.
And yeah, it's another single shot take, which I do think these type of takes in cinema as a whole got just overused. Like you had Child of Men that did it, which was awesome, but then you had this film that started doing it, and Spectre does it. And I think there was a phase there where like it comes in waves where people just go crazy for this thing. But I don't really think about it that much in this film, because I feel like it is just really purposeful. Like you get to see things from Bond's perspective. You kind of have this visual of him coming forward as the story escalates, and you're kind of learning more about this character as you're hearing them talk. But initially you just focus on the speech because you can't really see him. But as the story develops and it gets a bit more creepy and a bit more sinister and it's a bit more weird, that's when you start seeing him. So you start kind of putting those two elements together, and it's just like figuring out this character, but like letting the camera stay where it is and just having the actor and him coming towards it do all the hard work, and it just makes it way more satisfying. And I think it works really well because, you know, they are taking the Dr. No approach, which is you don't see him straight away, you just see his actions, and now we're about halfway in this film and now we finally get an introduction. So it kind of feels like, okay, there's been so much weight put behind this character and who he is that almost like they needed to have something that's a little bit more exaggerated and not quite over the top, but like meaningful, something with real weight and something that really is distinct. You don't necessarily need that for every villain, but for what they were building up here, they needed something like this. And it's just awesome that they really pulled this off. And as you say, Javier is just such a fantastic actor that he is just interesting to listen to even when you can't see him. Like if this was little green walking towards the camera, you'd just be like, yeah, go away, nerd. Get out of here.
Turn around, go back up the lift. I don't want to see you.
Yeah, but as someone who is as big as Javier, who can talk the way he does, can sell this story, it's just like, oh, this is just... They knew what they had, and they allowed the film to like sell it and to get you to buy in. And it's just so good.
And also, it's not even like the story is just a creepy one. Like the guy, I really are bullying Green now, but he deserves it. But like, oh, I hit her with an iron, or I got the iron, all right, whatever. Whereas this one, it has the element of, you know, that's who Bond and Silva is, the two rats, and there's definitely like that comes back later on, and there's an element of, the theme there of these two survivors. So it's a creepy story, but it also works. It adds to the overall story as well.
Yes, which is so good. So he reaches Bond and says, "We're the two survivors. This is what she made us." And Bond, this is when we start cutting again. Bond says, "I made my own choices," and Silva is all like, I don't think you quite find out his name yet, but I'm going to call him Silva. He deserves it. But this is like Silva with an A at the end. So anyway, this is Silva. So Silva says like, "You think she made you think you did, but you didn't." But Bond says, "Oh, you were stationed in Hong Kong during like the late 80s, early 90s, something like that." And he's all like, "That's correct. Back then I was her favorite. And I'm a much better agent than you were," I think he says. "And you're just being held together with your pills and your drink and still clinging to your faith in that old woman, even though all she does is lie to him." And Bond's like, "That didn't happen." And he just like laughs and it's like, "Well, no." So Silva asks, "What did you score in the physical in your tests?" Bond says a 70. He just is like, 40. And he also says the psychologist didn't clear you for duty. So he then goes to his computer and starts taking a look at the test, and he's all like, physical failed. And he then gets to the evaluation, the psychological evaluation, and says that you have an alcohol and substance addiction and has a rejection of authority which is based on unresolved childhood trauma. And the psychologist recommended that they suspend Bond immediately. And he says, what is this but not a betrayal if she has sent you to me knowing that you weren't ready? And Mummy was very bad.
Mummy was very bad.
So at this point, the man kind of gets very close to Bond, like sitting in front of him, and kind of starts unbuttoning Bond's shirt and moves away the shirt to show the gunshot scar on his shoulder. And he's all like, look what she's done to you. And Bond says, well, she never tied me to a chair, which he's like, her loss. So starts touching Bond's chest as well. And Bond starts being like, are you sure this is about M? And he's like, well, it's about her, and it's about you, and it's about me, because we are the last two rats, and we can either eat each other. And he pauses and goes like or we can eat everyone else. And he's still like touching Bond, like touching his neck and his kind of chest. And while he's doing that, he's asked, what's the regulations to cover this? And he starts rubbing Bond's legs, the top of his legs, and Silva says, first time for everything. And Bond replies by saying, what makes you think this is my first time? Which Silva goes back. It's like, oh, Mr. Bond.
Oh.
Quite enjoyed that line. So he then stands up and he's saying, like, all this physical stuff is so dull. Your knees must be killing you. So he starts untying Bond from the chair, and he then is saying like, the Empire and MI6 and and then he starts talking about like, about the gadgets in Q branch. And he then talks about how like, if you went on your own, you could pick your own secret missions like I do. And he kind of goes through some like examples of all the different things he's done, which is like destabilizing a multinational by manipulating stocks. It's like, I can do this all on my computer and do whatever I want. And Bond says, oh yeah, like a gas explosion in London, for example. And he's like, yep, just point and click. And Bond then says, well, everyone needs a hobby, which Sylvia looks a little bit hurt, a little bit taken back, like,
no need for that.
Yeah, that's rude. And he's like, well, Bond, what's yours? And Bond then looks and says, resurrection. And Sylvia then says, I want to show you something. So they get up and then they go to walk outside. So yeah, this is the first time we've got Bond and the villain talking, and just like when he was walking across, Javier is just such an enjoyable presence. He goes from, well, he's unsettling throughout, but he goes from like just sinister and quite evil to just having fun. Like he's clearly having a good time, but he's also completely mental. And Bond is also like somewhat enjoying it as well, where he's just like messing with the guy as well. So even though they're talking about all this serious stuff and this guy got some kind of ideas in his head, there's just like a real back and forth between the two. And some of it's just quite interesting to think about, and some of it is just legit funny. Like these two are just really interesting to see go back and forth. I will say though, I think the resurrection line is really lame.
I was thinking that too. When I was watching it, I wrote down like resurrection ? Because I know that is a big, we've already discussed, we said about is going through to the casino. That's almost a resurrection as the Bond is back. That seems a little bit like, well, that's the film, but why would Bond say that really? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just pure trailer footage.
Yeah.
Like it's just a trailer line, which sucks. And I definitely know this was used a lot in the trailers as well. Like all of these was like, what's yours? Resurrection. Like it was very much there. But yeah, it's purely for that. I wish it ended on something a little bit stronger, but even so enjoyable to have these two go back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of echoing what you've already said. Like Javier Bardem is just so watchable. Can't take his eyes off of him. And yeah, when he starts to get giddy, like in a way, I guess giddy is a way to describe it. Like, he's in control. He's in control and he's relishing it. He's loving it. But, having Bond there in front of him. And I mean, this film has it brings up lots of different questions. It doesn't answer all of them. It doesn't need to answer all of them, but you kind of get that start to a question about what if Bond wasn't a good guy, because he's saying if you do what I do, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, whatever. And I think there is very much a visual choice there to have Bond still in the tux, and Silva is in. I mean, it's not quite white, but for all intents and purposes, it is a white jacket. It's more cream, but still, like, you know, they are very much opposite sides there, and they're both one's an ex-agent, but you know, they're both agents, and it's like it's GoldenEye stuff, right? It's Bond and Anik, and this time it's Bond and Silva, and yeah, I don't think they need to go terribly far with that, but I like that they have these elements in there. I just also think Silva is just really, really fun to watch, and that's kind of, it's like, it would have been such a shame if they had this actor and did it didn't let him have any fun with the character, but I feel like they actually did, and they have all the stuff with them, but they also have those little moments of what makes you think this is your first time, which that is kind of a bit just for the laughs, you know, but it still elevates the scene, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting because Silva, like, on paper, or when I think about it, is like a very classic Bond villain and does fit in with that. But at the same time, he's so unique. Like, so many of these elements you could kind of point to other ones, but he's not like pure psycho like Christopher Walken, although probably Christopher Walken is probably the closest comparison, I would say, out of all of them. But he's not like a Goldfinger, he's not like a Dr. No. Like, he has some of these elements, but he's not like a very calm, and he's clearly intelligent, but he's not really kind of relying on that. He's more kind of having fun, but he's a little bit off and disturbing, but he's not like a pure creep. He's still got this like big physical presence. So it's like, it does feel like they just came up with, like, it's very much a Bond villain, but they still managed to find a new and kind of unique way of having that and having that come across with certain elements you could point to other Bond villains, but I wouldn't say kind of like he is very standout, like very kind of unique in his portrayal, in the way he's kind of having fun with some of this stuff, the way he's kind of quite sinister with this stuff. And that's always just fun to see, right? Like, we're in an age of all these different villains, and we had that kind of thing about the Joker, like, oh, that was a dark time for cinema where everything was just the Joker or was copying the Joker. But this is just, no, this is, I guess you could draw some parallels to that, but no, this is just a very unique, interesting villain, which is just massively elevated by a very talented actor. And I just don't think that it's a classic Bond villain, but also at the same time, it doesn't feel like just a carbon copy of a previous villain.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned Joker, though, because I know that is a part of this film that a lot of people would complain about, actually, is that he is a lot like the Joker, because this was around the Dark Knight Rises time, and what he eventually does in this film. I just reading reviews and stuff about this film, I remember people saying that he is too much like the Joker, or Loki was another one. So it's quite interesting you say that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying there is a lot of people that would disagree with you.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I never saw that connection. I just don't. No, I don't see it. Yeah. I know I just mentioned the Joker, but that was more of an example of how I don't see it as the Joker.
Yeah.
Which I like. So, all right, if people see that, fair enough. I don't see it. I don't think a crazy person like this is like the Joker. I think a lot of people just got real lazy with this stuff. Like, the Joker just became that classic crazy villain. So apparently everything just got related to that. And some of it was people legit trying to copy, but that just feels like a bit lazy on. Yeah, that's right. I'm saying you're lazy. That's right.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, listen, to anyone, get your Rotten Tomatoes ready. Tom's address is...
It's in the description for everybody. That's fine.
Yeah, send us some fan art.
Some fruit. Some rotten fruit. But no, I think he's great. And I don't think he's like the Joker. So, sorry. Okay. So we cut to them going outside, leaving the building, and it's very hot and sunny. So Bond just put some sunglasses on.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know if those were the same ones he had when he was in disguise to go and see Patrice, but they look quite similar.
Yeah, maybe. Like, a man died for this, so I'm going to use them.
Yeah, get my money. So I don't want to kill somebody else. That's a hassle. It's the whole thing. But yeah, he puts his sunglasses on because apparently he kept those. And we hear like some old-timey music playing over like an outdoor speaker system. I guess what would you say, like 50s is probably where it comes from?
Yeah.
It might be even older than that, really.
It might be. It's like a French song, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like this kind of upbeat, like it sounds like pre-Beatles music, really. So Silva, sorry, it just okay. Silva is talking to Bond, and they're walking and talking, and he's saying, "Oh, they left the island so quickly they couldn't decide what was important, what to take." So he says, "Well, that was a reminder for me to only focus on what was essential, and if something is redundant in my life, it is eliminated." And at this point, Bond sees, what's her name again?
Severine?
Severine, yes. And we see her like tied up next to a fallen statue. I think it's a statue. And she's got like a little bit of blood on her face. She's kind of tied up, so she's clearly been roughed around a little bit, not in a good way. And Silva then gets out a 50-year-old drink. I can't remember what it is. Is it whiskey, something like that?
I can't remember the name, but yeah, I think it's some whiskey.
Yeah, he says some sort of whiskey which is like 50 years old. So he pours himself and Bond a little drink and gives one to Bond, and they toast. And he says, "To the woman we love." And Bond just does his shot straight away, lad. But Silva walks over to Savine and says, like, "Quiet, your lovers are here," and gives her a kiss, which she's not really into, but yeah, all quite unsettling. And he's all like, "Stand up straight." And he puts the shot of like liquor on the top of her head and says like, "Stay still." And then Silva walks back to Bond because there's a little bit of a distance between where Savine is and where Bond is. So he then walks back and he says, "Time to redeem your marksman score." And says, "Let's have a little game." And he says the first to knock the glass off her head wins. And one of the guards then like points a gun right at Bond's head because Bond is like given a pistol, but it's like a very old-timey pistol. I'm not too sure what type of gun that is, but it's definitely not like a modern one. It's quite old. And Silva says, "Well, I'll be very sporting and let you go first." So Bond loads up the pistol and he aims with the right arm, which is still kind of shaking. It still isn't quite right. And Silva kind of says, "Let's see who ends up on top." And at this point, the music cuts out and it's all very slow and not much sound. And Silva kind of watches Bond and then gets a little bit annoyed. And he's just like, "Oh, did you really die that day? Is there anything left of the old 007? And Bond then does fire, but he misses. He shoots just behind the statue. So Silva says, "Okay, my turn." And then he just shoots to the side without looking and shoots her. And then the shot falls down and he's like, "I win." And he asks, "What do you say to that?" And Bond takes a second and he says, "It's a waste of good scotch." So in that moment, then Bond like attacks the guard and shoots him, and then he starts like grabbing the gun and like very quickly shoots the other guards as well, and has a gun and is aiming around to see if anyone's left, but he's killed all of them. Again, very quick. So Bond then points the gun at Silva, and Silva is backing away a bit, and he's all like, "Well, are you going to take me back to her all on your own?" And Bond says, "Who says I'm on my own?" And at this point, helicopters appear from above. We get like the guitar from the Bond theme playing, and Bond gets out the little radio and he says, "It's the latest thing from Q Branch. It's called a radio." So I've heard some things, like apparently people are not really happy with how Savine is treated in this film. Like I don't want to say like misogyny and stuff, but I think that's what other people are saying. I don't know if that's something you've ever heard.
Not with this character. I'm sure there is, but I've not actually come across that. No.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to address it real quick because to me, I guess I'm not fully qualified to say if it is or isn't, but to me, I always saw like she was just a tragic character. Like there's no reason to it. There's no real logic to it. The point of this character is that her story is just extremely tragic and she just gets a very tragic end. And yes, she gets used by both Bond and Silva. And maybe it's an idea they don't really go that far with because after this point it does get pushed aside. But yeah, I think the character works because of just how tragic it is and how she just kind of gets used as something in part of a game. And I don't really think that's misogyny or anything. It's just, no, this is just a bad situation. Like this is just the world that they're in. And she just have a tough time with it, which kind of makes feels a little bit more bleak, which I think works quite well with the rest of the film.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I mean, maybe I'm not in a position either, but I don't think that's misogyny. It's just that is the film. Like, not. I guess by this point in a Bond film, they have tried to give some female characters more like girl power or more elevate them beyond the typical Bond girl status of being slept with and then killed, and that is what happens in this film. But I think like that maybe it is because of that shower scene, which kind of then does actually fill the template of what they've tried not to do so much in the more modern films. But it is what it is, as you say. It's just that is the character. Like, what's the alternative to keep her alive? And then she actually like goes and helps Bond defeat Silva. Like, I don't know. You can't complain about everything like that. That's getting into a wider issue now about like, yeah. I'll just leave it there. But I don't think it's that either. I think it's just that is the character, and that's what happens to her. And it's bad, but that's the character.
Yeah, definitely. But back to the scene itself, it's a really enjoyable one. It's a competition. I always love a good competition between Bond and Silva, and it's nice that Silva is just really enjoying this and just taking it through. And it's another chance for Bond to try and redeem himself, but we do see he's not quite there, which I do appreciate them like doing that. And yes, Silva is just kind of enjoying this, and just having the music just creates such a weird vibe to this. It's almost like going into like an old Wild West bar where it's just like having this odd music, but there's like it creates that vibe where like with the old West stuff you would have everyone dancing around the old piano and stuff, and then someone comes in and it's a shoot down and there's like this tension. So it's almost like bringing in that type of tension, especially because it's like a wasteland that they're all surrounded by. So yeah, I love a good competition. I think there's a real good atmosphere to this with this, and yeah, I just very enjoyable stuff.
I might be wrong here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this was my reading of the scene. Is that Bond, as you say, he aims and he's got a shaky arm because that's the one he got injured on his shoulder, and when he's there trembling with it, Silva says like, "Oh, did you really die? Is there anything left of the old 007?" When he's just completely getting the wrong end of the stick there. It's Bond. Bond isn't doing it in terms of he's worried about the woman. He's worried because he can't aim. Is that right? That's how I read it. It's like he's more. He would do it basically. I think if he could aim properly, he would have actually tried to shoot off her head. Is what I would have thought.
Yeah, you mean killing her?
No, like actually doing what he said.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like I thought the idea is the apple on top of the person's head that you're trying to hit with an arrow. I'm assuming it's just that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do really like the twist there. Like, yeah, Bond is trying to save her. But kind of once he does and pushes that down with a quip, which is very Bond, very that's just how he deals with that sort of stuff. But I do really like that little twist of Silva just being like, well, the logical way of knocking off the drink is to just shoot and kill her, and does it so casually. Like that really sets him up, and it's just really interesting. It's like unexpected, but it's just like, wow, okay, that's cool's not the right word, but it's definitely what I was thinking. That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know. As for the rest of the scene, I think it's all good. As I say, would I liked more in this setting? Maybe not. Actually, maybe this is enough as far as this is played out. Like I do like Silva in this setting, but maybe any more of him it wouldn't have worked as well. So I don't know. I guess they ended at the right time with the helicopters coming in, but like this is definitely where the film shifts tone quite a lot and location especially for such a long period. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm a little bit sad that like the first half of this is over, because I really like the first half of this film and I love all the different locations we go to, and we get in this little bit with the villain and Bond, and yeah, it's all gonna kind of go a different way now. So
yeah, it's been very outside of the stuff about Bond kind of coming back, all very classic Bond.
Yeah,
it's just a different version, which I've said before. I'll say it again. I love that stuff. I love the interpretation. I love these takes. And probably the second half is where it does go off in a different direction. I don't think that's bad, but yeah, you're right. And I think that's probably what causes the thing to be different. Everything after this point is not classic Bond anymore. We are going to kind of steer in a different direction a bit.
Mm-hmm. After we see Silva getting caught by Bond and the helicopters, we cut back to MI6. We're back in the MI6 wartime bunkers with M and Tanner walking through some corridors, and they're
new digs.
New digs. And they're headed to go see Silva, who has been caught and has been sectioned off. So they go through to this room where there's this frosted glass and there's a guard there that has a little card scan, and the glass unfrosts and you see through it, and you see behind in this big room, this big empty room, the only thing in it is a few guards. I think Bond's in there as well waiting, and this one quite small chamber, hexagonal chamber, smack bang in the middle, with a light kind of casting down, and there's Silva in the middle of it, sat down. It's a very dramatic. I do wonder, like, when they were designing the blueprints for this bunker, like, right, well, we need the big room. We need the big room with a hexagonal thing so we can have some nice dramatic shots in there. Like, we've got to have that. M needs that. She likes to have that power. But yeah, Silva's in there, and M walks up to him, and the two spot each other, and they start talking, and Silva's behind this glass, so his voice is like slightly echoey as well, which kind of sets them apart a bit and divides them. And M or Silva says, are you surprised by it being him, I guess? And she says, no, you always were a slippery one, hinting back to they used to be working together. And he says about, no remorse, he says. And she says, Silva says that, and M replies, regret is unprofessional, which I swear she said that exact line. That was at the end of Quantum of Solace, wasn't it? She says that thing. Or, yeah, I think it is.
I think they both, Bond's like, do you regret anything? And I think she said regret is unprofessional, something like that.
So she's still standing by that. M hasn't changed. And this is where we start then to learn about what actually happened, this history between him and M, and how he ended up in this state. So he starts to give a little story about how he was tortured. He was caught and tortured for 5 months. And during all that time, he protected M. He protected her secrets. He suffered and suffered until he realized that it was M that was the one who betrayed him. M was the one that got him into the situation, and starts to talk about the cyanide capsule that all agents would have in his molar at the back of his mouth, in his teeth. And so at one point he decided to bite into it and to crack open the cyanide, and it burned his insides. It says, I can't match what Javier Bardem says, how he says it, but he's obviously doing this very well, and burned all of his insides, but he didn't die. He survived. Life clung to him like a disease, he says. And then he realizes why that all happened, why he survived, was to look her in the eyes one last time. To which M is obviously very stoic. She's not reacting to any of this. She says that, I hope it was worth it, and that he'll be transferred to Belmarsh prison after he's after he's declared fit to stand custody. And as I think at this point she starts to leave, or she goes to leave, but he comes quite close to the glass now and shouts out to say my name, like, say my real name. I know you know it. And I think this is where she says, like, your name is on the memorial wall of the building you blew up. And again starts to walk off. I'll never see you again. And just before they get out, he says, like, do you want to know what cyanide, hydroxide or something, whatever cyanide does to you? And he starts to reach into his mouth and he pulls out like a sort of prosthetic denture mold that was in his face. And as he does so, you see all of his teeth are missing or rotted, and the side of his face is all kind of caved in and sunken where it burned it all, and his eye is drooping. It's all very grotesque. It does look nasty, and as he does that, he can't speak properly, so he's drooling, and he says, "Look upon your work, mother," as he says this. Quite horrific. And they all walk out, Tanner, Bond, and M, and you see Silva pop it back in his mouth, his dentures effectively, and he just starts laughing. He just finds the whole thing very funny. And yeah, I think this is a lot of like the whole. Oh, I won't dwell on this because I know your thoughts on it, but I think this is like the whole like Joker stuff as well. A lot of this scene, but I mean, I don't really have any kind of strong opinion on that anymore. I think I might have in the past, but I think this is a really good scene, kind of for the same reasons we just said with him and Bond on the island. Like, it's just this time it's him and M, and he's saying stuff just in in the same way, in that engaging way, and you're getting M with it, no reaction, but kind of deep down there is a reaction. And at first I was unsure how I felt about the whole face reveal thing, because it is kind of like an easy thing to do, to be like, oh, that's gross, look at him, oh, he looks so bad, he's so evil and nasty. But I suppose the point is like you are meant to understand the position that he got himself into and what the motivation he would have to do all this and get back to CM. So I think with hindsight, it all works. I just remember at first thinking like, oh, that's gross, I don't want to see that. Ew. But no, it's for the better.
Yeah, like when I first saw that, I didn't really like it that much either. Not so much for those reasons, but it just felt like so forced. Like, oh, Bond villains have a physical deformity, so this guy does. But now I like it. Now I like that they put that stuff in there, but it's just for one scene. And I think the fact that they took all the trouble to build it into the background of this character, which again, you got Javier just doing such a great performance, just explaining this story and going through it and how unsettling and odd it all is, but how interesting and captivating it is at the same time. And then to have it pay off by him taking that out and seeing his face be all messed up, it's like, oh, that's really cool. I actually really like that now. And I do like the whole thing about with M. Like, as I've said, I think this is M's story, and I think having this kind of direct comparisons to M's past, because this film is all about the past to a certain extent as well, young versus old, but also like the past and the past coming back to haunt you in some ways. And this kind of does that, and I think it's really effective at doing that. Like, I feel like having that deformity is almost like a very direct way of being like, M is looking back at her ugly past.
Yeah,
and maybe
literally.
Maybe it's a bit too literal, but I think it also works being quite on the nose and literal, and almost having him in this glass box like that. It is almost like what would you call it? Like this capsule of M's past that had come back to haunt her, and it kind of gets you thinking about all the things that M does in her history and the decisions she has to make and the weight of all it all, which we do hear a little bit about this in the very next scene, but it's kind of great to have this now and to have you thinking about it. And it's what makes M's story so effective. We've already heard Silva and Bond together, and now we've got Silva and M together straight away. And that's what kind of makes this like triangle that he talked about before, how it's about you and me and her. And the film seems to agree with the way it's presented.
Yeah. I think like the whole idea of agents being caught and tortured and stuff, and like it's so funny that in Die Another Day, I think M says to Bond, like, you had your cyanide pill when he was caught in North Korea, and he's like, oh, I just chucked that thing away. But like now we're seeing, and that was almost kind of played as like, oh, Bond, what are you like sort of thing, I chucked that away. Whereas now you're seeing the actual much darker, more real, I don't know how realistic that is, it probably wouldn't do very good things to your face, it'll probably just kill you. But yeah, like you're seeing the much darker interpretation of actually what would happen if an agent was caught and there was no way out for him. So yeah, but it's still doing it in a very kind of clean way. I don't know. It's not going beyond the scope of a Bond film in doing so, which I can appreciate.
Yeah, although it is quite interesting that we are getting such a direct backstory here, which might be why people are thinking of comic book villains, because of course they have like these backstories like this. But I feel like I don't really see it like that. I see it more as in it's to tie to M. This isn't really about Silva. Well, it is about Silva, but it's more about M and how this guy's past ties to that. So this isn't like a comic book villain saying, and then I went into the cave and there was a load of slugs and the slugs ate me and I'm Slug Man now.
Man, I'd love that.
That would be cool. Yeah. Next time. But this is like, the reason why this is here is to tie to M and flesh out her history here. It's because normally with Bond villains, I guess, unlike comic book villains, you don't get this type of scene normally, but because of the story they're trying to tell, you do get this scene, and it works and it makes sense for what we're getting with the theming and M's history and Bond and the connection between Bond, Silva, and M. Like, we need this scene So yeah, it is somewhat different to what you get in a Bond film, which is maybe why it stands out to people. But it's also they're trying to tell a different story to Bond films, which is a really good story. So that's what makes this work, and also is what makes it necessary.
Yeah. So yeah, once Bond and Tanner have left, they're outside walking back through, and you can kind of see that M is kind of shaken by that somewhat, or at least not herself. And like she wants to say something, so she turns to Bond, I guess because she like can feel his eyes in the back of her head, and says that his name is Diego Rodriguez. He was a brilliant agent back in the day, but he started to hack the Chinese, but like when he was based in Hong Kong, and he kind of went outside of his brief, outside of his MI6 duties. So the Chinese were onto him, and the transfer from Hong Kong, like from Britain to China, was approaching. So she traded him for 6 agents and a peaceful transition, she says. So yeah, I don't know if anyone would be doubting by this point. Maybe this guy is just lying, or how much is he exaggerating? But no, M really did give him up. Like that is the position she was put in, and she made that decision. So that really is her past coming back to her. And yeah, and then she just quickly says that she wants to know what's on Silva's computer, because they've obviously got some of his belongings now, so they want to know what sort of stuff he has on there.
Which is like heavily going into, you know, the ties of the film between Bond and M, where this is like introducing a former agent who's now a villain, and like using that as a comparison to M and Bond's relationship, because that's how the film starts, and that's why the film started that way, where M's all like, take the bloody shot. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Because that's the difficult choices she has to make, and it means the people beneath her get hurt, and that's just how this goes. And this guy did not take it badly, so now her past, her sins, as he has dubbed them, is coming back to her. But again, this is something that has happened to Bond, and it does kind of make you think about that relationship a little bit more. I don't think it like fully goes into giving you all the answers about this. It does a little bit, but it's something to think about. It's interesting. It's a really interesting parallel to be like, what is this relationship between Bond and M, and like what is that line? And again, it doesn't give you answers. I don't think it needs to, but the fact that it's putting these parallels in here is quite interesting, especially because of the more updated nature between Judi Dench and Daniel Craig's version of these characters. It makes sense that we're kind of taking another look at that for this film.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to analyze in this film, depending on how far you want to go, but probably like the most meaty film, apart from Casino Royale, which was also had a lot of stuff about Bond and Bond's character. But this is Bond and M and the relationship between them, and there's a lot to go through if you wanted to, which I like. You know, it's good to have films that you can sit, and it is just a Hollywood film you can, you know, munch your popcorn to. But it is also, especially for Bond fans, a film that you can actually dig a bit more into, because they're definitely not all like that. A lot of them are just, well, I'd say the majority of them are just a lot more kind of straight-faced. What you see is what you get. So it's refreshing to have something like this.
Yeah, this is what we started getting since GoldenEye, really, as that's been injected. But even just the fact that like M took the second to talk to Bond and be like, here's, and explain it, like even that stuff kind of, it, you know, has a bigger implication in terms of what their relationship is, and draws parallels to when Bond asked M before, like, is there anything you want to tell me? And she's like, nope. But now we have like M almost feels like there's an obligation that she has to tell Bond, even though she doesn't. So there is like, yeah, it's nice. It's all these little moments that's being interjected here that you can kind of interpret in terms of how these two interact and who they are. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. We could be here all day doing that. But let's move on. So Bond goes to see Q in the Q branch section of the bunkers, and he has plugged Silva's laptop in and has got it like up on a big screen analysing his code on there, and he's kind of giving, it's a little bit of Hollywood gobbledygook here, a little bit of jargon. He's kept it very secure. There's all these fail-safe protocols that Silva's put in place that would wipe the data on there if anyone tries to access it. But then Q reveals that it was him who invented that method, so that's all good. And we even get like the "we're in" line. We've got through. And this the next few scenes coming up is all kind of a bit interspersed. There's 3 different things that are going on, really. So we have this stuff with Q and Bond. We do see some shots of Silva, who is still in his cell, obviously, and you start by seeing him almost meditating, as like sitting on the chair with his arms crossed and just eyes closed. And then it cuts back to Bond and Q, and it's got the code on the screen, and they're kind of looking at this big network, like this big literal network of code that's all going on the screen. And equally, we then start seeing M, who has got her inquiry, and that's beginning. So they're in some big room, M's sitting at the table, and there's all these people opposite her, ready to go. So I think actually they might start, like one of the ministers in the middle starts the inquiry. And then again, it goes back to Silva, who starts stretching, and the guard's like, going somewhere? This guard going somewhere? And it really sticks out, that guard. I don't know why.
He's like a British TV actor. He's someone I used to recognize, but yeah, he's someone you would just see on like an Emmerdale or something.
But we go back to the inquiry, and Em is starting to get grilled on what's happened with MI6 and how she has been single-handedly responsible for the death of the agents and all that stuff. And you do also see Mallory is there as well, on that bench with all of the ministers and everyone that are going to question M. So yeah, there's all these plot threads occurring at the same time, and they're meant to all be happening at the same time. So we see back in Q Branch or Silver's code, it apparently kind of keeps changing, keeps morphing to prevent hacking. And as Q is saying this, Bond spots some letters on the right-hand side of the screen, some kind of code letters, and it's got some, it's starting to line up, and he sort of says pause and like zoom in there, and the letters come together, and it spells the word Granborough, which Bond immediately recognizes. It's like an old tube station on the Metropolitan line, and use that word as the like cipher key with Silver's code. And so Q does that, and on the screen, all the code sort of unravels and starts to form a shape, and it looks like a map, and Bond recognizes it as a map of subterranean London, so all the underground lines and everything. And as that happens, these doors or these like glass panels on the floor start to open up in QLab, which Bond clocks and kind of realizes something, and he just runs off. And I don't know if it's just I've not caught Daniel Craig running enough, or this was just a bad day, but he runs really silly. Maybe just Daniel Craig runs really silly, but if you see,
I don't think so. He sprints a lot in these films.
Yeah, but then why is this one in particular? I think it's because it's so short as well. It's like such a quick scene, and his like arms are out to the side. Anyway, don't come for me, Daniel. You run fine. And so he runs off, and you see on the screen in front of Q that there's a system security breach, and Q goes over to Silver's laptop because he wants to start frantically pulling out all of the connected cables, and it says on there, "Not such a clever boy," to which Q just kind of defeatedly says, "He hacked us." So maybe he's not so smart, that Q, plugging it straight into their system. And we thought M was bad with her internet stuff, but I mean, maybe it's just an MI6 problem, clearly.
Q's all like, a Nigerian prince, you say? Well,
or
maybe I shouldn't. But if I transfer him 500, he's going to send me back like 10 times as much. So I'll just click this real quick, and he's hacked us.
Elon Musk is trying to sell me some bitcoins. Well, he's a very reputable man. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with this.
I just have to download this software. Okay, all right, down it goes. I'm going to be rich. But no, this whole thing is just absolute nonsense. Like, it doesn't really bother me all that much, but this is so Hollywood hacker, just nonsense. Like, I'm not a hacker. I cannot say for sure this isn't how it happened, but the idea of like this big network, because it's on this huge screen and it's all tied together, and then like it unravels to be a map. It just all feels a bit like super film logic here, and it's so silly where they have to have Bond seem smart. Like Q, it's a whole nother world. We know this, but they still have to have them working together. So Bond's like, oh, what is going on that? Like, all right, Grandpa, we'll go in on that.
Whatever you say.
And then it works because it says Groundbread. Like, it's all it's all very like, yeah, it's fine. Like, I know what they're trying to do, but this is such, like, you cannot take this hacking scene seriously because it's just so nonsense. Like, so here just because they need a hacking scene in a film and they want some sort of like visual display of that so you can kind of go along with it and have it be interesting. But yeah, I can't imagine hacking is anything like this.
I'd love to have seen a scene like this with the old Q. It's like slowly, like two fingers typing on the keyboard really slowly. It's like, right, well, let's just hack here, shall we?
Well, yeah,
Because
like
that's
this
what
is almost getting close to the For Your Eyes Only scene where they're doing the whole like
Oh,
picture
yeah.
graph thing or whatever that was.
Yeah, I mean, it's the angle they're going for this new Q. Like they are modernizing it in the sense of he's not just there with the guns and stuff and the silly gadgets. He is a hacker, and I guess that just comes part and parcel. Like this sort of stuff comes part and parcel with big films. Is it has to have the code on the screen. It has to have it in a very silly way. But I'm with you. It doesn't really bug me. It just progresses the plot. I don't dwell on it too much. I think you are right though. It is kind of bad that they have to have Bond involved. I would have liked it more if it was just Bond was just like, huh?
Yeah.
And Q did it all because that's where they should stand. I don't know.
Yeah. They should have gone more corny where Bond just like is in the corner and they have the slow zooming shots on like Q working and Bond has that moment where he really just like, actually, maybe these young guys aren't so bad after all. And like smiles and nod, and then Q sees Bond smiling and they smile back, and then they go play baseball in the backyard. Like that's where they
Aw.
should have gone.
I love that. That sounds great.
That would have been really charming. They're just playing baseball while M is just being murdered by Silver. Like, oh, I should have really dropped the ball on that one.
Come on, son. Let's play catch.
Go long, go long. But no, it's fine. Because it's Bond as well, they're allowed to be a bit silly.
Yeah.
So that also helps.
Yeah.
So we cut to Bond running through. Sadly, he's not shouting, get out the way, get out the way.
Move, move.
Move, move. Sadly not. He doesn't have to run through MI6 though. It is his favourite thing.
I can't believe that's come up now twice in this podcast. Like, I didn't realize that moment had such an impact on us both, but clearly it did.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's great. So Bond gets to the room where Silver was and he sees the guard being dead. The guy's like, oh, core blimey, he got me, governor. And then he dies.
Bond holds him like he's going to do with a certain character later on in his arms. And
Holds him like Mathis. Forgive yourself. Oh, really? Okay.
Vesper. Like, no, I don't care about her anymore. Come
We
on.
moved on until the next
on.
film.
Old news. New digs.
But no one talks, sadly. But yeah, the guard is dead. And Bond sees that there's like a grate and somebody's opened up the grate and there's like a ladder. So yeah, he like radios to Q saying Silver's gone. And then he climbs down the ladder to kind of get into like almost like a sewer, but it's almost like not really a sewer. It's just like an underground to this underground. It's a bit strange when you think about it. So Bond is kind of going through all these tunnels and he's on the Q to radio and Q says, I found you on a map. So go through the door on your right. So he does, and he pops out and he's on the tube line. So he's in one of the tunnels where all the rails are, where the underground trains go. And Bond is walking through the tunnel with his gun out, and Q kind of starts explaining like this was he wanted to be captured. This was a plan all the years in the making. He knew that MI6 would retreat underground. He knew exactly where this would be. So Silva has actually been planning this all along, and this is all part of his plan, which I really, really appreciate that line because I think it's really needed in terms of all the things that happened with this plot. And I think I buy it a lot more because they explain that Silva is a crazy person, but has been planning this for such a long time. That's why it all plays out the way it does. I think that was really needed for this to work well.
Yeah. That's the element that I think a lot of people would be like, oh, Joker, Joker planned to get caught, and how much did he plan in advance? And I think, that's like I said before, I don't really find this bothersome too much. It's just what this character does. We've already seen the element of control he has, although to be fair, it's only with you pointing out in this podcast that it sat with the whole police stuff very early on. But once you kind of get that, it's like, yeah, he could do all this stuff. Although it'd be quite funny if like, oh, sorry, we've had to move the inquiry. there's there's something wrong with the floor, or there's we have to move it, and it's like he goes there and there's no one there. Just bursts through.
Yeah, but he would just do that like that way.
Yeah,
be annoyed. But yeah, so he planned this the whole time. And I do love that as well. He knew MI6 would go underground. He had those plans. That's so cool.
Because of course he would. Like, if he was an agent, I'm sure that's like, yeah, he would have access to all that stuff.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he would be captured, which is great. So Q is explaining how the district line on the underground is the closest to you, and you can get there by going through the door on the left. So Bond goes, open the door, and he says, I can't open it. And Q's like, well, of course you can. Put your back into it. Then like a train starts coming and Bond looks and says, oh, great, a train is coming, which is kind of a staple of the Craig era, really. Some of the humor just comes in terms of being a little bit sarcastic, which I don't dislike, but I feel like Bond isn't as sarcastic as he is with Craig. But I guess that's just part of his version of Bond, I suppose.
Yeah.
So Bond starts trying to barge the door open and the train's getting very close. So then at the last second, he just shoots at the door. He breaks through and he gets through and he's like, okay, I'm in. And Q's like, see, I told you, but a little bit like worried and nervous because Bond only just made it. So Q explains that we've reported to the security and police, so they're on their way. And we cut to Silva is handed a package by two policemen. So he's in like his like prisoner uniform, but two policemen just give him a package. And then we go back to Bond, who kind of comes out of a vent into a crowd of people. So we're now in the underground. So we're in the underground stations, but I guess for people who have never gone on the underground, it's like a lot of different like tunnels that then like connect up to the actual train stops. So where we are in kind of like one of these tunnels where it's just like super busy, which again, that's the underground. So waves of people, and Bond kind of comes out, goes into the crowd, and he goes on to one of the stations and there's a train stopping and he's at Temple Station, and Q finds him on the cameras because he's still observing, and he's like, there you are. And then he says, I'm looking for Silva on the cameras, but he can't find him. Bond is looking around on the platform while this train is there and he can't find him either. And Bond's like, do I get on the train? I don't know if I can get on this train or not. And Q sees footage of a policeman getting onto the train. And then it takes him like half a day to realize that that's Silva.
Yeah, it really does take him too long. You could have seen in that first frame. You didn't need to zoom in.
He could have said, Bond, it looks like he's on the train, so just get on. But instead it's just like, I don't know, just confirming. So Bond like is waiting on the platform and the train starts moving, but he's just on his radio like, do I get on the train? Do I get on the train? But then Q eventually freezes the footage, sees it's Silva in the police uniform, and he's like, Bond, get on the train. So Bond's just like, ugh, and then just starts running, and he jumps at the last second just before the train disappears on the tunnel and lands on the back of it, of which some British man watching says, oh, he's keen to get home.
Oh, get it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Home? Yeah.
Home, yeah. So we then cut to Bond on the back of the train, and we see like a woman train driver who's just like quite shocked or just doesn't quite understand what's happening. And Bond's like, open the door. And she's just like, doesn't do anything. So Bond's like, open the door. And she does. And he's like, thank you. And he says, oh, health and safety. And then leaves and starts going through the train. So it's all very packed, lots of people. And Q tells Bond over the radio that Silva is dressed as a policeman. And we see shots of Bond going through the train. We see shots of Silva going through the train as well. And Q is on his laptop trying to figure out where he's going. He's like, we're not too sure where Silva is heading to. But Bond sees like the tube map in the train and sees Westminster and says he's going after M. So tell her to get out of there. So we cut to the inquiry, which is still going on, and Tanner gets a message on his laptop and then tells M, like, Silva has escaped and we need to get you out of here, of which M tries to reply, but the minister who's running this is like, oh, are we interrupting something? And he's like, no, please proceed. And then we go back to Bond going through the train, and I think he walks past someone, and I don't know if that's like Thomas Newman or something.
Oh, like a little cameo maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't spot that. I don't actually know what he looks like.
I'm not sure if he actually was, but he has like the same haircut. Like to the right of Bond, there's someone with like a bowl haircut, but it's very distinct. It's not Elvis. It's like a very distinct haircut like Thomas Newman, but he looks a little bit older than Thomas Newman. So I don't know if that was him, but it was like quite a distinct looking person to just be a random person on the train. So I think that was a cameo from someone.
You know, speaking of cameos, I don't know. I can't recall what the Michael Wilson cameo is for this film. Do you know? Because he's always in him.
Unless that was him.
Was it like an old grey-haired man?
Kind of.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is where they put him, like as that one of those background characters. So I'm going to have to go back and check because he's always in them. So I do want to know.
I'm going to have to look this up. Like, I can't throw that out there and be like, somebody was on the train. I don't know who.
I'll never tell.
It's a big secret. Don't worry about it. Passenger. Oh, God. Commuter. Oh, my God. There's so many uncredited people here. Another commuter. Graham. Oh, my God. There's so many people. I'm just looking for either a Thomas Newman or a Michael. Paul Bearer. Apparently, Michael G. Wilson's character was called Paul Bearer. If that rings any bells.
Oh, do you know what? I'm just looking it up now, and apparently that scene was cut.
Oh. So he would have had a cameo.
He would have, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Anyway, let's move on from this. But yeah, I think that was somebody. But yeah, so Bond's still going through, and they do eventually start arriving. So the train pulls in at the station, and the doors open at the embankment, and Silva starts running. So he's still like a decent distance away from Bond. So he manages to run off the train. Bond runs after him. They're both like pushing through the crowd quite a lot. And they kind of go to the top of these escalators and they like slide down in between two of them where a ramp is. So Silva slides down. And when he gets to the end, he just like completely collapses and falls down onto the floor and then gets back up and starts running again. And Bond is able to just completely maintain his momentum. Which I think was quite a nice touch.
Yeah,
he stumbles a bit and then keeps going.
Little bits like that. There's just the little ones where you go, yeah. You need a few of those moments, and that's a good one, especially because it's in the tube. It's what a lot of people here would have used the tube. So it's nice to see it all happening here.
Yeah, although it's completely unrealistic, this scene, because they have little like things to stop you from doing that.
They absolutely do.
They have bumps and be like, no sliding.
If it was Roger Moore, he would have like caught it and be like, oh. They would have played it for a moment there.
Yeah. So they continue to kind of run, and Bond turns a corner and can't see him anymore. And instead, he sees a lot of police, like a big crowd, but a lot of police in the crowd. And Silva notices this and just laughs, and he just kind of casually then walks through a set of doors on the left because he's dressed as a policeman and Bond can't tell who is who because he's now in a crowd of police. So he leaves through a set of doors on the side and Bond is still looking, but he sees that the door is a little bit open, so he is able to follow. And we go back to the minister who's just like dressing down M, saying, "You're old-fashioned, you're out of date, you suck, blah, 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 blah. You're awful, I'm cool, you're lame." And Mallory stops her and saying, "For the sake of variety, should we actually hear from the witness?" And the minister takes a second and is like, Of course. So again, I like that detail, and I choose to imagine that detail with the policeman was built in by Silva, that he knew the police would be called, which is why he dressed as a policeman, because he knew he would be able to get away, because he could like hide in a crowd, because he knew there would be a ton of police, because they would report it in.
Yeah, as soon as Tanner realised, that would have been, straight away. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's another small detail there. So, right, so now we're seeing Bond, and Bond is entering like this tunnel and he's aiming his gun, and there's like a big black room, and again, more like arches and stuff. It's very like underground, but it's like behind the scenes of it. And he turns on the lights, which turns on these lights of all these generators, and he sees a shadow across the room. So he sprints and goes into the next room, and we see Silva climbing a ladder, and Bond just shoots at him 3 times, but hits the ladder, and that causes Silva to stop. And Silva says, "Ah, not bad, James, for a physical wreck." You've caught me. And now here's your prize. He says, it's the latest thing from my toy store. It's called a radio. And he hits it, and that causes on the side, on the wall behind Bond, a big hole. Like that, an explosion goes off and a big hole is created. And Bond says, I hope that wasn't for me. And Silva says, no, but that is. And Bond turns around and we see a train because he has created a hole in the underground. So now a train is just falling through the roof and it smashes down, smashes into a lot of arches, a lot of bricks here, and it really falls down. But Bond is able to just like quickly get out of this. He's not really in any real danger, but it's just a chance for Silva to escape. And yeah, this train completely falls down and stops, and Bond gets back up as Silva has escaped. And this is also another one where when I first saw it, I was like, that's a bit daft. But again, I think Silva, I don't think this is the only trap he set up. I bet he had like 10 different spots where he could blow things up in order to help him escape.
I still think this is dumb for me, because I did think that when I watched it, and I still do with this. I think that just the reason, well, it just seems like they thought they needed to have, we're in a tube station, we need to have something explosive or something dramatic to happen with a tube train. But to me, it's like I like the idea of he has all these things planned up, but that they're smart things, whereas this just doesn't seem logically very smart, like having that particular. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe he has another one ready to blow up, but then I was like, well, does he want to kill Bond? Maybe he actually wants to keep Bond alive, and maybe that's why it was so kind of stupidly out of the way still. But no, I don't know. I've been trying to justify it, but I think it is still just a bit silly. I like when he does have these things planned, but when it's, I don't know, it's actually, it makes, it's for him to get to where he wants to go, less for when he's trying to stop other people like this.
All right, fair enough. I think he would have this planned. But again, I don't see it as in he knew that he would be stopped at that ladder. I think he saw it as in, I know what route I'm taking, so I'm going to set up stuff all along that route, and I'm just going to set off the one I need when I get to that point. And I do agree with you. He didn't set off the one that he thinks would kill Bond. He just set off the one that would distract him enough so he could get away. So to me, I think that does fit. But, fair enough. Each their own. So we then cut to Silva going above ground, and he gets into a police car. Lots of police everywhere, and his car drives off. And we start hearing a voiceover of M, because now she is going to speak at this inquiry. And she says, today I've repeatedly heard how irreverent my department is. Do we really need agents? Isn't it all rather quaint? And she says how I see a different world that you do, and what I see frightens me. And she says, I'm frightened because our enemies are no longer known to us. They don't exist on a map. They're not countries. They're individuals. And we see Tanner is getting a lot of messages to get M out of there while she's doing the speech. And we're seeing shots of like Silva like storming the front of the building. So him and like two policemen or fake policemen are just shooting the guards to get in. And M continues with her speech and says, our world is more opaque now. And it's the shadows. That is where we must do battle. And she says, ask yourself, how safe do you really feel? And then she kind of changes course a bit and saying, my late husband was a great lover of poetry, and I suppose some of it sunk in despite my best intentions. And we see like shots of Bond running across the ground. So he is now like above ground, and he is just sprinting across London because of course he is. He wouldn't walk it or get a police car. No, he is just going to sprint there. And he says M says this is a poem from Tennyson, I think it is. And she quotes the poem. I'm going to try and give it a go. I probably won't do it justice, but here we go. And she says, we are not now that strength which in old days moved heaven and earth. That which we are. One equal temple of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. And at that moment, Silva bursts into the room and points a gun at M and smiles. And he just like shoots a random man and a random policeman as well. But yeah, then they stare. M just kind of no reaction on her face. Silva just quite happy about it. And we see Mallory take off to head over. So as Silva fires, Mallory grabs M and takes takes the bullet instead in the shoulder, and we see Bond has now reached the building that this is all happening in. So Tanner is like kind of cowering with M, or lowers M down to try and get her out, and Bond enters the room, and there's a lot of shooting backwards and forth because it's almost like a courtroom. So Bond is on one side and Silva is on the other side. They're shooting at each other, and Eve is present. So Bond kicks a gun over to her and she starts shooting, and Mallory, despite being shot, he runs and gets another gun from one of the policemen that's been killed. So he's shooting, and I think Mallory manages to shoot one of the goons that has come with Silva, and Bond then points the gun at Mallory for a second and then moves it slightly to the side to shoot a fire extinguisher. So the room kind of fills with like steam, I guess, or CO2. So you can't see anything. So Bond casually walks across and fires through this steam, and Silva fires, but he can't see anything. So he decides to leave. He just shoots a random man on his way out, and we see the ministers and all the committee that were at the front leave as well. And Silva kind of gets out of the building, grabs into a parked car and disappears. And Bond sees the car go, so he also sees a Jag nearby, which is M's car. So we then cut to Tanner putting M into the car, and as soon as Tanner puts M into the back of the car and goes to the front, it drives off, leaving Tanner there. So Bond is driving the front, and M's like, 007, what the hell are we doing? And M says, it then goes to M talking about, too many people are dying because of me. And Bond talks about, let's get out in front, we need to change the game. And M kind of guesses, oh, so I'm going to be the bait. And Bond looks at her and she's like, all right. So Bond radios Q saying, me and Emma, we're about to disappear, and ask you to leave a load of breadcrumbs for only Sylvia to find. And Q's like, I guess this is off the books, of which Bond basically confirms. And it ends with Q having a sip of tea, saying, so much for my promising career in espionage. And it's like a Scrabble mug that he has as well.
Because I did see it, I was like, why has this mug just got Q on it? And then it's like, it's a Scrabble mug, I see.
Yeah.
But this whole, I mean, just like going back to the whole inquiry scene, man, I love this whole bit. I really do. Like, I wrote down in my notes that this whole bit is a teensy bit corny, because they do the whole thing of like, this is a serious moment, and the music is like, you get the voiceover from M. You have the music swelling. You're getting the shots of Bond running. It's all coming together to this point. But I just love that they give Judi Dench this chance to do this like really Hollywood thing of giving the speech, because it's just great. Like, she can put it off, right? She's that sort of actress. She has that Shakespearean experience, and she can do this. She can say these with such great. It's like Ralph Fiennes could have done it as well. Like, he's a similar caliber of actor, and it's just great. And I mean, even if you take into account the actual poem, which is Ulysses by Tennyson, and I only know it because like it's one of those poems that you hear in quite a lot of movie stuff, or it's like quite a famous one because of that last bit about to not to yield. And I quite like that we got a little reading by Tom there. That's nice.
Yeah.
But even if you take that on the face value of it's just a cool sounding poem, like it just sounds good, and I'm saying it sounds good. But also then, like I was saying earlier, with how much you want to get into this film, that actual poem is about an aging character wanting to go back, not wanting to give up, maybe not chasing their youth, but and it just has so many parallels to what we've seen, and I love it. Like I say, it is a teeny bit corny, but I will happily have it because I think, and also I really like the shootout that comes after it. It could have just been a very average, like, all right, Silva comes in, boom, boom, doesn't kill him. Bond comes in, saves it, whatever. But they do at least have, because they have all the culmination of all these characters that we've seen here, or so far in this room. So we've got Bond kicking over a gun to Eve, and Eve is starting to help out. We have, I swear, does Bond wink at Mallory at one point? I swear he winks at Mallory.
He might be, I think just before he shoots the fire extinguisher when he's pointing the gun, he might wink.
Yeah. But then at another point, he's like kind of gestures that he's going to give Mallory some cover whilst he goes to get the gun. And it's just, and this is what you need when you eventually see what Mallory becomes as a character. And it's just like, oh yeah, look at them all working together. You love to see it. It's quite interesting because like that similar idea I don't like as much in the next film where we have MI6 all working together, but here where it's sort of thrust upon them in this situation in this inquiry room, I think it's great and I love it.
Yeah, I love that idea as well because like it's all supposed to be how like Silver is in control of this and has kind of got the best of them, but then we just see MI6 kind of rally a little bit and they're kind of really on the back foot. But to see Bond get involved, but everyone else get involved, it's incredibly cool to see this type of shootout, and especially happening in like a government or a minister like scene like this in this courtroom. Like, oh, it just comes right out in front of all this kind of world that they're talking about, and you know, it's all very deliberate, of course. But yeah, the idea of the shadows and this fight that's going on that nobody sees, and then now everyone can see it. But yeah, that's incredibly cool. And as you say, like Judi Dench just pulls this off so well. And even those like extra elements of tragedy, and we talked about it last week about how she says my late husband because her husband has died. It just adds another extra layer in her reading this poem. And yeah, as you say, it's potentially a little bit corny, but I think where this story goes with M, it completely justifies it.
Yeah.
Like with how her story ends with this one, it justifies like, yeah, she gets to have this moment.
Yeah. No, they need to have this sort of thing, and they've given enough time to M already, but it's like I'm just glad that they kept it going and they really gave it the due diligence that it deserved.
Yeah, and I think we normally use like in a lot of these episodes, we normally say like, and this was my favorite scene of the film. To be honest, like I don't think I could pick one.
No, I don't know either.
This is a really good one. The Patrice one was a really good one. The Silver introduction was a really good one. The casino was a really good one. So I couldn't pick my favorite scene. There's just a lot of moments where they really stand out to me. Bond getting shot at the beginning, like this scene, like, oh my God, it just has so many moments that are just so memorable and awesome. And this is yet another one.
Yep. I think I'm with you. I don't think I could pick one. They're all equally good, which is not a bad position to be in.
No.
So after Bond has, signaled through to Q to start laying that trail of breadcrumbs, we are still with Bond and M, except this time it's at night, and they're at sort of like a storage unit, garage unit, and Bond is there to change vehicles. They need to change out of a company car. They need to get into a non-company car because of, there's trackers and everything. They can be traced, so they need something else. So he opens the door to this place and he turns on the light, and inside it's the Aston DB5. And you get this as the lights come on. And when I say it's the Aston Martin DB5 it's the Aston Martin DB5 from Goldfinger. It's the exact one. It has the license plate and everything. It's not like one we saw in Casino Royale where that's how we got it. It's this one. And
Sean Connery's in the front. He's like, hello.
Yeah, very, very old Sean Connery is in there. Finally.
Yeah.
And M says, "Oh, I suppose that's completely inconspicuous." And I love the way Daniel Craig says, "Get in."
Yeah. Come on.
Get in. However, I'm just going to say this now. We do say the Aston a little bit more, but I just want to kind of get this out now. As much as I've just kind of joked about all this stuff, I don't like the Aston being in this film.
Oh, no.
Personally. I think it's kind of what we said before, what I was saying before with some of the Q stuff. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too with some aspects. I don't think it was needed.
Oh, I can't agree. I guess I just see it and I'm just like, oh, that's great. That's so fun. Like, I much prefer it here than like the Aston that was in Casino Royale. And maybe this would have worked better if it wasn't in Casino Royale, and if they didn't have that terrible cameo of it in Tomorrow Never Dies, if there was a little bit more like separation for it. But I don't know, like it's so self-indulgent. I can't help but love it.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think that's what puts me off, is it is so self-indulgent because it is down to, well, I mean, yeah, I'll carry on the rest of the scene, but as they drive off in the Aston Martin, and you hear the Bond theme, and it's like the very old school Bond theme. It's like just the guitar and even like the bongos or whatever that drum is that they're using. Like it's proper back to basic theme there as he drives off, just to really hammer home this classic Bond staple. And they're driving down the road, and you see M. She's like, "It's not very comfortable, is it?" And as she says that, Bond puts his hand on the gear stick, flips up the cap to reveal the red button, and says, "Are you going to complain the whole way?" And M's like, "Oh, go on then, eject me, see if I care." And it's funny. It is funny, and I like on that. I'm sure, and this is the other issue I have, is that I'm seeing this now 11 years later. I'm sure at the time that would have been such a winner of a thing to do, because it would have been that anniversary year, and it would have been such a great time. I think now it's just the time factor is a little bit different, and I'm just seeing it more as like, well, why does he have the exact? Where is this from? What is it? What is the continuity here? Why does he have this car that's from 1960 and it has all the same gadgets? Even though Q said we don't do that anymore. I don't know. I'm overthinking it, I guess.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to get lost down that rabbit hole of how the continuity of all this works, because that's a dark, dark place. So
it is.
Yeah, you have to put that aside and just enjoy it for the fan service that it is. And it's just so funny. Just Bond and M bickering is hilarious, and the fact that he just pops open it was like, it's just perfect. I don't know. It's so charming and funny to me that I can push that stuff aside.
Yeah, it is pure fan service, though. Yeah, you're right. But sometimes that's just, you got to give it to the fans, I guess. So yeah, after that, they're driving off. We see Q and Tanner back in the Q lab, following Bond's instructions. You can see him in front of the screen with the map on, and they're plotting the breadcrumb trail for Silva to go up. It's going up to Scotland, you can see on the map. And you can see Tanner there. It's like, after hours, they're doing this off the record, and Tanner's having a bit of Heineken again. It's such a strange visual, just like there in the center of the frame. It's obvious why they do it, I know, but it's like, yep, Tanner drinks Heineken as well. And Mallory walks in, got his arm in a sling after what happened, and he asks what's going on, which they kind of like sheepishly look around. It's like, oh, nothing, we're just blah, blah, blah. And he really, he quickly clocks what they're doing, and actually gives them a suggestion, send them up the A9 or somewhere, give him a more direct route to Scotland, and we can track him through the cameras. And I can't remember if it's Tanner or Q says like, well, what if the PM finds out? And Mallory says, well, then we're all buggered, and carry on. So they've got the go ahead, and this is where you are. I mean, it helps that he also literally saved M from the inquiry room, but this is where you are learning that maybe it's not all quite what he seems, old Mallory. He's got a few little secrets, little things he can pull out. So yeah. After that, we get back to Bond and M, and as I say, they're in Scotland. You get these nice panoramic shots of the Scottish Highlands, all these beautiful mountains and hills, and you see at one point the DB5 has just been parked on the side of the road, and Bond standing there, legs quite wide apart, just looking out to the valley in front of him. And M was still in the car. She comes out and stands next to him. This is the location where a lot of people go now to have like, oh, this is the Skyfall bit, because go and have your little photo there. But
it does look amazing as well.
Yeah, that helps as well.
It looks incredible. These Scottish like hills on either side, looks amazing.
Yeah. And she comes up and stands next to him and asks Bond if this is where he grew up. And then also asks, how old were you when they died? And they're like, Bond is still just staring straight out into the scenery. He's not really looking. And he says, you know the whole story. Because of course you would. And to which M replies, orphans always make the best recruits. Bond looks up at the sky and just kind of ominously says, storm's coming. And that's kind of it, really. You get more shots of the car, the DB5 driving through all these roads, these very isolated roads. And they eventually pull into the entrance of this house, like the entrance gate of it. And there's a stag on one of the posts, and you see the sign labelled Skyfall. So we get the answer to what that was all that time ago, back in the psychological evaluation.
It's the name of the stag.
Yes.
Skyfall the stag.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I think I forgot to mention earlier on when they were saying like M says where are they going and Bond says we're going back in time, and they literally are going back in time. They go.
A giant portal opens up. Whoa!
The DeLorean comes through.
Yeah.
Marty,
we've got to go back, Bond.
But no, it's this big estate, and there's this very old looking mansion, like manor house, in the middle of it all, and they go in, and Bond and M walk in, and there's all the furniture and all of the kind of chandeliers and everything in all the rooms has been covered in cloth, as if it's all being moved out and shut down, and M just kind of stands and watches Bond as he walks around and kind of takes it all in about where he is, because we don't really know very, very much about it quite yet. But as he's there standing, you see the shotgun emerge from the shadows, and it's this old man. It's this old bearded man who Bond immediately recognizes as like, oh my God, you're still here. I can't believe it, sort of thing. Because
it's like, God, are you still alive?
And Bond introduces M to him, and it's Kincaid, the gamekeeper, since Bond was a boy. Yeah, you're learning this is obviously Bond's childhood home. And Bond introduces M to Kincaid, and I like how he hears it as Emma, so that's how he addresses her for the rest of it. It's not M, it's Emma. And Bond says to him, some men are coming to kill us. We're going to kill them first. Very matter of fact. And it's kind of, this Kincaid character is like, not much of a reaction from it, considering like he doesn't know much about MI6 and what Bond actually does, but he's going to go along with it. They go and check the gun room. They're looking for weapons and supplies, but this is where you learn that actually, because of what happened to Bond, seemingly dead at the beginning, it's all been sold. All of the stuff's been sold. The whole house is actually, going away, and the only thing left in terms of weaponry was Bond's father's hunting rifle, which Kincaid hands over to Bond, and there's a little close-up of it being monogrammed. It says AB. So they put all their weapons down on the table just to see what they have, and it's a couple guns, Bond's pistol, and M's like, is that all? Is that it? And then Kincaid puts down a knife as well and says, sometimes the old ways are the best, as he puts it down.
Yeah, so like going back a little bit, first of all, they've done it again in terms of like having these amazing aerial shots and just having this place look absolutely incredible.
For different reasons, though, as well. Like it's like British beautiful rather than like exotic. You know what I mean?
British beautiful, which some would say isn't beautiful, but but yeah, you're right. Like it's not Shanghai high-tech city at night. It's a like moody, misty Scottish Highlands, which if anyone's ever been to Scotland and ever spent time around the lochs, they are incredible places. Highly recommend. Watch out for midges though; they'll get you. But it looks amazing, and this really captures that amazingly well. It reminded me of two films. One was The Revenant, the Leonardo DiCaprio film. That has a similar sort of vibe. That probably is a little bit more impressive, but I don't think that's really fair to compare, really, because so much went into that film. It's insane. But the fact that we got Shanghai and all these cool places, but now like this, and it works and looks amazing, it's just like, wow, absolute credit to the people who made this film. It looks incredible. And the other film it gave me vibes off is like The Shining.
Oh, yes, especially the shots of the car driving.
Yeah, it almost feels like a direct reference to it because there's a load of trees. Like they're in the middle of the hills and stuff. And then you cut to like them driving through trees on the road and there's like aerial shots showing the car. So I haven't seen The Shining in a while, but it feels like very close. Like it might almost be a reference. It's so similar.
Yeah.
But it does kind of really instill this idea of isolation and things like that, because that's what this is kind of all about. So once again, it's a new location and it looks incredible. So I guess now Kincaid. I like Kincaid. I like the Kincaid. It's yeah.
Kincaid. Well, I guess I'll talk a bit more about Kincaid a little bit later on. But at the moment, it does feel. It's just like, oh, there's a man here. You know what I mean? Who is this guy? What's his relevance here? But I guess there's a little bit more we learn later on. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I do appreciate like the thought that went into this film, again with the timeline of it. The reason, like, this house always existed. It was Bond's childhood home, which we know his parents are dead, and this was like waiting here for him, and it's only really being sold and stripped out because everyone thought he was dead, which is something that's being pulled from the start of the film. But I like that this has been 3 months since everyone thought Bond was dead, so that's why it's here, but it's not completely gone. And I think that was really smart. So it gives you this sense of like a rundown house, but it's not literally like a like something that's been there for like 30 years that's just collapsing. Like it's more smart. It connects together in a way that makes sense. It makes sense Kincaid would be here. It makes sense that things would be run down and it would still kind of be that house, but he is maintaining it. So it's very small, but I appreciate that they thought about it and put the timeline together to make it fit in terms of what they want to show on screen with this house and what it represents.
Yeah. I didn't quite think about that in that aspect, but you are totally right.
And I do also get a little bit of a Harry Potter vibe here, because like Kincaid, big man with a beard, give Bond his father's old hunting rifle, which has like AB on it. And it did give me a little bit of like Hagrid with Harry Potter and him looking at his wand being, oh, my father's wand. Like, it was a little bit like that because, yeah, Bond sees a big old AB on the stock because it is his father's rifle.
But yeah, so once they've got all the weapons out, like they know what they've got, Bond goes for some target practice using his father's rifle. With Kincaid, he's set up some teacups or something on a tree, like a tree branch in the distance, and Kincaid like starts to offer some advice. It leans to the left a bit, and Bond just like, yeah, it's fine, and just shoots them perfectly. He's now fully recovered by the looks of it. His shoulder's not a problem. And when he does that, Kincaid is like, what did you say you did for a living? So, yeah, he really doesn't know. And I guess why would he? So we see Kincaid inside bringing a scarf to M. Looks a bit cold, a bit chilly up there in Scotland, I imagine. So she's saying, it's a beautiful house. And I can't remember the line he says. It's like, that's like something about... something about having secrets. I can't remember what he says.
It's something like, as all good women or all women does, it has its secrets, something like that.
Yes, yeah. And from that then shows her a secret of the house, which is a tunnel, a secret tunnel that leads, they say something like a priest.
Yeah, a priest hole.
Priest hole, which is a tunnel straight to the moors, and then that would lead out to the chapel that's nearby. And Kincaid starts to tell the story of when Bond was younger and how when he heard the news of his parents' death, he ran and hid in there and he didn't come out for 2 days. And very dramatically says, when he came out, he wasn't a boy anymore. So that to me, this is what I was going to say earlier about Kincaid. Like that, this is really just Kincaid's purpose, is just to have those moments of, this is what Bond did as a boy. I know because I was there. They just needed someone from his history. And that's what I was going to mention earlier on. I remembered, nothing to do with Harry Potter, but I'm so glad they didn't. There was rumours of it being Sean Connery cast in this role. Don't know if you read that.
Yeah, I read that, yeah.
One of those things that came out at the time and then they decided against it. Very good choice. That would have just been very weird.
Yes, very because weird. Sean Connery is just so recognisable.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have worked.
I mean, I think this guy that plays Kincaid is a very famous actor. It's like Albert Finney, I think. Very famous actor. Kind of, I don't really recognise him or anything. I think it's more like kind of older generation of Hollywood stars or whatever. But I mean, he's still very good. I'm glad it wasn't Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Although it does kind of give this, he's still Scottish. So there's almost like this nice idea of Bond being in Scotland, which gives you that tie to Sean Connery. So that's all quite nice. It's not in your face, but you could put some things together there. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And after a little bit about Bond as a boy, you then start to see them preparing because they know that they've got M here as the bait, so there is going to be Silva on his way at some point. And it's a bit of a montage here of all the things they're doing to prepare the house for an oncoming attack. And it starts with M is breaking some light bulbs to get the kind of filaments from them and make them into shrapnel explosives. You see them put some shotgun shells in the floorboards that'll go off when someone stands on it. You see them board up the windows with big pallets of wood. You see Bond get some dynamite from the quarry, which Kincaid mentioned about earlier. Just one stick of dynamite. And finally, you see Kincaid sawing off his shotgun to make a sawn-off shotgun. And like they're all getting ready. And then you just get this big quiet wide shot of the house, kind of just waiting for what's going to happen.
So where do you stand on this whole childhood stuff in this film?
I think we might have mentioned this earlier on, but it's one of those things that I don't actually think is really addressed very well. It's superficially mentioned, and I know that this is taking place at the house and what happens to the house, and it signals that Bond is letting go of the past. Yeah, I just think that is quite a big subject, and it almost feels like it's intruding a bit on the M stuff and the Bond and M relationship. I don't know. I guess there's just too many stuff. There's too many strands going on for my liking, where you're having Bond being resurrected, you're having Bond and M, you're having Bond, M, and Silva, you're having Bond and his childhood. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff going on. Almost too many cooks, in my opinion.
I know what you mean, but I feel like the Bond stuff is kind of somewhat secondary and is kind of like a smaller part of this film as in terms of building the character up over these 5 films that we get with Craig. So it's almost like kind of adding in an extra chapter or an extra slot in terms of what Bond is. But to me, I would say it's not too much, because I think, unlike Quantum of Solace, this idea of Bond being at his childhood's home ties into the same themes of what M is going through, of, the past coming back, and the past is catching up. So I kind of see it as a little bit like that. And yeah, there's no real character development with this. It's kind of a look into Bond's past. But yeah, I don't see this as Bond kind of going back and resolving childhood trauma. He just kind of is facing his past for a little bit. But I think that works in terms of what is happening, because again, thematically, M is facing her past and is catching up to her. So Bond kind of doing something somewhat similar, I think, does work. But I do think, there's no character development of Bond getting over his childhood trauma, but there is what's happening with M, and I think thematically this aligns up with that enough for it to work.
Yeah, I guess they have to go hand in hand, but to me, there's just, I don't know. It's what you said. There is no character stuff there. Like, we didn't see any of Bond's childhood trauma coming out. Well, maybe you did, but it's one of those things where I feel like if they're going to do this, they need to be a little bit more on the nose with it, even though I've complained about that sometimes. But if they're going to have that, they need something to set it up and then have a satisfying payoff. Whereas we all know that Bond is messed up. Like, we know that he is an orphan. That's going to have an effect. And, like, I just think, the fact that they're in this setting and what happens to it isn't really enough. But I do agree with you. The focus is on them. So that I'm still happy with.
Yeah, I think there's enough here to fill out Bond's character and have you think about some stuff, and it's interesting, but you just have to take it as in, well, that's quite interesting that we're getting this. And I like how they do it where the background is Kincaid and M talking. I really appreciate that. Like, it's just Bond sitting around talking about it would be naff. But it almost feels very British in a way, and that's why I love Bond and Kincaid and M and their dialogue and stuff, especially Bond and M. Just feels so British. I love it. Like, maybe not in the way they intended, but it's a very, Bond is a very British franchise, and there's something about all the back and forth and the jabs they like go between each other and having this serious stuff. And like Kincaid, when he's all like, Bond went in that tunnel for 2 days after his parents died, and then he came out and he wasn't a boy anymore. He then instantly says, must get on. Very good. All right. We've got stuff to do. Got to keep busy. It's very British. It may be the wrong ways, but it still feels very British. And that's partly what I come for Bond from, that British feeling.
As I'm saying this stuff and the things you're saying, it's making me reevaluate, though, as well. Like, that's why I have a lot of trouble with this last act of this film. Is that it's just, I can't quite know where to place it, because then there is like little strands that I will hook into, and I'll get, and I think, oh, that actually does make sense. Like you're saying about Bond and M's relationship. Well, yeah, like that is a very much, in a way, that is a very parental relationship, and then that links into Bond's past, and then what happens to M is like, well, then that can link into what happened, and that is getting over some trauma. So I guess it's not spelled out, and I know I just said that maybe I do want it spelled out, and that's a good thing and a bad thing, I guess. Overall, I think it's probably good they don't spell it out, but there is a part of me that would have liked it. I don't know. As you can tell, I do have lots of mixed opinions about all this. It's just like a big murky mess for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah, I mean, the third act of this film in Scotland is like the big sticking point for this film for a lot of people, and I think there's enough really good here that I like it, and I think there's enough ideas that are pulled in that I can enjoy and take them for what they are. And maybe it is more of a kind of concoction and mix of ideas, but I think they thematically tie well enough that I can just kind of take them all individually and still have it kind of feel cohesive. But you're right, you could take some of this stuff and flesh it out a little bit more and focus on some stuff. But I don't want the third act of a Bond film to go heavily into some of these ideas. And maybe they didn't 100% get the balance right. But over the years watching this film, I just really enjoy what's here, and it has kind of settled in my mind. Maybe that just means I'm biased because of it. But actually, I think in my head when I was first watching this film, I saw, the long Scotland bit. But I think it just has a lot of great moments and a lot of great things to kind of think about. So I actually do quite enjoy this bit. I would say the first 2/3 is still better.
Yeah.
But I actually think this is quite a fun and enjoyable Act 3.
Yeah.
So, yes, we are now waiting for Silva to show up. And as Joe said, it's all very quiet, and we see Bond and M inside the house kind of waiting, and M is just kind of sitting there leaning forward, and she's like, I effed this up, didn't I? She swears, but I'm not going to. I'm a classy boy. But
You've got to be professional.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be professional.
Yes.
But M's like, she doesn't need her dignity anyway, so she's effing and jeffing. She's past that point. But Bond just replies and saying, no, you did your job. Which is, again, I really like that. This kind of idea is that this is how they see this. M and Bond both see it as they are two professionals doing a job. And it's something that is not just in this film, it's in all the films. So it's, they really get the M and the Bond dialogue perfect in a lot of this film. So, but anyway, Bond says, I read the obituary that you wrote for me. And M's like, what did you think? So Bond's just like, appalling. So M's like, yeah, I knew you were hated. And M's like, I called you exemplary of British fortitude. Which Bond's like, well, that bit was all right. That wasn't bad. I love it. Absolutely love it. This is like the last proper conversation they have in the film, and I'm glad it's just like this, just jabs at each other. It's so good.
Constant bickering,
Yeah, but it's like confirming to each other that they do trust each other and stuff, and you know, there's so much there. I love it. But we hear the dogs. So before Kincaid had some dogs, and now we hear them barking, which means we know that people are about to show up. Which is kind of sad, because if you think about it, it probably just means the dogs got killed straight away.
Yep. Yeah, that's sad, actually.
That sucks. But Bond is saying, are you ready to Kincaid? And Kincaid says, I was ready before you were born, son. And then he puts on some sunglasses, jumps on his motorbikes and goes, yee-haw, and charges off.
And then the Who starts playing, yeah.
No, but he does say, I was ready before you were born, son, which is kind of lame. I don't think a Scottish person would ever say that, but that's fine. So we cut to a load of men with guns arriving at the gates of Skyfall. And we see them walking towards the moor. So where this is taking place, it was kind of like at dusk. Although maybe that's just how Scotland looks. It's like very blue.
All the time, yeah.
Yeah. So this is kind of like the start of dusk. So it's kind of somewhat light. And now it's kind of starting to get a little bit more dark, a little more blue. So we see them walking across the moor, and we see the Aston Martin DB5 is parked up outside, and a lot of shots of them crossing this moor and approaching the house. And this group of people arrive at the front and they place some explosives on the front door, and we see Bond is inside the DB5. He like pops his little head out for a little bit, and then he turns on the front turrets and starts shooting at a load of the men. So the front door blows up, which allows some of the men to charge in, but Bond has killed a few of them. And we see one of the men enter the front hall and look to the side and see Kincaid, but it's actually a mirror. So Kincaid then shoots them with his shotgun on the other side and says, "Welcome to Scotland."
Welcome to Scotland. Yeah, that's another line I'm not sure that actually someone in Scotland would say. But
no, I don't think so. Like, mostly the humor is good in this film, but some of these lines, like that one, just felt a little bit off. I don't think that's right.
Basically, we're saying that Scottish people aren't cool.
They're cool in a different way.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
They're not cool in an action hero way.
No.
They wouldn't be like, "I was born ready. Welcome to Scotland. Bang, bang." Like, that's not... I'm not saying English people are like that either.
Oh, God, no. It would be even worse.
Even worse, yeah. But yeah, Bond is hiding in the car still, and I think like somebody's walking through the house and they step on one of the booby traps on the board and that explodes and kills them. And we see M is hiding from two men who have entered the house, and she turns on the lights, and that like triggers this like explosion from where the bulbs would be, which is like a shotgun shell with an explosion with like a load of glass in it that all shoots out that they prepared earlier. So they explode and die. And then Bond gets out of the car and shoots somebody and takes their rifle and shoots somebody else. And we see Kincaid is hiding and reloading his gun. And Bond, is in the house at this point, and he like has a little move where he like kicks an assault rifle up to him, which is
love that.
Another little cool Bond moment there. So two men are about to get Kincaid, and he shoots but misses, and as he's reloading he drops the shell, but Bond appears and kills the two men. And we then see somebody else creeping in the other part of the house of M is hiding, and M then fires a pistol at him but completely misses, and he fires back, and Bond enters and then kills him. And Bond asks M, like, "Well, are you hurt?" And she's like, "Oh, only my pride. I was never a good shot." So Bond then looks around and they've killed everyone. Everyone's been taken care of, and he says Sylvia isn't here. And at that moment they hear a helicopter and they hear some music. Like some almost like, Vietnam style music?
Yeah.
I don't know where the song comes from, but it sounds very Vietnam.
Yeah.
It's like very guitar driven, and you hear like the vocals like boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down. And then I think it sings something about like being in love with a woman, which I'm assuming is meant to parallel M. He clearly picked this song for a very exact reason.
Yeah.
So Bond looks out the window and sees the helicopter, and he then says, "Always gotta make an entrance." So he tells M and Kincaid to go to the kitchen to hide, and he starts shooting at the helicopter. And something that's really nice about the audio design of this is that it just gets louder and louder with the helicopter and the music, and it's so loud. It's awesome. So Bond is firing at the helicopter to distract them, of which it like turns to its side, and somebody's got a big old turret in the helicopter and just starts firing back. And it starts like ripping through the whole house, all these turret shots. So Bond shouts at them, "Hide behind the arches for cover," and Bond kind of runs round the house in a loop, and he reloads and he fires, and they're firing back at him. And Bond then tells M and Kincaid to go use the tunnel, go and use the priest hole to get back to the chapel. So they get in there, and the helicopter then lands, which allows Sylvia to then get out with a load of goons.
I will say, I want to ask, kind of just before we get on to the next bit of this, what is your opinion on the whole Home Alone-esque like traps and stuff?
I think it's fine. I think it only gets silly when you do compare it to Home Alone, but I don't know.
Because everyone does. That's always one of the things that people
I know.
mention
I think that's
film.
another just lazy comparison. I'm coming for you. Not just Joker fans. You Home Alone people. Coming for you. I don't know. I get it. I just think it's more about like they don't have any support. They're out here in such an isolated area, which they've shown off. And they just kind of, because they're versatile, because they're trained, and because they're fighting for something, they find a way to do it. So to me, it's that. And I get the comparison, but I don't think that's it. I think it's more just like, yeah, these are resourceful people being resourceful to defend themselves, and to, they're using M as bait here, so they're kind of going all in with this, and I appreciate that. I think that's cool.
Okay, I just wondered. I mean, I myself, I don't really have an issue with it, to be honest. I think sometimes I would take a step back and like see these just two old farts with Bond and be like, could they really do that? But that's the whole suspension of disbelief thing, isn't it? And I think that's something I've had to push back a couple times already. So one more is not any different. No, I don't. I mean, I also do understand where people come from with that. I think there are better comparisons. I can't remember what they are now, but people do say there are other films that are a bit more gritty and would have these similar traits of people having to do what they can with the things they have. And not just a kid, not just a bloody Home Alone kiddie film. But no, basically what I'm saying is I can understand why people might not like it. But for me, I think I can gloss over it enough.
Yeah, and this is it.
Out there.
Like, that's that done. So yeah. I don't get where the problem is. And I like the idea of M helping out, doing what she can. I like that.
She just switches a switch. Or flicks a light switch. There you go. That's what she needs to do.
Well, she like sets up all the traps as well. I like that. I appreciate that she does something.
Yeah, I mean,
of course she
said, she's a bad shot, so give her something else to do.
Yeah. So I like it. So Sylvia has now landed from the helicopter, and he slowly walks behind the house with a ton of guards behind him, and we see Bond hiding inside the house and sees them. So Silva just takes a grenade and throws it into the house, and Bond sees it at the last second and jumps to avoid, and it explodes. So Silva throws another grenade somewhere else, and that explodes, and Bond grabs another assault rifle, and Silva then shouts at everyone like, "Don't you dare touch her, she's mine," which I never liked that line. Not the line itself, but we complained about this a lot in the Quantum of Solace episode, but yeah, just an awkward dub. Yeah. Because he has such a distinct way of talking, when you have to have him shout like this over a helicopter, it just sounds really weird. Like, really weird.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
She's mine. Like, it's just the accent doesn't quite work. But so the helicopter, I think, then goes back up. So they've dropped them up, and now it's like going back up, and it's like shining a light into the house. So Bond notices this light shining and kind of assumes that that's where Silva is, because the light is shining for Silva so he can see, because now it's quite dark. Not completely pitch black yet, but yeah, it's getting darker and darker as the scene progresses, so it's now quite dark. So Bond starts like shooting where the light is shining, and Silva throws another grenade that goes off, and Bond sees a load of like M canisters. So we cut to M and Kincaid quickly in the tunnel, in the priest hole, and we see that M has been hurt. That actually she has blood on her hand and has some blood on her side, and she is actually like in quite a bad way, limping through the tunnel. So you kind of put it together that during the fight that she had with the other guy, that she actually got shot. And so she's dealing with that. And we go back to Bond, who's like moving the gas canister, and we get like a kind of a cool shot from Bond where Silva throws another grenade, but Bond is just like ignoring the grenades now, just moving the gas canisters,
completely
not even paying
unfazed.
attention.
Yeah.
So we see that M and Kincaid have made it out of the tunnel, and they kind of see that the house is on fire because all these grenades have gone off. And I think they are supposed to be like fire grenades, if that's even a thing. Like, I've played enough video games with like fire grenades. I'm like, oh yeah, fire grenades.
Yeah, like incendiary. I can't even think what that word is. Incendiary? That one.
That. I'm assuming that's supposed to be that, but I don't know if they're real, but he has those.
Yeah.
So they look back on the house and then start leaving, and we see the helicopter shines a light on the DB5, and then Silva like signals over to it to attack, and they shoot the car and it explodes, and Bond sees that it explodes and he is very mad, and the Bond theme like kicks in for a little bit, kind of.
They can destroy the house, but they can't touch the Aston.
Yeah, it's fine, I guess. It's an okay moment.
I mean, considering I didn't even want the car there, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that the car exploded, but yeah, it's fine. I guess you need a bit of jokes in there somewhere.
Yeah.
It's fine. So Bond has now rigged up the gas canisters to blow. So he's like put a fuse and he lights the fuse, and then he runs into the tunnel and looks back and looks around and says, "I always hated this place." Starts sprinting through the tunnel, which is what we were talking about before, how there's no real character development with this. It's just like, yeah, he probably did always hate that place. So he just gets the chance to blow it up, which is probably quite fun. But there's no real development with this. Bond has already kind of pushed down his past, and now he's literally blowing it up. But that's not development. He's just blowing it up. Like there's no peace with this. He's just blowing it up. But that's fine. To me, that's kind of in line with what the Bond character is. He doesn't need to have a big moment with it.
Yeah, I think there's meant to be a kind of play on catharsis, I suppose, but that it isn't, like you say, it's not done enough to have that weight to it to be full on a release of something. So it is just that line of "I always hated this place," which I guess does the job here. I think there's maybe catharsis later on, but not quite here.
No. So Bond is sprinting through the tunnel, and we see Silva outside, and then the house explodes. So the gas canisters explode, and the debris from the explosion kind of hits the helicopter, and that causes it to fall forward and crash into the house and explode, and that turns into a massive explosion. So the fire and the explosion kind of start pushing down the tunnel. So Bond kind of runs for a bit, but then jumps to the side to avoid it. And we see Kincaid and M also see this, but they keep walking. But at this point, there's quite a lot of blood coming from M at this point.
Oh, she's struggling. Poor old M.
Yeah, it was nice to see a big old explosion, although I think maybe they got the wrong idea with this because Spectre goes kind of all in with it.
Oh, God, yeah, that explosion.
Yeah, when I watched this, it made me think of Spectre because I was like, oh yeah, I guess Sam Mendes just really loves explosions. But to me, this wasn't that big of a deal. It was just like, yeah, that's an explosion because it's a Bond film. So that's what you get.
Yeah, I think the explosion itself is like, yeah, whatever. I like that what they do with that, like the aftermath of it with the flames and the colours they use for the rest of the scene. That's a great choice. Again, more great style. But yeah, I explosions wise, yeah, all right. It blows up. Good stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Like the rest of the scene now is at night, and we just have this burning house in the background, and that's really cool.
Yeah, because where it's the Scottish Highlands, it's obviously going to be very foggy as well. So you have this great big burning building, and then you have the haze of the fog, and it sort of illuminates it all. And so after the building is blown up, you see Silva is there and looking around, and he's just like surrounded by flames at this point. And where there is all this haze and warmth kind of effervescing, it's very, I don't know, it doesn't look earthly in a way. Like it looks, you could be like, they're very on the nose here, but like he's the devil. Like there's like, it looks like hell around him, with the colors and the contrast against the black night. Yeah, I love that. I love what they did with the explosion. And actually, it's not just a cool big fireball, but then it has this effect upon the rest of the scene. So, yeah, he looks out, he turns around from the house and he sees the torch, Kincaid's torch in the distance moving. So he kind of presumably realizes that's M up there and starts to walk and says, now it's me and her. So, yeah, that's when you get the shot of him walking towards the camera, completely in silhouette from this building, burning behind him, the moorlands lit up around him, and it just looks great. Like that's such a great just frame right there, still from this film.
Yeah,
there's a lot
so
of those.
good. Yeah. He also tells like two goons to make sure Bond is dead as well.
Yes, that's right. So we see Bond gets out the tunnel on the other end, and he also has a quick look at the burning house, just to sort of, I guess that's that now, and turns back around and he starts running. He starts running towards M. And as he's running across the moorlands, he sees a guard up ahead, one of Silva's guards, one of his goons, and jump kicks him to knock him out. And he eventually reaches a lake, a frozen over lake, which we did see, I think, when the helicopters flew over as well. So that's on the outside. And he steps on it as a little test to see if it's all good, if it's going to take his weight. And there's a few of those crackling sound effects, but no, it's fine. So he he starts to run, slightly less intense because you still are running on ice. But yeah, he's running across the ice, and as he's getting kind of halfway through or wherever, some bullets suddenly kind of spray out in front of him, and it's Silva. Silva is at the side, kind of at the side of the lake, and he is out of breath. Like, he's not looking too good. He's just been right next to that giant explosion near the house. But he kind of talking to Bond, saying all this running around and fighting, it's exhausting. And at this point, I just want to mention another little niggle that I have to say, and it's something not in just this film. It's in lots of films. When I see this, I hate it. Fake breath in films looks bad. You can immediately tell it's not real. And every time they were talking, I could just say like, "Oh, don't do that. Make it cold." Really give it to them actors. Make them feel it.
I know what you mean, but I kind of, I guess that would have been the ideal. But I need the breath. It does add something to make it feel cold. You're right. There is a little fakeness to it, but I kind of want that. Especially
I want it. I just want it to look better.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. So he tells Bond, you need to relax. And as he says that, another henchman is revealed from behind Bond. And Silva turns, and we see that there's a light now on in the chapel. And he says, "Mother's calling." So as he does that, Bond grabs the henchman's gun, who's next to him, and shoots down into the ice of the lake and causes both of them to fall through. And Silva sees this, and he just sort of laughs it off. He's like, "Yeah, that's great." And he gets on with walking towards them. And you see Bond and this goon underwater. They're wrestling underwater. Very clean water as well, I might add.
It's the Scottish Highlands. It probably would be quite clean.
Not sound stagey clean, but I mean, that's the reason why. But anyway.
Yeah.
Bond is kind of wrestling with the guy underwater and eventually strangles him with his leg. And when he does that, he realizes, as a big danger is, if you're going under ice, is that then you can't see where the hole is on the surface. So he looks up and he can't see anything. So he grabs a flare from the goon's dead body as it's falling down and shoots that up to illuminate the top of the lake and reveal where the hole is. Very, very quick little thing there. I guess maybe it's meant to be a little bit symbolic with Bond in water again. I don't really know. But this time how he gets out of it.
Oh, maybe. I don't think it's supposed to be that. It might be, though.
I don't know.
But I just this whole scene just looks incredible. Like, not the ice stuff so much, but I know we already said it, but it's worth repeating. It's so cool having that fire in the background lighting up a whole valley almost of a Scottish Highland and it being cold. It's so cool. And just that moment, when he kicks does the jumping kick, it's so quick and cool. It's just great. It's just so, I just find this stuff so good. And just that moment of Bond just recklessly shooting the ice and Silva just being like, "Oh, right. Okay then." And sighing and leaving. It's so entertaining. My only real criticism of this end bit is that we don't really get enough Silva. There's this big disconnect between what's going on and Silva, where Silva is just throwing grenades for so much of it at the house. And I think that's a little bit lame. I get why they didn't do a proper physical fight at that point or anything, but it does feel like Silva kind of gets disconnected from this film a little bit. And I wish he was a little bit more involved. But still, this looks amazing. It's got a ton of atmosphere. The music, because the music of this film is great. I don't know. I haven't really talked about it enough, but this has a very atmospheric, amazing soundtrack. Not necessarily a Bond soundtrack in some ways, but I can appreciate that for the style of the film. It matches it very well. But yeah, this is just a really great piece, a really great part of the film, which is why I would probably be the Scotland bit is actually pretty good. I think most people just think Home Alone wackiness and it's boring, but actually no, this scene was great. It's really cool. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, this scene is I mean, if you're looking at the Scottish bit overall, this is the bit that I think really seals the deal for me. I think if we didn't have this sort of stuff, I might feel a different way, but this is all good stuff. So yeah, after that, we see Silva has reached the chapel and he's kind of just on the outside of it. And as he's going through, he spots a gravestone next to him. And we see the gravestone, we see the the names on it, and it's Bond's parents. It's Andrew Bond and Monica Delacroix Bond. Don't quite know how you say that word, but yeah, and he sees that and has a little chuckle. But I think this is the first time that we're seeing their names actually in the series. I'm sure it's in the books, obviously, like a long time. But yeah, for the series, the film series, this is actually Bond's parents.
Yeah, I believe so. And there's so many questions associated to this. The main one for me is about how so I guess James Bond isn't a code name then, because his last name is Bond.
Oh, don't get me started on that stupid bloody. I hate that. If you're listening to this and you think that, then first of all, this proves it wrong. Also, you're a fool.
A damn fool.
A damn fool.
But yeah, I don't think they ever showed that before. But yeah, this is it. Here's a Bond. But I think the only thing that might because I was thinking about this for two reasons in this film. The first one is this, about that idea about it being the code name. And the first one was like, well, no, that's not true because of this. But then they do have it that Silva had a completely different name before. But I think the idea is that once he changed, once he burnt himself with the cyanide and became a criminal, he just gave himself a new name, I believe. So nothing really to do with MI6, but something that got me thinking about that stuff about changing names, because he has two names in the film.
Yeah, that's true. If Bond had turned bad, who knows what his name would have been. But James Bond is a pretty cool name, so makes sense why I'd keep it that. Oh, actually, no, I don't think James... Well, actually, I take that back. Like, James Bond is a cool name now, but I think Ian Fleming picked James Bond because it was quite a very average name. Like, we all know James Bond now, but yeah. See, at the time, it was just a name. So we see inside the chapel, and Em is sitting there because she's obviously got her wounds, and we see Silva enter from the back. So she's at the front, and Silva enters from the back. And he starts walking up to her and starts saying, it had to be here, it had to be this way. And as he's walking, Kincaid comes through another door to the side and is kind of in the middle of saying something, but just gets immediately cut off by Silva, who shoots near him around the door frame, but doesn't actually shoot Kincaid, doesn't kill him, and just tells him to stop. Or don't, I think he says. And yeah, he comes up to M, and there's like all that, still that lighting bleeding through from the windows, those colours, the reds and the oranges, and a flickering. And he spots that M is bleeding quite heavily. And he says, what have they done to you? Because of what he said before, they wanted M to be left for him. So this is where he starts to get all very emotional, and he starts to sound like he's, in a very creepy way, obviously, like caring for her. Like, what have they done to you? And he touches her face, and he brings up his gun that he's got on him, and it's almost as if he's just about to like shoot her square in the face, but no, he's like grimacing as he's doing this, and it's as if he can't bring himself to do it. But actually what he's doing is he's taking the gun and he puts it in her hand as if she can pull the trigger, and presses it against her head and puts his head next to hers and says to her, free both of us with the same bullet. Do it, only you can do it. So yeah, we're getting this kind of murder-suicide pact thing going on here with Silva and M, which is interesting. I can't say I really saw that coming, but I guess it's maybe... Because at first you kind of think, well, Silva, he just wants to see M. That's what he says, and presumably wants to kill her, but now it's escalated to maybe... Now that he's done that, he has nothing to live for, so he is also going to take himself out as well.
Yeah, I tie this a bit to what we see with a lot of Bond villains, that as they get further and further in, they just become more deranged.
Yeah.
So, because initially his plan was just to go into the thing and just shoot her. That was that. But now he's become so obsessed and done all of this and everything that's played out, he's just lost it even more. So now he's just trying to find this like perfect moment that has this all make sense, which, again, he's just lost it completely at this point. So I tie that to that. It's quite uncomfortable, to be honest.
Yes.
He always does too good of a job, Javier, of portraying this. It's very uncomfortable, but that is the point.
But as he's got the gun up and next to her, we see him from the front, and we hear an impact, like a kind of fleshy impact, and he rises up in agony and kind of falls backwards, and we see Bond is at the entrance, and he's thrown a knife into Silva's back. No guns. It's the old-fashioned way, as Kincaid said earlier on. So he turns and he like makes this noise where it's like, oh, really?
God.
It's so annoyed. He's like a teenage girl, like, oh. And he starts to walk over to Bond, but eventually he just like collapses before he can get to him. But just before he dies, he's on the ground, and Bond walks up and says, "Last rat standing." And with that, Silva falls to the ground dead. That's the end of Silva.
It's a good line. I don't think Craig delivers it too well.
Oh, really? What, last rat standing?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't really recall it.
He just like leans forward a bit and then it's like, last rat standing. Like, I don't know. I didn't want it to be over the top or anything, but it felt like it's... Yeah, I don't know. Because obviously it's Bond and he quips and stuff. And is this meant to be a cool line? I'm not too sure. And I'm not too sure if they knew. So it just feels a little bit off. But I do really like the line. I think that's a really good line.
You know what? Kincaid should have said it. He would have said it in a cool way.
Yeah. Welcome to Scotland. Last rat standing. Jumps on his bike. Leaves.
Bye. Anyway, no, this is a serious moment, Tom. Come on now.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
But I guess with Silva in general, though, it's like, yeah, obviously a really great villain. Although, like, the death, I think, is pretty good. But it's also another one that's interesting. It's taken this villain and they don't do what they did with Green, where they're like, well, we has to fight Bond. Duh. God, can you imagine if he didn't fist fight Bond, how ridiculous we would look? And they were just smart with what type of villain this was and gave him like an appropriate death. But really, this is all about M. So I always see this final showdown with him to be more about the final showdown with M. And Bond is just the one that stops him at the end. So really that moment with the gun and grabbing her and kind of aiming it that's the final showdown, really, because, you know, I choose to see this more as M's story.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely more weight put on that. In fact, it's almost kind of, he gets a very kind of pathetic death, doesn't he? All the drama and all that, like he has to make an entrance stuff, but he just gets stabbed in the back. Like, that's it. And then he just falls down, he dies. It's quite a, yeah, compared to the character we've seen and the craziness and the weirdness he has, it's just he dies, which is something they've done before, but it still works.
Yeah, the payoff is what is about to happen next, almost. It's not this big moment where Bond takes out the villain and then says a line. That happens, but it's almost secondary, which is okay by me.
Yeah, in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense. So Silva's dead and M is there and he says, what took you so long? And I like how Bond like starts to go for a quip, like I got into some deep water. But then as he says that, M starts to fall over with her wounds, and that's like, oh crap, like, this is actually a serious moment, Bond. No time for a quip, let's run on over. This is serious. And he goes and grabs her and holds her in his arms and looks over to Kincaid, who's looking obviously very solemn over to the side. He sort of knows the writings on the wall, I suppose. And M is in his arms and is looking up and saying, I suppose it's too late to make a run for it. To which Bond says, I'm game if you are. And I love how, like, you can see he's trying to have a little smile there as he says that, but it can't really muster it fully. And Bond M looks at Bond's face, like really intensely looks over Bond's face as she's there dying and says, I did get one thing right. And as she does that, she kind of takes her last breath and she dies. And as this happens, you know, we're now hearing almost a kind of heavenly choral sound in the background, quietly, but Bond closes her eyes as she dies, and the horns that we've heard so many times now, like M's sound of this film, they softly rise back up again, but they have like a different connotation now, whereas before it was kind of, I don't know, they had almost a bit of power. Well, not power, but like it was M trying to fight back, and now it's in a completely different, more solemn scenario. You're hearing them, and it's just great. It's just great. Bond. I don't know if Bond actually does cry. It definitely makes face like he is. I
saw tears. Like it's not a proper cry. It's more just like tears rolling down the face.
Yeah, a bit of starting to weep a little bit, only very slightly at the beginning. But yeah, goes and kisses her on the forehead, and then you just get this shot from behind, kind of slowly pulling backwards. You have the back of Bond with M in his hands and Kincaid off to the side, and that's when you're hearing those horns, and Kincaid's taking his hat off at this point in respect, and it's like a real it's a real moment. It's a very emotional moment. Like this is an important character, a big character of the franchise, huge character, and they play it for everything it's worth, and they don't cut corners in any way. And I really appreciate that they gave Judy such a good send off.
Yeah, perfect. It's all just perfect. I love that it is just like one last joke, and then she says, "I did get one thing right," and it just means so much. Like, this isn't a big long thing. Like, Mathis' death in the last one was still pretty good, but I think it's so much more appropriate with these characters that M actually only gets like one line, but it's a really good one, and it works really well, and it's good to see Bond actually be affected by this. I don't know how much I really see this in terms of the parallels of M was his parental figure, and now he's returned home, and his parental figure has died again. I think that's probably what they were going for. I kind of don't think about that too much.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
I think that's somewhat what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a little bit of that. And yeah, again, it's all just done so well. Like, you kind of knew this was coming, right? Like, once M got shot, she was never going to just be all right. So you kind of knew this was coming. But I don't know, I like the idea of M saying how, like, I'll leave when the job is done, and she stays alive just long enough for that to happen and then dies. Yeah. Like, it ties into that so well. It ties into a character as a whole, and it's just perfect. Like, everything that Judi Dench has been in this franchise is just so good. Just so good. All the lines have been great, her characterization, and it's really amazing that they just took the time to kind of give her character a send-off with Skyfall, and it's just massively appreciated, and it's so impressive that they were able to kind of pull off this story and give her a proper send-off. Like, it's 10 out of 10 stuff because of that.
Yeah. And this is what I was kind of saying earlier when I was mentioning about catharsis being not so much the Bond parent stuff, but like this. I mean, I do see the parental stuff, the link quite strongly. So to me, like that is the catharsis of this film. It's the end of this relationship of these two characters that we have seen be built up now for 3 films, and it is especially poignant because you know that, okay, get rid of all the continuity stuff. Then that Judy was M in Pierce Brosnan's time, but M was there for Craig's Bond becoming 00. Like, she has seen him grow, and there is that like sentimentality between her and Bond, and there is that relationship which probably goes a bit above and beyond what that should be, and Bond is like witnessing the end of that, because obviously, like, that's never how it used to be with M before. Like, M was a lot grumpier and a lot more just, that's his boss and that's Bond. And yeah, I think it's just an end of an era to sound quite dramatic. But yeah, I think it was really good. Such a good decision to do it here as well. I did read at one point that they were thinking of killing off Judi Dench in Quantum of Solace, which I don't know how that would have gone, but probably very badly. Yeah, I'm glad we get this whole film, basically, which is M's film, and they did it well.
Do you think they would have put like Judi Dench covered in oil on the bed? Do you mind, Judy? Do you mind?
No, she would be drowned in bourbon.
Oh, yes. She died how she lived. Drowning in bourbon.
Come on now, Tom. We must not speak ill of the dead.
Yeah. That's what she would have wanted. But I will also say I do appreciate that, like, in terms of the theming of the film about your past coming back to catch you, it also makes sense that she does die. Like, not to sound mean, I'm not going to say she deserves to die, but it is almost like she is being punished for all the horrible things she did. But as kind of Bond said, you were just doing your job, and it's something that you think about throughout the film, about what's right, what's wrong, and did she do the right thing and stuff. And she's someone who has to make all these really harsh decisions. And I think she was always going to end this way, and her kind of being killed on the job makes sense because she did do all these horrible things and was involved in all this stuff, so it makes sense to me that she would die because of it. Again, I'm not going to say she deserves it, but it's like this is like a natural point that she doesn't just get to go. She kind of gets killed doing this stuff, but she did the right thing. And there's almost like that thing, that line where she said, I did get one thing right. It all ties into that, right? It's like she was killed because of Silva, who was someone she failed, but she didn't fail Bond. And that's the one thing she doesn't regret, even though she does have regrets. It's like, it's like all that stuff ties in so well.
It really is. It's so good. That's the sort of stuff that makes this film really kind of stand out above others, is that you just get all that. There's just so much you can look into, and you can just, it's just so satisfying. I love that stuff.
Yes, I love M dying too, Joe. I'm with you. The job's done.
You know what? You can take that out of context. I don't care, because man, it works. It works. M can die all the time.
That's some good. No, I won't finish that. So
I knew what you were going to say then.
I know. But yeah, so we then cut to London. So it ended quite quietly, that scene, with the shot of the chapel zooming out. And we cut to London during the day, and it's not raining.
Oh, what?
The sun has come out. A rainbow. No, not quite. It's still grey. Still miserable, just not raining. So Bond is like standing on a rooftop overlooking London. And Eve comes up and approaches Bond. And she's like, wow, I didn't even know you could come up here. And Bond says, I would hate to waste a view. And Bond asks her about going back into active service. And she says, I declined. And she's like, as you said, field work's not for everyone. And Bond jokes that he feels much safer hearing that. So Eve explains that M's will was read today and she left you this. And hands Bond a box, and Bond opens the box, and it's the British Bulldog statue. Aww. And Eve says maybe it's her way of telling you to take a desk job, of which Bond replies just the opposite, which is also really, really nice. It's because it's the opposite because he hated it, and it kind of represents a desk job, and it's kind of like him hating that almost represents how much he dislikes that kind of lifestyle. So it's almost like M sending it to him is to remind him of that he hates it. So
keep going.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. And you're just saying that because you've got one.
And it reminds me every day to never take a desk job as well. I'm going to keep murdering around the world. I won't stop.
No, never.
Never. So then we cut to Bond and Eve entering into this room, and it looks a little bit familiar. But Bond says, we've never been introduced. And she says, I'm Eve Moneypenny. That's her. And Bond says, I look forward to our time together, Miss Moneypenny. And she ends up sitting down at at her desk. And it looks very much like the older Bond films a little bit. And then Tanner comes out of a door in the office and he says, he'll see you now. And we hear the Bond theme creeping in. And he goes through the door and we see Mannery at a desk. And he's kind of got his arms in a sling because he got shot before. And Bond's like, how's the arm, sir? And he says, oh, well, yeah, it's fine. And then he's like, so 007, lots to be done. Are you ready to get back to work? And then we end on a shot where Bond says, with pleasure, M, with pleasure. And then the circles come across the screen as we hear the Bond theme and he shoots the barrel and then 50 years of Bond appears and it says James Bond will return. And we go into the credits with a full swing Bond theme playing. So this was all a setup for returning to the old Bond, I suppose.
Yep. Yeah. And when they say return, it's like that is literally the return, even down to that strange padded door. It's back. Oh. Wow, what an ending though! I wish I remembered more about seeing this in the cinema, but I'm sure that is such an ending. That is such an ending for a Bond fan. We've had, by this point, what it would have been, I guess, 10 years since any sort of elements of the old school Bond stuff. They made a very conscious decision to strip that back for Craig, and then we've finally reach that point once again, and it just felt so good. You know what I mean? Just they see in the old office, Moneypenny there. I know I've had issues with Moneypenny throughout the film, but yeah, she's back. M's back, or a different M's back, and
M's back.
M's back. Corpse is back.
I thought you were dead.
Weekend at Bernie's style.
Weekend at M's.
But yeah, like it's such a feel good moment to end a film, which is what I think ultimately a film needs to do. Well, at least, well, no, that's not true. It doesn't always need to make you feel good, but I think Bond films do, which is why there's a certain issue I have with another one. But yeah, I loved it. What a great ending.
Yeah, like you get a very somber moment with M and stuff, so they have then that quieter scene to then transition you over to this, but to have like it get you really excited, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Like, it does get you really pumped up, and what I massively appreciate is that they spent a film establishing Moneypenny, and it's a very different Moneypenny, and you know, you can argue about the dialogue or stuff, but I love that there is kind of this history between the two.
Yeah.
And it's not the same one that we've had before, but it's something, and it's quite interesting that Moneypenny being a former agent that shot Bond. So there's a back and forth there. That's great. Mallory has been really well established throughout this film as someone who's tough, but also talks a lot, like he's also a bit of a stickler for the rules, but not always, and doesn't care about batting heads with Bond, but also seems to have people's back. Like when it came to M, like sometimes he was harsh, sometimes he wasn't harsh, like he was strict but fair. Very much that classic M feel, like that, you know, headmaster sort of thing, like all telling them off, but also trying to help them out. It's that sort of thing. So there's also that relationship here, and we get that established with this film. And it just makes it, once again, so satisfying to see all these elements were actually there the entire time. And then at the end, they just put it all together to give you this really fun, great ending and a really great feeling at the end. So it's just like, it's just so smart. Like they reinvented this in such a smart way that you didn't even know it was happening. But then you look back and like, oh, that's awesome. I love it.
You realize, like, finally, well, I mean, yeah, some of it was obvious maybe where it was going, especially once you see that M is on the way out, the old M. And then you think about all the characters they've set up. But like when it all just fits together in that last moment, and you have the Bond theme and you have With Pleasure Sir, or With Pleasure M. Oh, yeah. And also the devil's in the detail, as I said before. But with this film, I just want to quickly point out, because I mentioned about the painting in the Q scene, which is of that old ship being dragged away for scrap. And they went in with this scene and put another painting kind of quite clear in the background between Bond and M, and it's a very similar sort of style of painting. I don't think it's a Turner one, but it is of, instead of it being a ship being hauled away for scrapped, I actually looked it up, and it's a painting of the Battle of Trafalgar, which is obviously a victorious battle, and it's just, you know, it's the little things like that, symbolic there of Bond is back on top. It's just the cherry on the cake.
Yeah, cherry on the cake, as they say. But yeah, very great stuff. It's just, I mean, it's a little bit of a shame that it took 3 films to get here, although I mostly blame Quantum of Solace for that. And that eventually after these films, there's not really any payoff for it. But I won't linger on that too much. It still works really well in the context of this film, but maybe in the context of the franchise as a whole, it's like, well, we had 5 Craig films and it took us 3 bloody films to get to this point. And then we only have 2, and the 5th one is such a definitive ending that does things so differently that I was like, oh, what was the point in all this? But again, I won't criticize this film for that. It still works really well for what it was doing. It's just a shame we rebuilt Bond to get to this point, and then it just kind of doesn't actually pay off, really.
Oh, don't remind me, Tom. I know where we're going with these films, and yeah, you're like, in isolation, this is just such a great foundation for Craig to go off. It's a shame he just didn't do the old Roger Moore and make like 6 more films.
Yeah, what a shame.
What a shame, eh?
Yeah, so that was Skyfall. Oh, all right, Joe. Well, it's you to go first.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like when it's a film that I like, it's like, well, come on now, like this is. Why do I really need to say anything? But yeah,
it's a podcast, so that would be preferable.
We should probably say something. We
just read the poem again.
to strive, to seek. No. We mentioned earlier about not being able to pick a favorite scene, and that in like the best way possible. There is just so many elements of this film and so many sequences that just work from the very beginning of the pre-title sequence throughout the Shanghai casino, the island, the abandoned island, elements of the, I won't say all of the Scottish thing for me, but like the post fire, all that stuff, beautiful. And in terms of beautiful, yeah, like visually, this is by far, but as of doing this podcast, like the most beautiful Bond film. I don't know if this won in the Oscars or anything for that sort of stuff, but it should have, because it just looks great. It looks great. I mean, for a Bond film, it looks amazing. For just a regular film, it looks great.
So this guy, just to interrupt there, the cinematographer, he didn't win anything for this one, but after this film, he won 2 Oscars for cinematography.
Okay.
One is 1917 and one is something I don't remember. But yeah, so he probably should have done for this one, but because it's Bond, it didn't. But yeah, he did then get 2 Oscars after the fact.
Okay. Oh, 1917 was Sam Mendes too. I guess they're a collaborative partnership. So yeah, like it's, honestly, you could hate Bond and you could still watch this film and just appreciate the look of it, I think. And then we mentioned a lot at the end there, but just what they do with dedicating this film to M. M is the Bond girl here, all right? Not in that sense of being the Bond girl, but she is the star of it. Like Bond does have his own elements, but we've just had 2 films of Bond with his trauma and stuff, so it gave time to Judy. It gave her a send-off for which she was deserving. She's been in the franchise for many, many years at this point. And they did that in a satisfying way to also bring new characters in to fill those gaps and bring back characters that the fans were all waiting for. Q, Moneypenny. It's honestly, how they did so many things right in this film is surprising. Like I feel like there should have been something that went massively wrong, but no, like it all just seems to work. And even the London stuff, I didn't even mention when we were talking about the underground stuff, but it's so good to see Bond in the tube. Like he was in the tube in Die Another Day, but not in that sense. Like this is like in the thick of very, very British, and I don't want to get too like flag wavy patriotic, but it's great to see a British character like that actually doing things here in London and Scotland. And it's just, they made some very clever choices for it being the 50th anniversary, I think. So yeah, I won't go on too much longer. I feel like I could be here all day. Then my issue came to where to place it in the ranking. Because before I watched this, I was convinced I was actually going to put this below From Russia with Love.
Interesting.
And I say...
Because that's not where it started with you in your initial rankings.
No. Yeah, so this was number 2, I believe. Just below Casino Royale. But I think the reason why I was thinking that, and this is one of those things where the way we're watching it is just by this point in time, I was maybe craving a little bit of like Sean Connery or Roger Moore again, but I had to stop myself.
You get that weekly, the Roger Moore thing, don't you?
I have my
take your pills for that.
But no, you know what I mean? Like we've now reached up to Craig and it's like, oh man, it would be nice to go back to Sean Connery again or From Russia with Love. But I had to sort of stop myself a little bit from that because I know that's actually not the case. Like I'm sounding like a hypocrite now because I think I've said in the past, like, just take it for how you're feeling. But after watching this, it kind of all came back to me of like how much I enjoyed this film and that this is one of those films that you could just so easily jump into and watch anytime, really. You have to be in a certain mood to watch some of the older Bond films. But Skyfall, I think, is just such a watchable film. And so then I was thinking, well, if it's going above From Russia with Love, is it better or worse than Casino Royale? And that's a very tricky one. They're both very good for different ways. One is, as we said, more about M. One is Bond's origin. And I think because of that, because it is the Bond franchise, I think Casino Royale does just tip the scales because it is Bond and it is where Bond starts. And that is still going to remain my number 1. So yeah, Skyfall is going in at number 2, just where I thought it would from the very beginning.
Got close.
It got close. Honestly, it was very close, but no, because I do have a soft spot for Casino Royale. So,
okay, well, yeah, no real surprises though.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So for me, this is, I guess, somewhat of a hard one to talk about because this is not just one of my favorite Bond films, it's one of my favorite films of all time. It's just fantastic. It's just visually is an absolute treat. The audio is an absolute treat. I think the characterization is very well done. I just think they really just get the most out of Judi Dench and M, and that's amazing. And it's something that so much of this stuff is just classic Bond, but they just find really interesting ways to update it and present it in a way you haven't really seen before. And it just creates a film that just like oozes style and class. And that's something that Bond should do, but it just does it in a way that is just so much more successful than some other films. It's warm to look at, but it's harsh to look at. It's just all these little things. And, you know, I'm such a sucker, as you know, from GoldenEye, about someone who has clearly, or filmmakers who put a lot of thought in their films and have all this stuff that ties together in a way that's really satisfying. And Skyfall is just absolutely filled with that, which to me just makes it such a great experience. And oh God, I don't even know what else to say about it. It's just so good. I think every act is strong. And I guess I'll try and get into some negatives, I suppose. Like, I definitely can see how some of the stuff with the age stuff isn't great. And, you know, this is also another long Bond film. It's 143 minutes. So we are very much in this era of Craig films just being very long. And it doesn't, I think it kind of justifies it, but yeah, like I'm never looking at my watch during this film, but I think that's more about how captivating the film is itself. And we just have a really great new villain with Silva. Like, he's just amazing. He's such a strong presence on screen, and they kind of tie him with M and Bond, and it just makes you think about all these things about Bond. And it's just, yeah, it's just such a smart reinvention of it. And I think it's a lot better reinvention than Casino Royale, in my opinion, because it kind of pulls in more of those elements and it feels less like a tease, where I feel like Casino Royale at this stage is a bit more of a tease. But I think they did a great job with Q. I think Moneypenny is, you know, I know there was some problem with dialogue, but I still think she's pretty good. And I love having Mallory in there and having him become M and just seeing all this stuff play out. It's just such a great film. It's just so smart, so well put together. So many elements work. And it's exciting when it needs to be. Like, everything just works. It's just one of them that it's hard to talk about because I just love it. It's great. So with that, no change for me. It's going at number 1. Like, there was never really that much of a doubt that it was going number 1.
I really thought GoldenEye would stay on top.
No. Like, I kind of feel similar, like, about both of these films, but I do think overall Skyfall is just better. Like, it's hard to compare certain elements, but I guess I have less problems with Skyfall than I do GoldenEye, and both Skyfall and GoldenEye kind of hit me in those similar ways of I have a lot of nostalgia for them, I'll be honest. Although Skyfall, I was older, and they both have this class and style to them, and they're both smart reinventions of Bond. But Skyfall has the better villain, and I think it still has a lot of memorable characters and lines as well. So, you know, GoldenEye and Casino Royale are obviously more closely related, but Skyfall, I think, is probably a more successful overall Bond film than GoldenEye was, as good as GoldenEye was. But this film's just fantastic. So for me, it kind of has to go number 1 above GoldenEye.
And it also made a humongous amount of money. So
yeah,
clearly they did something right.
Yeah, that was somewhat me. I did see it twice.
This little percentage is you, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, there wasn't much doubt for me. I went into it thinking it was going to be number 1, and watching it again and breaking it down, yeah, this is just one of my favorite films ever. So it's number 1. It's my favorite Bond film.
So I have a question for you, Tom.
All right.
We're up to, what is this, 20?
It's 23, this one.
This is 23, this one. We have 2 more to go. The next film, Spectre, same director.
Yep.
Same, a lot of the same actors.
Great.
We've all been set up with M and Q and that.
Love it.
Same music guy.
Same music guy, yep.
Same music guy. Don't know if it's the same cinematographer, perhaps.
Oh, I'm not sure, actually.
Lots of the same stuff. So my question, Tom, is with Spectre, what happened? What happened?
I think you're trying to extend the episode quite a bit there by asking these questions.
That's a can of worms, isn't it? All right.
Yeah, we got a lot of time next week to open that can, but
it just does make me boggles my mind all the more when we've just went through this film and how much we loved it and what we've got coming up next. Oh boy, I shudder.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because I know where you ranked it, but it wasn't in my bottom 5, so it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, fun's not the right word, but
we'll get through it. Maybe.
We'll get through it, yeah. Oh, man, Skyfall's so good. Like, when I watched this time as well, it took me like 4 hours because I kept pausing. So some of that was to do notes because I just loved the dialogue so much that I wanted to write all this stuff down. Like, I went and copied and pasted that poem to put into my notes so I could read it.
I did think that your notes are probably just the script by this point.
Yeah, for this film it was. Like, there was not much like of stuff I liked and stuff or disliked it. It's just like, well, I know I love Skyfall, so I just need to kind of write this stuff down, and then I can just say how much I really like it. So that is pretty much it. Oh, right. So any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
I think how many times have we ended this podcast where I'm like, I need to go buy something now, and I still haven't. I still haven't bought that Dove pin.
You didn't get the pin?
No, I didn't buy the pin yet. Oh, silly me. Now I need to go. It's a good thing. Maybe I can get it. Save on delivery because now I'm going to go get that bulldog as well.
Oh yeah, I'll send you a picture of mine.
No, that's fine. You don't need to do that.
No, it's no trouble.
Please, no, don't worry.
Don't worry about it. When we went to go see I think I already told you this, but when we went to go and see that concert, they were selling them, the No Time to Die versions.
Can't believe I missed that. I kick myself. Honestly, what a time to have bought it. The memory associated to it as well. Ugh.
I would have signed it for you as well.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
That's great.
Right on the face.
Whenever I look at it, I think of you.
Oh, well, on that note, at least I got one thing right.
Oh.
All right then. So, thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 23 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week for Spectre.